After the incident with Ivan at the warehouse and Akio's betrayal, the plot thickens for the twins. Yuru learns that Ivan might have information about his parents, while the Kagomori clan begins to suspect that the demon responsible for killing Akio's former demons came from the west, from a place called Nishino village that should be resting at the bottom of a reservoir. What secrets does this mysterious village hold? And what more clues will Yuru uncover in his search for his parents? Let's find out. The next scene shifted to a forest where a man was being dragged. The one doing it was Yuru, who had killed the man with his arrows, and while doing so, it even looked like he was about to cry. At the same time, he heard a branch snap near him, so he looked toward where it came from and saw a deer. It ran away, while Yuru hesitated over whether he should kill it. He simply continued dragging the man, and he told himself that his father was not there, so he was all by himself. He then removed the arrows from the man, and added that he needed to clean up alone. After saying that, he threw the man off the cliff, and he heard the body fall to the ground below. He even fell to his knees, and he mentioned that the bandit had attacked him with the intent to kill him, so he told himself not to hesitate and not to waver. His father was gone, so there was no one left to clean up for him, and he had to do it himself. In those mountains, he was on his own. After that, the scene returned to the present, where Yuru had woken up. He wondered where he was, and remembered that he was about to go to his futon, but it seemed he had fallen asleep inside the closet. When he turned toward the door, he saw a black figure with only its eyes visible, so he became frightened. He opened the door, and it turned out that it was only Left, who asked how he was. He told her not to scare him like that, and he even asked Left what she was doing there, to which she answered that she was watching over him. Left also said that even though her mobility had not returned yet, she could still watch over Yuru in that posture, and as she said that, Right lifted her head. Yuru thanked them when he heard that, and while he was putting away his futon, Ken arrived and asked how he was. Yuru told him that he felt lighter, and he asked what time it was. Ken answered that it was already past noon, and Yuru came out of his room. Hana greeted him good morning, though technically, it was already afternoon, while Dara said that Yuru looked like he was in better condition. Azumi and the Zashiki Warashi asked how he was, and so did Oshirisama, who even said it was good that Yuru was back in high spirits. Yuru even looked at Hana's demons to see how they would greet him, but Jiro only punched him and Kotetsu scratched him, so he asked why they had done that. After that, Hana asked if Yuru had slept well, and he hesitated before answering that he had had a bad dream. Hana told him to eat something delicious to clear his mind. Dara said he would make a late lunch, and that they should all eat together, which made Yuru and Right smile. After that, the scene shifted to Jin, who was told by Gabby that he was late to the party, and in the place where they were, a woman could be seen sitting at a chair, while two people were already dead on the floor. Gabby added that Jin would handle the cleanup from there, and he asked if the dead people were allies of Higashi village. Gabby answered that it seemed that way, and she also reported that Asa got killed. Jin was alarmed when he heard that, and Gabby added that Asa had claimed break, and it turned out that the woman sitting there was Asa, without her iconic eye patch. She apologized to Jin, because she had made him clean up her mess, and it could be seen that the eye usually covered by her eye patch had turned black. She repeatedly apologized, and Jin seemed to pity her. He held her hand, and told her not to worry about it anymore. Jin said that it was his job to handle situations like that, and that Asa did not need to apologize. He told her to relax, and said he would take care of it. After Jin said that, the scene returned to the present, where Asa had woken up. Gabby's head was resting on her stomach, and Asa told her that she was heavy. Gabby asked if Asa had slept properly, and Asa said that she had had a bad dream. Like Hana had told Yuru, Gabby told Asa to eat and forget about it. While leaving the room, Asa was surprised that they had woken up in the afternoon, while Gabby wondered what food they might have. When they came out of the room, they saw Natsuki and her demons guarding the area. Natsuki greeted them, and Asa asked if she had been watching over her. Natsuki answered that it was possible Asa might be attacked again once they had caught their breath and let their guard down, but luckily, nothing had happened. Asa also asked if Natsuki had stayed awake all night, and she answered yes, then ordered Gabby to watch Asa because she was going to take a bath. Asa called out to Natsuki and was about to apologize, but she noticed that Gabby was getting angry, so she thanked Natsuki instead, and Natsuki smiled back at her. She also said that once she came back from her shower, they would continue their usual lessons, starting with mathematics. Asa and Gabby did not like that, and they even asked for one day of rest. Natsuki's demons told her to sleep because all-nighters were bad for the skin, and Gabby supported that. Natsuki answered that she would catch up on sleep once Asa and Gabby finished their math problems, so they needed to finish them so she could sleep. Asa seemed to be losing her mind because of those problems, and she even asked if she could break them open with her break. Because of that, Gabby told her not to use a legendary demon on her homework. In another room, someone else was also studying, and it was Jin, who was investigating a slime mold-like parasite demon that made its host explode. Unfortunately, he found nothing about it in the Kagomori database, so he decided to read books and wondered if there were any accounts in the ethnography books that could point to that demon. At that moment, Gabby and Asa arrived, and they asked if Jin already knew what parasitic demon had attacked them. Jin answered that he had not found anything, and that he had even narrowed down his research to demons from Western Japan. Asa then said while looking at the Northeast book section that it looked like they needed to check the entire nation, while Gabby said they should divide the work. Jin asked if didn't they have lessons with Natsuki, and Asa answered that they had told Natsuki they would study classic literature and then left. Gabby said that technically, that was what they were doing because they were reading old books. Asa mentioned that speaking of Natsuki, it made her wonder if she was only pretending to be brave by acting as if nothing had happened. She said Natsuki was probably hurting badly after what had happened with Akio. At the same time, Natsuki saw Haruo and his demons in a different room looking sad. Fuyuki then arrived with alcohol, and he said it was from Jin, who had told them to rest and take the day off. Natsuki looked extremely exhausted, while Fuyuki invited Haruo to drink. Natsuki said they would drink, sleep, and think about Akio later. Haruo smiled, and jokingly told Natsuki that staying up all night and drinking was an awful skincare routine. That angered Natsuki, who wanted to hit Haruo with the bottle of alcohol. At Dara's house, Yuru seemed to be using a very small computer. He slowly typed on it, and when he was done, he slammed it extremely hard to enter what he had typed. He was delighted that it worked, and Ken asked what it was. Hannah answered that Yuru was using an electronic dictionary she had given him, so he could search for words he did not know. Yuru said that down below the mountain, there were many words he could read but not understand, and now he did not need to ask for help every time there was something he did not understand. Ken mentioned that he understood that Yuru simply had to type it in. He then asked how Yuru studied in his village, and Yuru answered that he read books Dara bought from the outside world. At the same time, Azumi wondered how the electronic dictionary worked, while Dara revealed that he bought old books from secondhand stores in Jimbocho Booktown. Yuru also said that one of the books he had read was a book by Sun Tzu, which impressed Ken, who even called him an intellectual barbarian. The only problem was that Yuru had only said that he read the books, but he had not said that he understood them. At that moment, Azumi asked what that electronic dictionary was and how it worked. Yuru answered that he did not know either, only that it worked. He even asked Azumi if she was okay because the outside world was a lot to take in. Azumi agreed and said she did not understand what was happening and that nothing made sense to her. However, she said she had gotten used to situations like that, and Yuru said he empathized with her completely. After that, they talked about how delicious the rice in the outside world was, which the Zashikiwarashi heard. Kiri said she was happy that Azumi was starting to feel better, and Danji agreed. Kiri added, however, that Azami was probably still feeling homesick, while Danji said he hoped Kyoko was okay. Both of them felt sad, and the atmosphere around them grew heavy. Luckily, right and left were there, and they told Danji to cheer up because good luck left damp cheeks. The Zashikiwarashi were happy that the Divine Guardians were there, and Kiri asked if the two had already reattached their severed arm and leg. Left answered that they had. She said she had not fully recovered yet, but the rock glue Dara bought for them was the most potent. With it, they could survive no matter how many cuts they received, but Yuru told them to avoid being hewed. Then he asked where Dara was because Left had mentioned him. At that moment, Dara was at the horse racing gambling place, but he had once again failed to win big. Another person who had lost with him was Keiichi Hamura, the former master of the Yin and Yang demons. The two looked at each other and asked one another if they had lost. Dara said he had wanted to win so he could have money to raise his children, while Keiichi wanted to pay his debt. He had even borrowed money to get more gambling funds, and he invited Dara to win big in the next race for the children, which Dara agreed to. At that moment, Dara and Hana both received notifications on their phones. It seemed that they had received the same message, and when Dara came home, Hana said they had been summoned to a meeting of Higashi village agents. They wanted everyone with a title to show up. She added that the message had been sent by a bandit, which shocked Yuru. Hana said they were surely planning to put Dara on trial for the Fujimurayama warehouse incident and demand that he give up Yuru. Dara said that was probably the case, and Yuru suggested that he should go and beat them up. However, Left advised him not to go, and Ken agreed. According to the Divine Guardians, they were still recovering, so they could not accompany Yuru, and it would not be fair if he went hunting without them. Yuru understood their point, and they decided they would go once the two had healed, while Ken told Yuru not to treat it like a fun outing. Dara told Yuru to calm down because many of the titled Higashi village agents were demon wielders, so he would not go either. Hana did not seem to like that, because if even she did not go, they would suspect her too. In the next scene, it shifted to an abandoned warehouse, where Hana arrived with Jiro and greeted the other agents. The others there greeted her as well, and a man with glasses asked if she had any news from Dara, but she said she did not. She even pretended to ask if he was not there, and the man answered that Dara had not responded to the message and had gone AWOL. Hana pretended to be surprised and even asked the man if he thought Dara was hiding something. The man said he had seen him at the Fujimurayama warehouse, and that Dara had sworn that he would not hand over Yuru or cooperate with Higashi village. Hana asked if Dara had betrayed Higashi village, and if perhaps now that he had Yuru, he was planning to use Seal for his own desires. She even called Dara a scumbag, and said she would wring his neck if she finds him. Because of that, the man with glasses thought that Hana really did hate Dara, while the man with a mustache noticed something. He told his companions that the president was there, and from the president's car, a demon with hairy feet stepped down. The president was accompanied by two large, hairy demons that also had horns on their heads. The president asked if they were complete, and the man with glasses answered that only Dara was missing, so the president said he had expected that. At the same time, the president's demons greeted Jiro. Meanwhile, Kodetsu was reporting what was happening in the meeting using a computer. He even said that he had received a message from Jiro, and Yuru asked what the president was. Dara explained that he was the person who assembled the Higashi village agents living below the mountain. He added that the president gave them jobs, so he did not want to make an enemy of him. However, the president was on the side that wanted Higashi village to obtain Seal and Break so they could conquer the whole world, which complicated everything. Back at the meeting, the president said it looked like Hana's fellow retainer Dara was hiding, and Hana answered that it seemed that way. The president then asked if Hana had been in contact with Dara, and Hana said that, just like she had told the bandits, she had only driven Yuru and Dara from the mountain and dropped them off near Dara's house, and since then, she had heard nothing about him. The smoking man then asked why Hana had not told them that she had taken Yuru away from the village. He said they were lucky they learned it from the shaman, because without him, they would not even have known that Higashi village had been attacked. Hana insisted that they should not look to her for answers, because Dara did not tell her about his plans either. At the same time, Hana's demon, Jiro, was sniffing something. The president said the smoking man had a point because the Kagomori family had ransacked the village, and apparently, it was now in ruins. On top of that, Asa was with the Kagomori and had claimed Break, while Yuru had also come down from the mountain. The bandits had almost been wiped out, Tadera and the shaman were gone, and almost everyone who knew how to pass through Higashi village's barrier was no longer with them. Under those conditions, they could not keep following Granny Yamaha's orders on every little thing because time was of the essence. From that point on, as the one outside the mountain, it made more sense for him to step in. Jiro heard that conversation, so Kotetsu reported to Dara that the president had bad plans. Yuru asked what that meant, while Dara understood it as the president having bad intentions toward Hana, so he called him an old leech and asked if he wanted to die. Kotetsu clarified that what the president wanted was to become the top dog of Higashi village, so Dara realized what he meant and felt relieved. At the same time, The president gave the order to find Dara and figure out where Yuru was. A man asked what they would do if Dara fought back, and a woman said none of them could defeat Dara without help. Someone said Dara did not have a demon pair, so they could just throw a combat type at him. At that moment, Jiro found a tied bag, and he brought it to Hana, who asked what it was. The man with glasses opened it and said it might be a suspicious object, or maybe not. All of them were shocked when they learned that the bag contained demon relics, and the president's demons said they were alive. They could sense souls inside them. Someone asked whose demons they were and what they were doing there. Someone else said he did not know, and that one of them had formed a contract there. In a dark place, a car was parked, and the young man who controlled the parasitic demon was there, saying they had been caught. The bald man with him said that had been fast. The young man said it seemed the people of Higashi village did not know much, including Yuru's location, and according to the bald man, they were useless. The young man could listen to them because the parasitic demon attached to his hand had a mouth, and he asked his companion what their next move was. The bald man answered that their work there was done, and since the Higashi village agents were no longer useful, they should kill them. The young man answered yes, and he pressed something on his hand that looked like a button, causing the demon relics Jiro had found to crack like the mountain god. Jiro immediately began to transform before the relics finally exploded. At that moment, the bald man called Mine-yama and ordered her to clean up the place. Mine-yama was shocked by what she saw and said they had started again before she even arrived. The bald man was shocked by that and asked if Mine-yama was late again. He even told her that she would regret procrastinating, and Mine-yama said she had already told them that she was busy with school, cram school lessons, and other things. She still needed to study for her college entrance exams. The bald man told her to stop crying and clean the place immediately. Mine-yama did not like hearing that because she said it was not easy to make meatballs when the bits were scattered everywhere. At that moment, Hana appeared behind Mine-yama and said that her ears hurt. Mine-yama was shocked and turned around, while Hana asked if she was a student. Hana also asked what she was doing there that late, and behind her, an enormous wolf-shaped figure could be seen. Mine-yama then quickly tried to get off the hook by acting as though she had gotten lost on her way home from cram school. We then shifted to Hana and Dara's apartment, where Kotetsu's first suddenly bristled. Yuru immediately became curious, while Dara asked what was wrong. Kotetsu typed on the laptop that there had been an explosion at the warehouse, which immediately alarmed Yuru, Dara, and Ken and caught their attention. Yuru immediately asked right and left if they could fly, to which the two replied that they had not fully recovered yet, but they would go the distance if that was Yuru's wish. While this was happening, we briefly saw Oshiro-sama taking care of Azumi while she slept in the other room. Dara then told Yuru to take it easy, causing him to look toward him. We then returned to the warehouse, where destruction and thick smoke had been left behind by the massive explosion. Shock appeared in Mine-yama's eyes as she carefully looked into the smoke. She saw a huge wolf-like figure behind Hana, but it quickly shrank and disappeared, causing Mine-yama to slowly lower her gaze to where the shadow would reveal itself. It turned out to be Jiro as he walked over to Hana's side. While she continued staring at the dog, Hana pointed out that she could see them, which immediately caught her attention. Hana added that this meant she was one of them. We then returned to the apartment, where Kotetsu informed Yuru and Dara that both Hana and Jiro were fine, and that Jiro had saved Hana. They let out sighs of relief, but the worry was still evident on their faces. We returned to the warehouse, where smoke could still be seen outside. Jiro was pointing at something, so Hana asked if he could sense more demons. She then said that Mine-yama was probably a wielder, and if that was the case, she had no reason to hold back, which immediately caught Mine-yama's attention. Mine-yama quickly explained that she had college entrance exams and that the summer was do or die for her, so she had to go home and study or she would be totally screwed. However, Hana brushed that aside and bluntly said that she got into college on a sports scholarship, so she could not relate to the trials and tribulations of exam hell, prompting Mine-yama to comment that she was a muscle-brained jock. Mine-yama tried explaining that people always said children were the future, so adults should protect them, but Hana simply replied that she hated kids. Because of that, Mine-yama said that she was 18 and therefore legally an adult, but that excuse did not work either when Hana replied that then she had even less reason to hold back, leaving Mine-yama speechless and thinking that she was double screwed. Jiro suddenly jumped onto her back and snatched her piggyback pack, catching her completely off guard. Jiro dragged it toward Hana while Mineyama shouted at him to give it back. She became nervous while Hana praised Jiro for the good work he had done. When Hana opened the backpack, she found textbooks, reference books, and a jar, which confused her. She commented that she did not see any demons, then uncertainly added that unless the jar itself was a demon. Mineyama then innocently pretended not to know what demons were and explained that she occasionally saw strange things, but she was just an ordinary high school senior who happened to be passing by. While she was explaining herself, Bowlegs suddenly flew toward the back of her neck to pierce and control her, greatly shocking her. It turned out that the bandit was still alive, and he commented that he had thought he was done for. He asked Mineyama whether she was a student, then pointed out that if she was there, she was probably not a normal one. He then asked whether the Kagomori had sent her. While Bowlegs was already feeding from the back of Mineyama's neck, he said that they would use her as a pawn, but suddenly Bowlegs was forced away from her neck and was shown with its snout bent out of shape. It turned out that its attempt to sink its mouth into the back of Mineyama's neck had failed because one of her demons had been blocking it. The bandit became alarmed at what had happened to his demon, while Bowlegs tearfully shouted that it was really hard. Hana reacted by saying that she knew it, and that Mineyama had even brought backup. Mineyama then shouted and asked what their problem was. She questioned whether they were really going to gang up on a helpless high school girl. While she continued rambling, something suddenly lit up behind her, and because of that, one of her demons immediately pulled her away from the area. In an instant, a blazing flame blast flew through the spot, and its power was so great that it swept away several vehicles and piles of rubble. When the scorching attack finally subsided, a man commented that all of their members had been blown away. It turned out that the president had also survived because his demons protected him, and one of those demons was responsible for the attack. He addressed Mineyama as young lady and asked whether she truly believed she could plead ignorance after showing up there with an unknown demon. He said that someone had known Higashi Village would be gathering that day and had rigged the meeting place with explosives, before asking whether she was responsible or whether it had been a team effort. The bandit irritably asked whether Tadera had finally betrayed them once and for all, prompting the president to think for a moment before replying that if he truly had betrayed them and plotted to eliminate them, they could not simply let him get away with it. Because of that, Hana began to get nervous and thought that Dera's life was now in danger. Mineyama, however, thought of something and pretended that the president was correct, saying that she was there at the request of a man called Mr. Tadera and that he was also behind the explosion, which irritated Hana and made her shout that she was lying. The bandit became confused and asked how she was so sure Mineyama was lying. So Hana simply explained that it was a gut feeling. She then pointed out that Mineyama had just admitted to being an accomplice in the massacre, causing her to shout shoot. The bandit then told Mineyama to surrender without a fuss, while the president urged her to confess everything she knew. Hana added that they would not hurt her, but quickly took it back and admitted that she had made such a huge mess that they might actually have to hurt her. Mineyama nervously shouted no, questioned the idea of 3 grown adults against 1 teenage girl, and commented on how mean that was. While that was happening, we shifted to the shopping district of the city, where Ivan was shown walking into a closed Chinese restaurant called West Wind. When he arrived, he greeted Misasagi good evening, while Misasagi questioned how he was already up and about. Ivan explained that he was nowhere near peak condition yet, but he had come out because he was hungry, then asked Misasagi to feed him something. Misasagi agreed and asked what he wanted to eat, to which Ivan replied that he was fine with anything. Because of that, Misasagi said that he would serve him plain fried rice, causing Ivan to complain that he should at least put an egg on it or something. Ivan then asked what he was watching, and Misasagi replied that it was an occult channel on the internet. In the video, the content creator was showing footage taken from an elevator security camera in Tokyo. The person with him asked how he had gotten that clip, so the content creator replied that it was a secret. It turned out to be the incident where Jin captured the stalker targeting one of his employees. The content creator explained that a man had entered the elevator alone while carrying a knife, which immediately worried the person he was talking to. He said that the next thing that happened was that the knife suddenly dropped to the floor and vanished. He further explained that the footage was not edited, had not been altered in any way, and was not CGI either, which made his companion skeptical. They then watched the knife disappear, which left them even more bewildered. They also pointed out the moment before the knife vanished when a woman was waiting outside the elevator, causing one of them to comment that she looked like she had decided not to get in. He wondered why, then speculated that maybe she sensed something inside and decided it was not worth the risk. That frightened the other man, who commented that if she had gotten inside, she might have vanished too. Ivan then wondered whose demon had been responsible for that, to which Misasagi replied that it was most likely the work of one. As an additional part of what they were watching, they were shown someone taking landscape photos in Tokyo when they spotted something on top of a rooftop, and it appeared to be Tenaga Ashinaga. One of them was shocked by that and asked if it was Slender Man, insisting that it was definitely Slender Man. When Ivan saw it, he asked whether that was not Tenaga Ashinaga, and said it had probably appeared because the timing happened to be right, while Misasagi said it might still be somewhere inside the city, so he should keep an eye out. Misasagi then served the fried rice he had cooked for Ivan, prompting Ivan to question whether it really had absolutely no toppings. While Ivan ate, the video continued with the next submission sent in by viewers. The narrator explained that the footage had been taken from the top floor of the Metropolitan Government Building. When it was shown, the figure captured there turned out to be Yuru flying through the air as though he were about to die, leading them to assume it was just a flying humanoid. When Ivan saw it, he immediately recognized that it was Yuru, which caught Misasagi's attention. Ivan clarified that it was the Higashi village kid with seal, and that he was probably flying with his divine guardians, while Misasagi commented that that was what he looked like. He said the footage was too blurry, and he could not really make him out except for his dumb face. Ivan asked whether they had made any progress regarding Yuru while he was asleep, to which Misasagi replied that they were going to destroy a Higashi village meeting today. He said they should have asked Ivan first, but that he had borrowed Mine-yama, which confused Ivan. He explained that it was not like she belonged to him or anything, so there was no need to ask permission, to which Misasagi said even so while handing him something. He gave Ivan soup and said it was free, but when Ivan saw it, he wondered why it was just plain broth. Ivan asked Misasagi whose mess he was supposed to clean up, to which Misasagi answered that it was Nagatsuji and Daigo. Ivan questioned that when he heard Daigo's name, then commented that Daigo had zero tolerance for useless people, and that both he and Misasagi knew how Mine-yama was always late. He also said she was not used to fighting. If she failed to prove herself on the job, she would be discarded immediately. After that, we returned to Mine-yama's side as she faced Hana, the president, and the bandit, along with their respective demons. Mine-yama suddenly commented in annoyance that when they told her to clean things up, she thought they were all dead, and now they were saying there were 3 survivors. She told him to take responsibility for that, and it turned out she was speaking to Daigo. To the bandit's surprise, Daigo suddenly appeared behind him and said that he had strong bloodlust. He punched him, easily sending him flying, and immediately after that, he charged toward the president while saying he had found the one with the second strongest bloodlust. He punched one of the president's demons in the body, shocking them. That demon became irritated with him and tried to send a blast his way, but he quickly moved away from it. Even so, Daigo still commented on the heat it carried, while Hana wondered what this man deal was. She wondered if he was a friend of that student girl. She also pointed out that, as they say, better safe than sorry, then told Jiro that they should leave before things got dicey. However, when she saw her car, it had been flipped over, so she realized it had been overturned by the explosion earlier. Daigo ran beside her and told her to relax. He said he would leave her alone because she had no intent to kill, then commented that she was boring. Daigo also looked at the angry Jiro and added with an expression that made it seem like he found him cute, saying that he could not hurt a doggy either. The president then told them to duck while his other demon prepared an attack. Hana and Jiro immediately ducked, and so did the crying demons of the bandit. Daigo, meanwhile, grabbed Mine-yama's face and forced her head down quickly. In an instant, an incredibly sharp water jet burst from the president's demon body, and because of its incredible speed and power, it easily sliced through everything in its path. Trees, craters, and cars were cut through effortlessly. Daigo was impressed when he saw it, and Mine-yama also looked at the fallen trees there. The demon then seriously stared at Daigo, while he was amazed by the water cutter move it had used and by the idea that they really would have been finished if it had hit them. Daigo grinned and smiled because of that, commenting that things were getting fun. He threw Minayama away, and while she was flying, she told him that she needed her bag because her reference books were inside it. Daigo immediately threw it toward Minayama, and it hit her body solidly, causing her to call him a jerk. Daigo then asked the names of the president's demons while Minayama was carried away from the scene by her own demon. The demons introduced themselves as Saijin, with the water-powered one being Shizuku and the fire one being Kaguri. If that was the case, Daigo said, Kaguri was the one who could breathe fire, then urged it to try attacking first. Kaguri stared at him briefly because of that, and immediately released an extraordinary flame blast that struck his entire body directly. Hana, who was hiding behind her car, became worried and commented that the heat was so intense that her tires were about to explode. She insisted that those were not cheap to replace. Daigo's entire body was engulfed in flames because of that, but after the smoke, something flashed at his side, and he suddenly sent the same attack back at the president. Shizuku was shocked by that, but immediately blocked it with a water barrier. The president was utterly confused, while Kaguri questioned whether Daigo also had a fire-type demon. As an answer, Shizuku sent a water cutter attack toward him, which easily struck him. When the smoke around the area cleared slightly, a strange body was revealed there, and in an instant, Shizuku's attack was also sent back at them. Because the president did not react in time, that water cutter struck his shoulder and severed his entire arm. That arm fell to the ground, and his demons became alarmed by his condition. When the smoke finally cleared completely, a strange demon pair was revealed standing in front of Daigo. At that moment, Hana realized that the man was also a demon wielder. Shizuku became furious and said that they would pay for what he had done to its master. It sent 3 water drills at them, which the body of one of Daigo's demons caught, but it seemed to simply absorb them. It even looked as though it was enjoying the taste, which greatly confused the president and his demons. The cute little demon hugging that strange demon suddenly opened its mouth wide, and the same attack Shizuku had sent began coming out. It flew toward Kaguri and struck different parts of its body solidly, greatly alarming Shizuku. When Shizuku turned toward its partner, Daigo had quickly reached its left side, already ready to attack, and he told it to worry about itself. With the strength of Daigo's fist, he managed to smash the left side of the demon's face, then followed that by grabbing its mouth. Using his strength, he forcibly pulled it away from its body, causing Shizuku to scream in pain. He completely tore off Shizuku's entire face using only his hands and left it there while grinning. He dropped the face of the president's demon in front of him while smiling, with the demon's blood still on his own face. The president could do nothing but stare at his demon's face. Daigo approached him next and asked if they truly had no idea where Yuru was, but he did not answer. Daigo thought about it because of that, and said that in that case, he would have to carve another message into the stomach of a dead body. That caught Hana's attention, and she immediately remembered Mr. Yama's body with the message. She immediately started running while commenting that the situation was irritating. She said she did not like that president's style, but if he died, she would lose her job. She pulled out her brass knuckles while charging toward Daigo, causing him to turn toward her. He then told her to be a good girl and pointed out that people without even the slightest killing intent should just hide in a corner and tremble in fear. Suddenly, Daigo felt a chill on the back of his neck, so he immediately raised his left arm to block and managed to stop a throwing knife. Hana was also shocked when she saw what happened, while the one who had done it commented that since she had a dog demon with her, was it correct to say that she was Grave Digger's daughter? As he approached them, he added that he could see traces of her mother in her, and that she had grown so much. Everyone turned toward him, and here we were shown what this man looked like. His face was covered with cloth, and he was wearing an anime t-shirt, shorts, and slippers. He said that he had heard his child had betrayed Higashi village, then asked if that was true. Everyone turned toward the arrival of this man. Jiro sniffed the man, and both he and Kotetsu immediately realized who he was. Kotetsu instantly informed Yuru's group that Mr. Tadera had arrived, which completely stunned the 3 of them. Daigo's demon pair also observed Mr. Tadera, and the atmosphere began to shift the moment he arrived. Daigo commented that it had been quite a long time since he had last seen the president. The president was left speechless, and all of them simultaneously noticed that he was wearing a shirt featuring Prekudi Mami, a character created by Hikaru Hagure, specifically the first season version, while Jiro was utterly dumbfounded by how cringe the shirt looked on him. Daigo grinned afterward and returned to Mr. Tadera's statement that his son had betrayed Higashi Village, then asked whether he was the previous Tadera clan head, to which Mr. Tadera replied that he was indeed. Hana could not believe that Roe Tadera was actually there. Mr. Tadera turned toward them and greeted Jiro with a hello, adding that it was good to see him again. That shocked Hana, and she began wondering if this was really happening. She was completely bewildered that this funny-looking guy was Dera's father. Shizuku weakly called out to Roe, and Roe returned the greeting by addressing their demon pair and commenting that it had been quite a long time since they had last seen each other. Shizuku said that it could no longer move and asked Roe to protect their master. Roe agreed and said that he would see what he could do. He slowly approached Daigo, which caught the latter's attention, and it almost seemed as though he was aura farming as he walked forward. Daigo removed the knife lodged in his arm and said that he really liked the fact that Roe was not trying to hide his killing intent. He said that he had heard Roe's son was hiding together with Yuru, then threw the knife back at him and asked whether he could tell him where they were. Roe easily caught the throwing knife with his slipper and replied that even he did not know where his son was. He threw the knife back at Daigo and added that as a friend of Higashi Village, he could not simply stand by and watch. He was surprised when Daigo's demon suddenly stepped in front of the knife and caught it with its head. Roe immediately apologized and explained that he had not intended to kill his demon. However, the demon did not fall over, and it even seemed to enjoy the hit, asking for more. The cute demon paired with it opened its mouth once again, transforming its appearance into something monstrous, and the same knife quickly emerged from it and flew toward Roe. He dodged it while analyzing what had happened, and Daigo immediately followed up with a fast-charging punch, which Roe also avoided. Roe countered with a knee strike once Daigo moved into position in front of him, but Daigo's demon quickly intercepted the attack again. The demon even moaned in pleasure despite looking nauseated, while Roe was stunned that it had deliberately shoved itself into the middle of the attack. The paired demon then swelled up and attempted to return the exact same knee strike directly to Roe's face, but fortunately, he managed to dodge it as well. Roe praised the quality of the knee strike while pulling something from his groin area, then immediately threw it toward Daigo's demons. This time, however, he targeted the smaller demon clinging to the larger one, but its partner once again stepped in and blocked it. The larger demon simply absorbed the throwing knife, while its partner immediately countered with the exact same attack. Roe intercepted it with another throwing knife while marveling at what he was seeing, but Daigo did not waste that opening and attempted to drive his knees into Roe's body. Even so, Roe easily stopped it and countered by stabbing Daigo's legs with the throwing knives he was holding. Daigo dropped to one knee as the pain hit him, while Roe landed atop a pile of tires. While catching his breath, Roe asked what kind of monster could kick Lil Mommy. Because of that, Hana, the president, and their respective demons all simultaneously thought to themselves that he was a hardcore fan. In frustration, Daigo attempted to punch Roe again, but Roe simply dodged and shoved a rotten tire directly onto his head. Daigo immediately shouted after swallowing the filthy water inside it, and it was explained that the rainwater collected inside that rotten tire contained maggots. Roe attempted to follow up with a knee strike aimed directly at Daigo's temple, but once again Daigo's demon protected him, something Roe immediately noticed. The demon even cheered after taking the knee to the face, and its partner followed up by countering with the same attack, which Roe avoided with a movement of his hand. One of Daigo's demons laughed as though it had gone insane, clearly enjoying the knee strike it had just received. Roe picked up a small rock and asked whether anyone else could sense a pattern here. He lightly tossed the rock toward Daigo's demon pair, and it struck the larger one in the head. Because of that, the smaller demon immediately returned the exact same attack at him with precisely the same amount of force. Hana realized what was happening, and Roe came to the same conclusion. Daigo asked whether they had finally figured out the gist of it, then proudly explained that this was the nature of his demon pair, Sadomasochist. He explained that Masochist absorbed any attack directed at it, while Sadist copied that attack and spat it back out. With maggots still stuck to his face, he declared that the best offense was a good defense. Roe questioned whether he was not far too hot-blooded and aggressive to be preaching about defense, which left Daigo confused. Daigo then shouted and insisted on what kind of master sat on the sidelines while his friends fought their hardest. He argued that only disgusting cowards would do that. He repeated that over and over, causing Roe to wonder if Daigo might actually be a good person after all, but Shizuku warned him not to be fooled. It said that Daigo was a battle junkie, plain and simple. Roe commented that a master capable of fighting battle-type demons unarmed was already troublesome enough, and then added that his demon was a masochist that could shrug off any hit, saying that it was truly a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Sadist then began mocking Roe, calling him a bozo and asking what was wrong, urging him to come at him and asking whether he was too scared to do it. Hana suddenly punched Sadist in the face with a brass knuckle while saying that in that case, what would happen if she punched Sadist instead? Her punch connected squarely with the small demon and sent it flying away from Masochist. Daigo cried out in alarm when he saw that, and Jiro quickly caught Sadist in his mouth. He ran off while dragging Sadist away, but the connection between the two demons was stretchy. Because of that, Jiro simply started pummeling Sadist with his paws, and afterward repeatedly slammed its body into the ground without showing any mercy. Hana commented that this was sweet because if they hit Sadist, there would be no counterattack. Daigo tried to scold Jiro by calling him a bad doggy, then demanded to know what he thought he was doing to Sadist. In anger, Daigo punched Masochist in the face himself, which caught the attention of Hana and Jiro. Because of that, Sadist managed to attempt a punch at Jiro, but Jiro dodged it by leaping away. Hana then questioned whether Daigo had not said that he could never hurt a doggy, so Daigo pointed out that he had not touched the doggy. The moment Sadist escaped being restrained, it immediately became cocky again and called Jiro a dumb mutt, telling him to kiss his ass and go chew on a bone. Roe seized that opportunity to throw a knife at it, successfully severing Sadist's connection to Masochist. Sadist fell silent for a moment because of that, then began screaming at the top of its lungs. Daigo became worried again when that happened, while Sadist continued drooling and screaming as though it were losing its mind. Because of that, Hana grabbed Sadist and started slapping it while telling it to shut up already. She pointed out that she knew his type, a big crybaby who could dish it out but could not take it. She readied her knuckles beside him and said that she was the one who ought to be crying because her buddies got blown up and her car got flipped over, which frightened Sadist. After that, Hana asked who they were and what they wanted. Daigo grinned and replied that beats him. Hana questioned that while beginning to repeatedly punch Sadist, which once again alarmed Daigo. He angrily told her to let Sadist go and said that she should punch Masochist instead, to which Masochist happily and suspiciously replied that it would gladly take the punches. Hana then asked whether he did not mean that she should punch him instead. While that was happening, Mineyama was shown hiding behind a wall and complaining that she could not deal with people like them. A skidding sound suddenly came from the distance, and before long a car arrived. Its headlights shone directly at them, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Masochist also squinted from the intense brightness, and because of that, Sadist managed to copy the light and use it directly against Hana. Hana thought that Sadist was about to explode, so she let go of it. Sadist immediately ran away from them afterward. The car quickly pulled up beside Masochist and Sadist before coming to a stop. It turned out that the driver was the man who had attended the meeting with Misasagi, and he immediately told Daigo that it was time to leave and get in. Daigo questioned that and shouted that the fight was only just getting to the good part. The man informed him that Misasagi had said that if there was no intel regarding Yuru, they were to retreat, causing Daigo to click his tongue in irritation. Mineyama then shouted for them to wait for her and not leave her behind. Because of that, before they could leave, Daigo grabbed her by the head and lifted her up while their van sped away. Roe commented that they had escaped and advised that they should not pursue them, which Hana agreed with. Hana added that besides, they needed to treat the injured people there. They approached the president, and Roe asked whether he was all right. Hana said that she could not take him to an ordinary hospital with injuries like those, so the president explained that one of his staff members was a doctor at his office and that they should take him there instead. He then called over his demon pair and instructed them to return to their relic forms. He explained that he was in bad shape and could die at any moment, and that he did not want them to become strays if that happened. He also instructed them to take their time recovering as relics. The two fell silent for a moment, but eventually obeyed. Shizuku and Kaguri returned to their relic forms, which took the appearance of two masks. Roe then approached the bandit and asked if he was still alive, commenting that he had not seen him in 10 years, to which the bandit thanked him for saving him. Roe replied that he had been surprised himself. He had only come to attend the meeting and ended up stumbling into this huge mess. The bandit became curious and asked how Roe had known they were holding a meeting that day since he was not on the mailing list. Roe answered that he had infiltrated their internet environment. He asked if the bandit remembered the short time they had worked together, then explained that he had done it back then. The bandit questioned whether he had really done that 10 whole years ago, which Roe confirmed. Because of that, the bandit irritably thought to himself that he was going to kill him. Roe then told Hana that he would clean up the place and instructed her to take the president and the bandit to the doctor the president had mentioned, to which Hana replied with a Roger. Roe then asked if Hana was indeed her name, before mentioning that he had met her once more than a decade ago. Hana apologized and said that she did not remember anything about that. Roe replied that he could not blame her. He explained that her mother had always kept her work life and home life well separated, so they only ever crossed paths occasionally. He then commented on how quickly time had passed and said that Hana used to be such a little kid, but now she had grown up, prompting Hana to let out an irritated sound and say that she wanted to grow even bigger. Roe also commented that her car was nostalgic. He asked if he was right that it was the same car her mother used to drive, and was surprised that it still worked, to which Hana agreed and said that it was a good, sturdy car. Roe noticed that she had inherited her mother's demons, her job, and even her car, before asking why she had gotten herself involved in such a messy line of work. Hana explained that she had never planned to fill her mother's shoes, but pointed out that if she got to be a professional courier driver like Jason Statham, how cool would that be? Which made Roe realize that she was talking about the movie star. So, she added, she tried following her mother's footsteps, but the job had turned into a non-stop headache, then commented what a fix. She pointed out that she just wanted to stick to illegal corpse disposal and live in peace, prompting Roe to ask whether she really called that peace. After that, Hana asked if he had any idea who those wielders from earlier were, but Roe answered that he had never seen them before. She further asked if he thought they were connected to the Kagomori, to which Roe replied no, and said that they were a completely different group. Because of that, Hana thought to herself that he had shut that possibility down awfully fast, then remembered something. She said that when she was driving Yuru and Dara away from Higashi village, they had mentioned that they were looking for Yuru's parents, then asked if he knew anything about that. Roe thought for a moment and played dumb, saying that he truly had no information about Mine and Nagisa. Because of that, Hana asked whether he really had no contact with Dara anymore, to which Roe replied yes, and explained that he himself had cut off every means of communication from his side. She then asked if he was secretly hacking Dara's internet or something, but Roe said that he would never do that to family, which only irritated the bandit even more. Thus, he added, he truly had no idea what was going on with Dara. After that, he asked Hana whether it was true that Dara had betrayed Higashi village. Hana also played dumb and answered who knows, before pointing out that Dara was definitely on the run with the Seal Twin, but she had no idea what was really going through his head. She then asked whether she should text Dara that his father was there, to which Roe asked if she could. Hana replied that she did not know whether he would answer her, and Roe agreed that was true. In that case, he said, she should simply tell him that he would be waiting at his pad. After that encounter, Hana told Dara everything while they were parked in the parking lot of Manly Fart. She then informed Dara that she had left the president and the bandit in the care of a doctor, but that the prez was in very bad shape and would probably not be taking command for a while. She also said that she thought it would be dangerous to show Roe where they were staying, in case he was after Yuru. After that, she told Dara that she had not told Roe about their little family, including Ken. She apologized and explained that she did not want to be suspicious of her father-in-law, but determining whether they could completely trust him was beyond her ability. Dara told her not to worry about it and added that he was Roe's son Yet even he still did not know his father's true motives, before saying that it was better to be cautious. After that, Hana said that Dara should visit his pad under the excuse that he had received a text from her, and before long they worked out the story they would use before meeting Roe. Afterward, Dara held the phone out to Ken so Hana could talk to him, and Hana told him that he only needed to hold out a little longer before he could see his father, which Ken readily agreed with. A few tears of joy welled up in Ken's eyes as he said that he was simply happy knowing that his father was nearby, which made Yuru smile as well when he saw those tears of happiness. After that, Hana told Dara that she was going to get her car repaired first, and that afterward she still had a job she needed to do, which surprised Dara and prompted him to ask whether she was not going home. She explained that nobody knew who had attacked them, and she did not want to endanger their hideout by leading a tail back there, so she intended to stay in the metro area for the time being and gather information. Dara understood and told her to be careful, to which Hana replied with a yes sir while looking at an ID. In the next scene, we move to the same school shown on Hana's ID. There, Mineyama was walking with her friends after class. One of them asked if they wanted to grab something to eat, but Mineyama said that she could not because she had cram school, prompting another to point out that she seemed to have cram school all the time lately. The first girl said that she had better get into her dream school, while another added that they should all go on a graduation trip together, to which Mineyama tiredly replied that she would try. While her friends happily imagined where they would go, something caught her attention. Near the entrance of their school, she spotted Hana waiting for her. Hana cheerfully greeted her, showed her the ID, and said that she had dropped it, while calling her by her full name, Anna Mineyama. That immediately shocked Mineyama, while her friends turned to her and asked who Hana was. At the apartment, Ken asked Dara what kind of work he had done before taking on their father's job. Dara replied that he had worked overseas as a mercenary, which surprised both Yuru and Ken. Yuru even checked the meaning of the word mercenary in his electronic dictionary, which described it as a person contracted to work as a soldier in exchange for money. It was also sometimes referred to as a soldier of fortune or a hired gun. Dara explained that he had been on a battlefield in another country when he suddenly received a message from Roe telling him to return home. He had tried to explain that he was under contract and could not simply leave whenever he wanted. As luck would have it, he was injured in battle and ended up returning to Japan, which worried Ken. He even remarked that it was fortunate his older brother had not died. According to Dara, if his demons had not intervened, he probably would have died, and as he said that, he showed them his back, which was covered in scars. Ken and Yuru were shocked to hear that, while Right asked whether that was the reason Dara could see them. Left replied that the fact that Dara was a wielder was explanation enough for why he could see them, and he asked why they had been peeking into his room. Right then mentioned that they could not see Dara's demons and asked where they were. Dara answered that they had died protecting him. He also said that he had not formed a contract with a new pair. Considering his line of work, it would probably have been wise to do so, but he had set that matter aside for the time being. Left then asked whether he was still attached to them, and Dara replied that they had been his first pair. He added that they should not tell Hana that because it was embarrassing. Dara added that after that. Then years ago, Roe had suddenly passed the Higashi village retainer pair position to him without any warning. He had always assumed that he would eventually replace his father someday, but he had never expected it to happen so suddenly. He even complained that it had been rather lousy. After Dara mentioned the retainer pair, Right asked whether he had once had a partner and whether that partner had been Hana. Dara replied that back then, his partner had been Hana's mother, and just like him, Hana had inherited the position from a parent. At the same time, Yuru looked up the meaning of retainer pair and found that it referred to two servants who preceded a horse or palanquin. Dara then remarked that he did not think Hana's mother had wanted her daughter to follow in her footsteps. The scene then returned to Hana, where she learned that Anna Mineyama attended Demiki Girls' private high school and was currently a third-year student in Class 3. Because of that, Hana asked Mineyama whether she was just an ordinary girl. She even added that as someone surrounded by kids who don't go to SHU, that was a refreshing change. Mineyama then asked her if she could have her student ID back, but Hana refused. That annoyed her, and she wondered whether Hana had taken it while handling her bag. She complained that decent adults were not supposed to steal personal belongings or ambush helpless schoolgirls in a place of learning. As a result, She concluded that Hana was nothing more than a muscle-brained jock. At that moment, a waitress noticed them, and she said that pets were not allowed inside the building. Hana asked what she was talking about. The waitress then asked whether Jiro was a guide dog, because if he was, there would be no problem. Hana asked where this guide dog supposedly was, confusing the waitress because she could clearly see Jiro under the table. The surrounding customers were equally puzzled because they could not see a dog either, causing the waitress to leave while muttering that she must have been seeing things. Mineyama then remarked that the waitress could see demons, and according to Hana, that meant she was in for a tough life. Hana added that Jiro had a strong sense of smell and had already memorized Mineyama's scent. Because of that, she would not be able to escape them. Hana then asked whether Mineyama disposed of corpses, based on what she had said earlier. She pointed out that Mineyama was already a busy student with cram school lessons, so why would she take on that kind of work? Hana also asked whether Mineyama's parents knew about it. In response, Mineyama asked if Hana was lecturing her. Hana replied that she was not. She simply wanted to know who was forcing her to do such work if she was doing it against her will. Mineyama was surprised to hear that, and explained that she was not doing it against her will at all, because she was doing it for money. Hana then asked whether she was a part-timer, and Mineyama answered yes. She merely followed orders and knew absolutely nothing about her clients. Hana pointed out that Demiki did not allow its students to hold jobs, and even threatened to report her to the school, which would hurt her transcript. That irritated Mineyama. Hana further noted that Mineyama generally lived a grounded life, and even had friends, so surely she would not want them to find out about this. Hana then asked who her boss was. Was it the burly, BDSM-looking man named Daigo, or the man driving the getaway car, Nagatsuji? Mineyama replied that she was more like a subcontractor. She had no idea what positions the people around her held, and the person paying her was named Ivan Yasano. Upon hearing that, Hana asked if she meant the perverted serial groper, but Mineyama insisted that his name was Ivan Yasano. Hana remembered that Dara had mentioned that name before and asked whether it was true that he was a demon-wielding swordsman. Mineyama seemed impressed that Ivan was famous among the people of Higashi village and said that she expected no less from him. She revealed that he was also a hired gun and that, if the payment was right, he would kill anyone or anything. She further explained that his pair was named Magatsui and that they possessed the ability to carve out spaces and transfer or steal a person's life energy and move it to someone else. Hana realized that those abilities were probably what had defeated right and left and wondered whether that made them a displacement-type pair. She then asked Mineyama why she had suddenly become so talkative when she had never asked about her friend's abilities. Mineyama laughed and, with a grin on her face, said that it was because she did not believe they could defeat Ivan even if they knew his entire skill set. She added that Ivan did the killing while she handled the cleanup, and just like Hana had said, her job was the disposing of bodies. After saying that, she brought out her demon, and she told Hana that her pair was called Soul Roller. Standing before Hana was Taro, while his other half, Hime, was not present. Mineyama explained that they possessed the ability to roll up corpses and compress them into tiny meatballs. Hana commented that such an ability sounded crazily convenient, and asked whether Taro had been responsible for rigging up the demon that exploded in the warehouse. Mineyama replied that Taro could not do something like that, causing the waitress to become alarmed because she thought there was a bug nearby. Hana insisted that if Mineyama was responsible for cleaning up a site, then she should know who had caused the explosion. She then asked whether it had been the burly man Daigo, the man who had been pursuing Yuru. Mineyama replied that she knew they wanted to capture the chosen twins, but to be honest, she had no interest in either of them. The only person she had eyes for was Ivan, and she did not care about anyone else. As she said that, she wrote something on a small tissue and showed it to Hana. On it, she wrote that the demon responsible for rigging the explosion belonged to a man named Nagatsuji. Using the tissues, she explained that Nagatsuji's demons acted as parasites and caused other demons to explode, including her own. Hana then handed more tissues to Mineyama so they could continue their conversation. Mineyama added that she was happy as long as she gets paid to work with Ivan, and that is her stance on that job. On another tissue, she wrote that Nagatsuji might be listening to their conversation through one of his demons and that she did not want to be blown up. Along with that, she said that she knew nothing else. Hana stared at her for a moment, before telling her that she could leave now, which delighted her. Hana added that if anything happened, she would call her, prompting Minayama to jokingly remark that receiving a call from a jock sounded terrifying. Hana then said that she would clean up the table herself because Minayama still had cram school afterward. As she crushed the tissues Minayama had written on, the girl thanked her. However, before Minayama could leave completely, Hana asked how much money she made. Minayama responded by asking whether she meant per corpse. She whispered the amount into Hana's ear, causing Hana to look tempted enough to defect. Hana then told her to get a new ID because she would not be returning the one she had taken, so Minayama told her not to use it for anything bad. After Minayama left, Hana looked at Jiro and asked whether he had any parasites on him, which startled the waitress when she overheard it. The next scene shifted to West Wind, which had already closed for the day. Inside was Nagatsuji, listening to something in the palm of his hand. It was his demon, and he hoped that Minayama would be able to gather more information from Hana. At the same time, Misasagi was cooking, and before long, he finished preparing the meal. He brought food to Akio and asked if he was hungry. Akio thanked him and said that he would eat. Misasagi told him to eat and replenish his blood, while Akio asked whether the meal contained liver and garlic chives. As he ate, Akio struggled to use chopsticks with his left hand, and he wondered how long it would take him to get used to it. His mother then asked whether he wanted her to feed him. Akio replied that he could feed himself because he was not a child anymore. Ono responded that if Akio ever needed her help, he only had to say so and she would do anything for him. After that, Ono mentioned that her husband had taken Akio away immediately after he was born, preventing her from breastfeeding him. Because of that, she was happy simply seeing her son eat, which made him smile. At that moment, Misasagi left the room, and Nagatsuji asked him how Akio was doing. Misasagi replied that he seemed much better and that the relationship between mother and son also appeared to be improving. Nagatsuji then asked what Ono had been telling Akio, and Misasagi repeated her words exactly. According to Ono, her husband had taken Akio away before she had even been allowed to give him a name and had brought him to a distant place. Later, she learned that he had abandoned Akio when he could no longer care for a baby. Ono's husband had never even told her where he had left Akio. Nagatsuji responded that Ono had a lot of nerve saying that, considering she herself had abandoned Akio. Misasagi corrected him, saying that Ono claimed she had not abandoned Akio, so much as planted him. She had deliberately left him on the doorstep of a nursery run by the Kagomori, intending for him to become one of their insiders. Nagatsuji remarked that, from a child's perspective, that amounts to the same thing. He even asked whether Misasagi thought Akio would have ended up in a happier place if he had died back then. At that moment, the small jars surrounding the mother and son began to rattle, and they noticed it. Ono remarked that Akio was lucky because very few people could see such things. She then asked him whether he was familiar with dung beetles. Akio asked if those were the insects that rolled balls of dung around. Ono explained that Minayama's demons worked similarly to dung beetles. The male rolled corpses into meatballs, while the female laid eggs inside them. The hatchlings consumed the meatballs from within and emerged once they matured. Akio asked whether that meant they were simply more dung beetles, but Ono said no. What emerged were entirely new demon pairs, a new generation of demons whose traits were derived from the people turned into meatballs. Naturally, no records of such beings existed in ancient folklore or in Fuyuki's blacklist. As Ono explained this, new demons could be seen emerging from the meatballs. She added that nobody knew what kind of demon would emerge until it was born. Some turned out to be duds, but Akio could see that many meatballs still remained. Ono even offered to let him form a contract with one of the new pairs as a gift. Akio replied that he wanted a large pair, one big enough to crush everything in the world underfoot. After that, the scene shifted to a cemetery. Asuma remarked that by now, the Shingo family would be in an uproar over his uncle's disappearance. The man had run the Shingo group like a one-man operation, leaving behind only greedy and incompetent relatives. Once they exhausted themselves through infighting, they could buy the company cheaply. Gonzo commented that despite Hayato Shingo's many flaws, he had possessed a good head for business. Asuma wished that the man would grovel before his mother in the afterlife, But Gonzo replied that there was no chance of that happening because Shingo would never end up where Iori was. She was in heaven, while he was in hell. Asuma agreed and laughed, only for Gonzo to realize that he would probably end up in hell as well and therefore would not see Iori again. He blamed himself for allowing her to take her own life. Asuma argued that he should not blame himself because his mother had truly loved the Kagomori clan. Gonzo admitted that he had believed he had finally given Iori peace, but he had never truly freed her from her suicidal thoughts. According to Asuma, perhaps a broken heart could never fully return to what it once was. Death slipped into the cracks of a person's heart when they least expected it and stole away their strength. He hated his uncle and the entire Shingo family for breaking his mother's heart and wished that he could kill them himself. However, Ivan had already taken that opportunity from him. Gonzo replied that it was good riddance. In truth, he felt relieved because he believed Iori would never have wanted to see her son kill her older brother, to which Asuma had no response. Gonzo then asked what they planned to do next and whether they would stop by a cafe on the way home. Asuma replied that he could not because he had other plans. He told Gonzo that he intended to borrow a few soldiers, prompting his father to ask why. Asuma answered that they already knew the route leading to the Tadara hidden safe house, and that he intended to recover the bodies of the men they had lost there. Since those men had worked for them, he wanted to retrieve their remains. If they could not give them proper burials, then at least they could build graves for them. Gonzo was surprised by Asuma's sarcasm and commented that Hikaru used to be the one who spoke like that, but now Asuma did as well. Asuma laughed at that. He added that Hagure worried about Gonzo in his own way, though Gonzo seemed to ignore the remark as he stared into the distance with a frown on his face. He then instructed Asuma to bring additional soldiers. If he intended to act clever, then he should recover every single body, so Asuma thanked him. After that, Asuma and the soldiers traveled toward the Tadara hidden safe house. They followed a narrow path, moved along a riverbed toward the west, passed through a park, and a residential area, all while being guided by Asagiri. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Tadara hidden safe house. Asagiri warned Asuma to be careful because they had entered the world of the lost house. A thick fog surrounded them, and before them stood a dilapidated building. Asuma remarked that this was what had been happening there all along. Asagiri explained that Asa could probably open the place if necessary. Asuma rejected the idea because exposing it to the public would cause panic. One of the soldiers discovered a corpse and said that, judging by the equipment, it appeared to belong to one of their men. At the same time, another soldier found another body. Asuma ordered them to cremate the remains and bring the ashes home. Some of the soldiers entered the house and wondered it had truly been the secret base of the Tadara clan. Another warned them to be careful because there might be traps, and at that moment, someone watched them from the ceiling above. A sound then came from inside the house, which caught Asuma's attention. Asagiri paused and remarked that the presence of demons was growing stronger. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind struck the soldiers outside. One of them asked what was happening because they could no longer see anything. Another demanded to know where Asuma was. Someone suggested that a demon pair belonging to the Tadara clan was attacking them. In the next instant, Roe attacked Asuma, causing Asagiri to worry. Dara then arrived and was shocked by the scene inside the house. He asked what had happened. Asuma called out for his help, and Dara's father asked him whether Asuma was a friend of his. Before reaching that point, what Roe had done to the people inside the house was shown. He hid in the ceiling, and from there, he used a blowgun to shoot the Kagomori soldiers inside. They were suddenly paralyzed, and one of them saw the hole in the ceiling where Roe was. The remaining soldier realized that the attack had come from there, but Roe had already gotten behind him and attacked him with a taser, making a sound that Asuma heard from outside. He and Asagiri looked toward the house, and suddenly, a wind or smoke like something struck the soldiers with them. They wondered what was happening because they could not see, and they also asked if it was some kind of attack. Someone even said not to shoot because they might hit someone, while someone else tried to call Asuma, who seemed worried. He himself wondered what that fog was, because it seemed alive. He even wondered if it was a demon attack, and at the same time, he heard the soldiers with him falling and getting attacked. At that moment, Asagiri became worried for Asuma, because Roe was about to attack him while holding a knife. Asagiri tried to attack him, but Roe had a flamethrower which easily burned all the butterflies she threw at him. Roe asked if Asuma was her master and commented that if so, he must be the Asuma who's an heir to the Kagomori clan. He also asked why Asagiri was alone, since demons were supposed to come in pairs, so where was his other half? Asagiri could not answer, and that was when Roe realized that Asagiri's partner could not be there. He also said that since they had entered his turf, he assumed they had prepared themselves. He then told the two of them to go inside the house and talk there, but inside, Asagiri did not want to because the place was reeking of demons. Roe asked if Asagiri was afraid, and told her he was a pacifist, so if they followed what he told them, he would not retaliate. At the very least, they should join him for tea, and he once again invited Asuma to come with him. After that, the scene returned to the present, where Roe asked Dara if he was friends with Asuma, but Dara answered that he was not. He explained that they only knew each other. They were not allies and not enemies either, but maybe a third thing different from both. Roe asked if Asuma was a Kagomori, while Asagiri pleaded with Dara to clarify the situation for them because they were not there to destroy the place. Dara asked if Asagiri was Yozakura's other half, the one who could only come out in the morning, and Asagiri confirmed it. Dara then introduced Asuma Kagomori and his demon pair, Kinyu Gyukudo, to his father. He said the two would not hurt them, so Roe should let Asuma go, but Dara also told Asuma that he had warned him back at the Kagomori Manor. Not go looking for fights, but he would not hold back against hostiles who intruded on their turf. His father was the same way, so Asuma should be careful. Asuma asked why the Higashi village people acted like wild animals, including Yuru. He said they were only there to recover the bodies of their dead allies, not to risk their lives in battle. Roe admitted that he had realized that because they had not moved like combatants. Asuma was shocked because, even so, Roe had still attacked them, and he said that was the reason he had stopped after knocking out the soldiers. He added that he did not care if their purpose was corpse recovery, because he did not want just anyone entering his turf, so they should leave. Asuma and his companions were saddened by that, but he noticed something. It was the character on Roe's shirt, a pre-cutie mommy. He said that was a series by Hikaru Hagure and asked Roe if he was a fan. Roe answered that he is a god, while Dara asked if he meant the eldest son of the Kagomori clan, the manga artist. Roe was about to ask a question, but before he could begin, Asuma said that Hikaru Hagure was his older brother. Because of that, Roe saw Asuma as the younger brother of a god. Asuma used that opportunity to ask Roe to let them collect the bodies in exchange for Hagure's autograph. Roe wanted that very badly, while Dara internally called Asuma devious. Because of the offer, Roe agreed, and he asked if he could get Hagure's autograph on the shirt he was wearing. Dara and Asagiri seemed shocked that Roe complied, while Asuma said the shirt he was wearing was the limited edition shirt from the pre-release event of the anime's first season. He said that event had been held before Mami became very popular, so Roe was truly a hardcore fan, and Roe said he had bought 3 of them. Asuma said the first season version was good, and Roe answered that the second season was also good, because he liked Mami's newfound maturity there. The two even agreed on their love for the cutie dance from the second season's opening, which seemed to annoy Dara, who told them to just collect the bodies. While they were doing that, they should also dig up the new grave behind the house, because those were the men who had followed him. At the same time, the soldiers asked if they could also get Hagure's autograph because they were fans too, so Dara sarcastically mentioned that the Kagomori really were peaceful. The soldiers said joining a fandom was fun because stands made life better, so in response, Dara said he stand horses. After that, the scene shifted to Hagure's office, where there were mommy figures. Makoto had finished cleaning there, so Hagure thanked her and even called her a big help. However, Makoto denied that and apologized because she was only good at cleaning and could not draw. Hagure said that was nonsense, because Makoto was the reason he could focus on his work, and he was even on track to meet his next deadline. Makoto mentioned that she was excited for the next chapter, and Hagure added that it was encouraging to hear people say that. Makoto asked if at Hagure's level of success, wouldn't he pay little attention to audience reactions, but the mangaka answered that was nonsense because those reactions made him really happy. That was when he told the story of how, when he had just started, his manga had been a huge failure. He even looked online to find comments. but he did not find a single one. Makoto said that sounded scary, and as Hagure teared up, he seemed shocked that Makoto understood him. He then said he had been at his desk every day thinking of ideas, lacking sleep, drawing until his back broke down, and developing hemorrhoids. However, the world had moved on as if he were not there. No matter what he drew, the reader's surveys ended badly, until his editor stopped talking to him. Since he had no salary, he simply became a freeloader in his family. He could not give up drawing manga, but while he floundered, he lost confidence in doing any other kind of work, and when rumors spread that he would lead the family business, he did not like it. Makoto said she understood that because the Kagomori clan was frightening. Hagure added that just when he hit rock bottom, when he thought the world no longer needed him, someone came into his life. One day, Gabby arrived at his office, and she brought Asa with her. Gabby asked where the next part of the Blue Sky puzzle manga was, because Asa wanted to read more. Hagure wondered how Asa could read since she was from Higashi Village, and Asa said Gabby had taught her. Hagure then apologized because there was no next part of that manga anymore. Gabby asked why, and Hagure answered that he had been fired. Asa then asked if the woman in the story had found happiness. Hagure did not answer immediately and went to his desk. He took some papers and pens from there and said that the true final chapter was in his head. If Asa was fine with the storyboard, he could draw it quickly. That was exactly what he did, and before long, he had finished the first page. Gabby and Asa were delighted when they read it, while Hagure continued drawing. The two read every page he completed, and they were surprised by every twist and revelation. Meanwhile, Hagure was like a man possessed, completely in the zone, and before long, he finished. The two read the final page, and it was clear in their eyes just how engaged they were, which made Hagure emotional. The two were happy with the ending, and it was just as Gabby had expected, but it was the opposite for Asa, so Gabby told her she needed to understand the story better. Asa said she was happy that the protagonist had become happy, and Hagure nearly cried. However, he could not hold back his tears anymore, which shocked the two of them. They asked if something hurt and called for help. According to Hagure's story, soon afterward, his former editor handed him over to his current editor, Mayu Nakagami. When they first met, she asked him what kind of manga he wanted to make. He thought about it, before saying he wanted to draw a kind world where no one gets thrown under the bus, and that brought them to the present. He apologized for boring Makoto with his life story, but Makoto said it was fine. She and her demons were happy to learn why Hagure wanted to make happy manga. Then she asked what Hagure had done before he became popular, and he said he had made brutal stuff. Makoto said she knew his family, so he probably had no shortage of dark real-life inspiration, and he had taken advantage of that. Back then, his first editor said his stories lacked realism, so they were rejected. He even said there were no people like that in modern Japan, but Hagure insisted there were, and Makoto agreed. She mentioned that not long ago, she had also had the mindset of a normal person, but after linking up with the Kagomori clan, she realized how easily people could disappear. Hagure said that, just like he had said before, Makoto could return to a normal life because it was not too late, but Makoto refused because she needed the money. After that, she left, and on her way home, she saw something that shocked her. It was Himura cleaning the Kagomori manor grounds, and he greeted her. Makoto asked if he was gardening, and Himura answered that he was only helping. He said Gonzo had assigned him to do it because one of the gardeners had quit, which seemed to worry the worker with him because that was not what had really happened. He even exchanged glances with Makoto, which made Himura wonder. He was then shocked to learn that the staff member he had replaced had actually been killed, so he asked who had done it, and Makoto answered that it was Akio. She explained that Akio had been an ordinary enemy mole who killed the gardener and escaped. Himura said the people from the manor had not told him that. Fear was visible on his face when he learned that he was replacing a dead gardener, and Makoto said it seemed the Kagomori clan had hidden the body and pretended the gardener had disappeared so the police would not come. Because of that, she thought she was no longer sure whether she still wanted to work there. The Kagomori did dirty work just like the rumors said, and if she died, they might erase her too, and her body might never make it back to her parents. There was also a man who could turn demons into suicide bombers, which freaked her out. Himura said he understood Makoto, and wasn't her mother in the hospital while she still had younger siblings too. He added that with the way he had lived, there was a chance he would end up in a ditch, and he had accepted that. Besides, he did not have a demon pair at risk of exploding. Because of that, he was fine with anything as long as he earned money, so he would work for the Kagomori for now. Makoto then told him to stop gambling, and he answered that when someone lived as if every day might be their last, they would spend as if it were. After all, money could not be taken into the grave. After that, the scene returned to Dara, and his father asked him if he was a gambler because of his horse standing. Dara made an excuse, saying one could say he was funding their food. Because of that, Roe said that in other words, Dara had been losing over and over, and Dara had no answer. A little later, he said it was hard to lose habits he had picked up during his mercenary days. Like Himura, he mentioned that when someone lived as if every day might be their last, there was no point in hoarding money. Roe said that a man like Dara was better off letting his wife hold the money, and Dara agreed. Roe even asked if his son was still single, and Dara answered yes. Because of that, Roe said it looked like only a brave person would marry a man in that line of work, and Dara's answer was still yes, sir. After that, Dara thought about where he should start in telling his father, so he thought carefully. A little later, he revealed to him that he had met Asa, and that the Kagomori were looking after her. Roe said he knew, and asked who would have thought that would happen. Dara then said he had heard that his father had told Nagisa how to escape Higashi village 10 years ago. Roe asked who had told Dara that, and he answered that it was Ken, his half-brother. Ken had been left alone after his mother passed away, so Dara had taken him in. He added that Ken wanted to meet Roe, who seemed shocked when he heard that. Roe did not answer immediately, and with some hesitation, he asked if that was true. Dara did not answer that rhetorical question, and Roe asked if it was true that he had heard his son had betrayed Higashi village and was on the run with Yuru. Dara suddenly stuttered when he heard that, and said that to keep the story short, he had broken away from the village radicals and wanted Yuru to live normally. Roe laughed and said he could not believe that Dara had also betrayed Higashi village. Dara said he had taken after him and that he wanted to see his face. Roe answered too bad, because the Kagomori lackeys were still there, so he would not show his face. After that, he asked Dara how the Kagomori knew the secret path to that place. Dara answered that he had probably overlooked Asagiri following him, so Roe seemed angry that he had not been careful. Dara apologized for being careless and for damaging the house. Because of that, Roe asked what he had done, and Dara said he had fought the Tenaga Ashinaga, which greatly shocked his father. After that, the scene shifted to the apartment, where Ken was sharpening blades. He was extremely focused on what he was doing, so Right praised him because he had made so many, while Left praised the rapid improvement of his weapon crafting skills. He told them that he was like that because he needed to stay busy to stay calm, but he could not stop wondering whether Dara had seen their father. In the middle of his thoughts, he wondered where Yuru was, and whether he was in the closet again. At that moment, Yuru entered the room from the balcony while carrying a pigeon. Ken asked him what he was doing to it, and Yuru answered that he had caught it. Sometimes, pigeons landed on the balcony, so he waited and ambushed the one he caught. Ken said catching pigeons was forbidden, so Yuru could hardly believe it and even asked why. Ken insisted that it was because of wildlife protection laws, so Yuru said the outside world was restrictive because there were so many things he was not allowed to do. Ken said that was because Yuru kept stepping into forbidden territory. Yuru mentioned that he had learned there was something in the outside world called democracy, and that it meant the opinion of the majority would be followed. The Zashikiwarashi were impressed that Yuru had caught a bird with his hands, while Azumi wanted to cook it. As for Oshirasama, the bird was a pest, so Yuru should let it go, but for the Divine Guardians, they wanted to kill it because birds kept pooping on their relics. Because of their opinions, Ken asked if he was in the minority. He even tried asking Kotetsu's opinion and asked for help convincing Yuru to let the bird go. However, Kotetsu said cats were carnivores, which shocked Ken greatly. He still insisted that Yuru release the bird even if it went against the majority's wishes, and Yuru agreed. He even said that when Ken saw his father again, he had thought it would be good to celebrate by eating bird stew, which touched Ken, but he rejected that offer even though he appreciated the thought. Azumi then said that letting the bird go was a waste, while Yuru said that if Ken wanted to eat something, he only had to say it and he would catch it. So Ken asked if Yuru had heard a single thing he had said. Yuru added that he also wanted to meet Roe soon. and he hoped Roe knew something about his parents. At the same time, from the bird, the scene shifted to a butterfly, returning the scene to Dara and the others. Asuma said that place was convenient because they could make a fire anywhere without worrying. Dara then asked Asuma to confirm if the Kagomori were the ones who had blown up the abandoned warehouse owned by Higashi Village the previous night. He added that some of their people had been turned into minced meat, but Asuma knew nothing about that. He said the Kagomori clan had recently had their own problems, so they had no time to fight Higashi Village. It seemed the father and son's thoughts were right after that was confirmed. Dara said he had heard from the grave digger before coming there that the one behind the explosion was a demon whose master was Nagatsuji. Supposedly, that demon was a type that parasitized others and turned them into bombs. He even asked Asuma if that was familiar to him, and Asuma said it had caused trouble for them. So he asked Dara for more details. Dara then revealed that one of Nagatsuji's allies was a man named Daigo, who had a demon pair called Sadomasochist. Asuma said he did not know about that, and neither did Asagiri, even though she had lived for a long time. Dara also said Ivan Yasano might have been working for them as a subcontractor, which shocked Asagiri when she heard it. Dara added that someone named Misasagi had also been mentioned, and Asuma asked if that was like the Imperial Tomb. Meanwhile, Daigo meant Gi, while Nagatsuji was a place in the west. According to their staff, something like slime mold was stuck to the demon that exploded, and there were rumors about a similar ability in Western Japan. Roe said he had once worked in the West with a man who had a demon pair that parasitized other demons, but his name was not Nagatsuji. Besides, more importantly, the man he had worked with did not make things explode. They only secretly stuck seeds onto the relics of their targets and slowly absorbed energy from the host. Asuma asked Asagiri if that was what Bunbun had meant, and Roe added that the pair's name was Hitsuki Matsuki. Asagiri asked if they did not explode and did not grow slime mold, while Asuma said that if pure parasitism was a common ability, that explained why Jin's database could not narrow it down. At the same time, Dara thought about the bandits' demons he had seen at the warehouse, which he had also called a parasitic type. Roe said there were many old family dynasties in the West, and most of them used ancient demons passed down from generation to generation. They paid highly for jobs, so he once teamed up with the master of Hitsuki Matsuki for one. Asagiri said that as parasites, they shared traits with Nagatsuji's demons, and Asuma asked if they could speak with the wielder, but Roe answered that they could not. He had suddenly disappeared some years back, and Roe did not know where he was anymore. Asuma thought about it, and after a while, he gave the father and son a proposal. He told them that he knew they were sworn enemies who had historically hated each other, but what if they set aside their resentments and formed an alliance between the Kagomori clan and Higashi Village? The father and son were shocked by Asuma's offer, and he added that at that rate, they would always be on the back foot, which was not practical. There would only be more meaningless deaths. Even though they had been rivals for a long time, both camps still had roots in Higashi Village, so was it not time for them to join forces against a common threat? He would mediate for Gonzo and their clan, and once again asked if the two agreed. Both of them thought it was suspicious, while one soldier spoke up. He said he did not like it, and Asuma even tried to convince him to agree in exchange for Hagureya's autograph, but he still refused. After all, Dara had wiped out their soldiers in Higashi Village, and he was sure Jin would not agree either. Dara said the soldiers had deserved that when they entered Higashi Village territory and did whatever they wanted. The soldier added that Dara and the others had even killed some of them there, including the two who had died recently. Roe defended himself by saying that they had followed him there and died of starvation, so that was not his fault. Dara said he had not killed the two who had died recently because that had been Tenaga Ashinaga. The soldier did not like hearing that, but Asuma told him to calm down because that territory belonged to the Taderas, and he did not want more soldiers to die there. Another soldier asked if Jin would agree to an alliance with Higashi Village, while the first asked if Gonzo would agree. Asuma answered that Jin knew when to back down, and he believed he would act in the Kagomori clan's best interest, just as he had been doing. As for Gonzo, he valued Asuma's opinion, so Asuma asked if the soldiers could leave that to him and let him save face. The two noticed Asuma's shady grin while he was saying that, so they thought he was probably making a plan to trick the Tadara. In contrast, Asagiri told himself that Asuma was like that when he had no bad intentions. After that, Asuma asked the Taderas what they thought, because he believed it was not a bad deal for them. Roe said they could not decide by themselves, and according to Dara, they would inform the Higashi village folks and see what they had to say. Because of that, Asuma smiled at them and said he would wait for their positive answer. In the next scene, Dara and the others reported Asuma's offer to Hana, and she told the president, which shocked him. Hana also added that she had contacted Dara through the mediation of Roe. The president asked where he was hiding, so Hana pretended that she did not know, but at any rate, it seemed Yuru was with him. She also said that at first, Dara seemed to have been following Granny Yamaha's orders before he became attached to Yuru. Dara did not want Yuru to claim Seal, and it seemed he had told Yuru everything he knew about the village, so Yuru was ready to fight any Higashi village assassin who attacked him. Hana also said that their side was falling apart, and if the Kagomori fought them, they would not last. If another force appeared and picked a fight with them in earnest, they would probably be wiped out, so the president started thinking. He asked Hana what she thought of the Kagomori, and Hana answered that she had no personal grudge against them, and that it was the hot-headed Higashi village agents who kept fighting them and getting beaten up. Because of that, the president asked if she was not bothered by the deaths of her comrades. Hana did not want to call them comrades because the people they were talking about only called her when they needed bodies buried. She also added that a mysterious third party had entered the scene while everyone was getting worked up over Break and Seal, so if the Kagomori stopped attacking them, that would be a huge help. Aside from that, Dara had said he was willing to cooperate with Higashi village as long as they did not touch Yuru, which made the president think even more. Hana also said the Kagomori were rich, and she wanted to claim her car repairs as a necessary expense and make them pay for it. A little later, the president agreed to an alliance with the Kagomori, so Hana breathed a little easier because that meant one less problem. The president then assigned her to take point and talk to the Kagomori. Hana was shocked, and the president added that she should negotiate as Higashi village's representative. He was no longer in the right condition to do that. Aside from that, the former Tadara head had been rogue for 10 years, while the current one might betray them. The bandits who had survived the explosion had too many broken bones to move. The president also added that, right now, their highest-ranking able-bodied agent with a title was the Grave Digger, Hana. She said she did not know the Kagomori's contact information, so the president told her they had a number in the phone book since they were a business. If Hana did not want the Kagomori to know her number, she should use a pay phone or hide her caller ID, and the president said he was counting on her. After that, the scene shifted to a place where someone screamed in surprise. It was at Dara's house, and the one who screamed was Ken because Dara had come home with their father. Roe called out to Ken, and he apologized to him because he had taken so long. Ken was on the verge of tears and called his father an idiot. He asked why it had taken him so long to come back, and said he did not care if Roe liked secrecy, because who was he even trying to impress? He also told his father to tell him what he was doing and show him where he was going. He added that Roe should carry a phone and tell him when he was coming home. He also mentioned that he had been bullied at school because he did not have a father and because of the color of his skin, but he did not have a single photo he could use to prove that he truly had a father. Even when his mother went to the bully's house, she could not say everything she wanted to say because she only knew a little Japanese, so she was talked down and went home angry. Roe said that if he had known Ken was being bullied, he would have come home earlier, but Ken defended himself by saying he had no way to tell his father. Besides, if Roe had found out, instead of talking things through, he would have forced the bully to submit. Roe and Dara both thought at the same time that Ken was right, while Ken asked if Roe thought it was fine to ignore him as long as he paid child support. What he wanted was to be with his father, not money. He only wanted Roe to teach him different things, and he wanted him to teach him things that were a little thrilling. Oshiro-sama was happy to hear that, and he asked Azami if it was not wonderful when children were true to themselves. Back with Ken, he said he had been extremely happy when Roe told him about his lost house and his demons. He felt as though his father had finally acknowledged him, as if he had become a little stronger. Because of that, Dara remembered what Hana had said before, that the problem with children who tried too hard to be good was that deep down, their hearts were worn very thin. Ken added he had thought that if he was a good boy, God would notice, and his father would come home more often. He also thought Roe would teach him more things, such as good things, bad things, and everything in between. Their mother would scold them, and the three of them would be together. However, that would no longer happen because his mother was dead, and he told Roe that she had died of a heart attack and that her acquaintances had held the funeral. Roe paid his respects, and he thanked Dara for protecting Ken, because fighting Tenaga Ashinaga must have been difficult. Dara answered that he would do anything for his cute little brother. After that, Ken introduced Wright and left to Roe, saying that they had helped defeat Tenaga Ashinaga. Wright remembered Roe's scent and greeted him. Roe was amazed by their manifested forms and thanked them for guarding the entrance to Higashi village for so long. Wright told Roe not to mention it, who called that place wild, and asked if it was a demon hangout. Roe also saw the Zashiki Warashi there, who were overjoyed, and he told them they seemed to be doing well. Donji asked if Kyoka was also okay since they were okay, while Kiri told Roe that Kyoka had stayed in the village. Roe said they should visit her sometime, which delighted the two of them. After that, he saw Yuru and asked if Yuru recognized him. He answered that after hearing Roe's voice, he vaguely remembered him and commented that it brought back memories. Roe said 10 years had passed since he last saw Yuru, and that he had grown so much. He added that he was happy Yuru had not died, and Yuru said his father had taught him how to fight. Roe then said he had heard that Mine and Nagisa were missing. He apologized because he should have watched over them instead of leaving them alone, since he was the one who had freed them. If he had not saved himself, perhaps he could have saved them too. Yuru said there was nothing Roe could have done, and did Roe not have a wife and kin to worry about? He answered that he would make up for it, so Yuru should let him help search for his parents, and Yuru thanked him. After that, Roe saw Kotetsu, and he asked if he was Hana's demon now. He started thinking because he had seen a Dano nameplate outside. Hana had a room there, and there was a child he did not know. Because of all that, he concluded that Dara was a gambling addict living in Hana's house with his secret love child. Dara was annoyed that his father had thought that, while Ken told himself that his older brother had been dealt an awful hand because of their father's accusations. After that, Dara introduced Azami to his father and told him that they had taken her in recently, so they were letting her stay there for now. Roe asked if Azami was okay being away from her parents, and Oshiro-sama answered that Roe did not need to worry because she was there. Roe was surprised that Oshiro-sama really was there, and he even wanted to ask for her autograph. Dara said Oshiro-sama had come from the foot of Higashi village's mountain, and that she had been watching over the children for a while now. Roe asked if it was okay for her to be away from her master for that long, and Oshiro-sama answered that they had arranged a living transfer, so it was fine. Ken asked what that was, and Dara explained that it was the process of a demon pair choosing their next master while their current one was still alive, so they would not become strays when that master died. Oshiro-sama also said they had been with the same farming family since ancient times, and for several generations, the women of that family had been their masters. Their current master was an old grandmother who had very little time left to live, and when she dies, her grandchild would inherit them. Yuru asked the divine guardians how that was done, and Wright answered that the transfer was agreed upon in a discussion between the master, the demons, and the master-to-be. According to Left, once they reached a consensus, the demons absorbed a small amount of the next master's blood into their bodies. Roe also explained that to Ken, and he said that when the current master died, the master's rights transferred to the next person with no stoppage time, which Ken understood. Meanwhile, Yuru wondered what stoppage time was, and when he searched it in his dictionary, he learned that it was related to soccer, referees, and more. Ken then asked his father to teach him more about demons, while Yuru looked up what referee meant, and the dictionary told him it was related to soccer, rugby, American football, and more. Roe said he would keep teaching Ken, but only about safe things, while Yuru was figuring out what soccer was, which had something to do with seersucker, cotton fabrics, and so on. At that moment, Hana arrived while being dragged by Jiro. Dara greeted her like a husband, and said he had received a text from the president, so he congratulated Hana on her promotion to provisional management. Hana did not seem to like that, and said it was clear the president was dumping every headache on her. Although, at least the Kagomori attacks would stop for a little while, and maybe they could make progress in searching for Yuru's parents, so Yuru apologized for the trouble. After that, Roe greeted Hana and said he had heard she was watching over his children. Hana answered yes, sir, and said Ken was kind, but Dara was a bad boy, which made Dara cutely apologize. After that, he said everyone there could be trusted, so it was fine for Roe to show his face. Roe asked if they would not freak out, so Dara asked if he had gotten plastic surgery. His father often moved from house to house and often used different names, so at that point, he would not be surprised if his face had changed too. At the same time, Hannah wondered what if Roe looked like Jason Statham. Roe said it was true that his face had changed, and that was one way to describe it. When he removed his mask, it could be seen that half of his face seems like it was ripped from the bone or it was burned off, and the teeth on his right cheek were exposed. That shocked them, and Dara asked if he had been in an accident, while Hannah asked if it had been some kind of explosion. Roe answered that it had not, and that he did not know what it was. He also asked if Dara remembered what he had told him about the master of Hitsuki Matsuki, and Dara answered yes, saying Roe had said the man had disappeared without a trace. Roe said the man's name was Yaga, and he had said he was going to Nishino village to look for an awesome demon pair. Yuru wondered about that, and Roe added that he had not heard anything from Yaga since that day, so perhaps he had been in an accident or gotten into trouble. He did not want to get into trouble himself, so he ignored it. Half a year later, he happened to be passing nearby, so he stopped by Nishino village. He called Lake Nishino Reservoir calm. He saw on a plaque that it was called the Submerged Village, and he stayed there for a short while, sensing the wildlife and other things. Then something suddenly hit him, and he did not know what had happened and could not react. All he knew was that his instincts were screaming that it was dangerous, so he escaped. He said he did not remember how he escaped, and he was simply lucky to get out alive. He did not know what that thing was, but if they were joining forces with the Kagomori, they should give them this message from him. They should stay away from the ruins of Nishino village no matter what, and at the same time, he put his mask back on. After that, the scene shifted to the Kagomori Manor, and outside one room, the Divine Guardians, Jiro, and the Kuroya siblings were waiting, while inside were the Kagomori sons, Gonzo, Gabi, Asa, Hana, Dara, and Yuru. Hagure said it would be better if they stopped fighting, and if they exchanged information without any problems, they might find the twins' parents faster. According to Asuma, he believed they wanted to set aside their bad blood and reach an agreement for now. Thanks to Hagure, even the Taderas had softened toward them. Jin said he would follow Gonzo's judgment, and Asa said the same. However, when Yuru invited her to team up, she immediately agreed, so Gabi yelled at her for being so easy to win over. Gonzo said the intel Dara and the others had brought them was a great help, and it did seem like an alliance would be advantageous, just as Asuma wanted. However, Gonzo wanted the Kagomori clan to take the lead, telling Dara's group to not mistake it for an equal relationship. Hana expected that, while Dara thought the opposite and had expected they would be given seats of honor because they were guests. Gonzo added that, to put it simply, the current events were clearly connected to Nishino village, so for the time being, they agreed to fight them using the full strength of Higashi village. He asked if that was fine with Dara's group, and Dara answered that it was. Hana then mentioned that, as for Nishino village, she had heard from the older folks that it had once been Higashi village's counterpart, but those from the younger generation did not know much beyond that. Because of that, she asked what was really in the west. Gonzo answered that Nishino village had been burned when the Tokugawa era arrived because it helped the losing side in the Battle of Sekigahara, the Western Army. The village eked out a meager existence after that, but as the story said, it was submerged by a reservoir in early modern times and vanished without a trace, so it should not have any power now. Dara said he had also asked Roe to tell him about Nishino village, and Roe did not know anything beyond that either. Asa suggested investigating the reservoir, but Hana did not agree. It was too dangerous, because the former Tadara clan head, who had toyed with the Kagomori clan for years, had been convinced enough to warn the Kagomori clan to stay away from that village no matter what. Asa was shocked when she heard that, and Asuma asked Hana if they could pursue Anamine Yama, who had given them intel about Nagitsuji's group. Hana answered that if they poke at her carelessly, she would be blown up because their enemies seemed to have no regard for human life, not even the life of a high school girl like Mineyama. Hagure said that was awful, while Gonzo asked where they should begin. Yuru asked if they wanted to gather as much information as they could about Nishino village, and those outside were listening too. He said he knew where to find an elder familiar with stories from the past. After that, the scene shifted to Higashi Village, which looked almost abandoned. 3 people arrived there, and they were Roe, Yuru, and Haruo. Haruo was impressed that Higashi Village actually existed, so Yuru asked him what he meant and whether he thought they had been lying. Haruo insisted that, after all, who would believe a place like that was real without seeing it first? At that moment, Torty and Bunbun arrived, calling for their master, and they asked whether the crashed helicopter belonged to the Kagomori. Haruo then asked if anyone had been inside, and Bunbun replied that there had been bloodstains but no bodies. Yuru said that if anyone had died, the villagers had probably already buried them, and that they could visit the graveyard later. Haruo seemed surprised to learn that such a place existed there. He even asked whether they gave proper burials to their enemies, and Roe answered that of course they did, because leaving corpses lying around would only cause disease outbreaks. Yuru added that their village had been built on hard, rocky ground, and the graveyard was the only place they could dig. Aside from that, if they simply discarded the bodies nearby, bears would develop a taste for human flesh, which would not be good. Because of that, Haruo understood that it was merely a matter of practicality, and Roe further explained that they felt no compassion or grief for the raiders. The divine guardians were there as well, and Right urged everyone to hurry. Left commented that she hoped the elders capable of answering Yuru's questions were still alive. Yuru then informed Haruo that everything beyond their current location was Higashi Village territory, while Roe warned him not to try anything funny if he wanted to stay alive. With that, they officially welcomed Haruo to Higashi Village. Before reaching that point, the story had first gone back in time, where Yuru was being questioned about his suggestion to visit Higashi Village. He said that he intended to ask Granny Yamaha whether she knew anything, and Gonzo asked whether he planned to do it himself. Asa immediately said that Yuru could not do that because they had no idea what the villagers might do to him. Yuru insisted that the worst they could do was try to kill him, which shocked Hana, Dara, and Asa alike. Gonzo argued that Yuru did not need to go personally and asked why he could not simply send a representative. Yuru stubbornly maintained that he wanted to handle it himself, so he could confirm certain things with his own eyes and ears. Asa wanted to accompany him, but before she could say anything, Gonzo told her it was far too dangerous and that she would remain at the mansion. She seemed to have expected that answer, while Gabby asked if she could accompany Yuru instead. Jin pointed out that the villagers had probably already seen Gabby's face, so she might end up provoking a fight rather than gathering information. Gabby then replied that she should have killed the villagers during her first visit, which irritated Yuru, while Asa stepped in to calm both of them down. Gonzo then told Yuru that he could not allow Asa to accompany him, but he could bring someone else from the Kagomori clan. That person would simply share everything they saw and heard in Higashi Village. Dara disagreed, arguing that bringing one of them would expose the secret route leading to Higashi Village. Otherwise, they would have to blindfold that person and drag them through a hike lasting several hours. Asa pointed out that if Dara was so worried about revealing the route, she could simply reopen the barrier using break. Jin added that as long as they had break, barriers and secret routes were essentially meaningless, which only annoyed Dara further. At that moment, Haruo suddenly entered the room and asked if he could go instead. He thought he might hear specifics about Nishino Village, so he requested that Gonzo send him. He explained that when it comes to Akio, he intended to gather whatever clues he could find. Dara then asked if everyone was really comfortable sending Haruo, and Jin replied that he was. Haruo was not the type to kill recklessly, and he could probably hold a calm conversation with the residents of Higashi Village, unlike Gabby. Jin then asked what Gonzo thought, and Gonzo replied that the final decision was his to make. Jin nodded in agreement, prompting Haruo to thank everyone enthusiastically. Dara explained that the group would consist of Yuru, Haruo, and either himself or his predecessor from the Tadara clan serving as their guide. When he mentioned the former clan head, Jin asked why the man had not shown himself, and Gonzo replied that he had a lot of things to say to him. Dara then said that Roe had told him that day was family day, and even Jin and Gonzo could not argue with that. He then pulled out a t-shirt that Roe wanted autographed, and Asuma explained that Roe was a fan. Hagure was amazed because the shirt was a limited edition and very few people owned one. Dara casually mentioned that his father reportedly had 3 of them. One was for safekeeping, one was for casual wear, and one was for combat, prompting Gonzo to call him a dedicated reader. At the same time, those outside were already peeking through the doorway, and Hannah quietly noted to herself that the tension in the atmosphere had completely disappeared. The next scene shifted to the apartment, where they had already returned. Hannah looked exhausted and commented that they had made it back in one piece. Roe praised them and welcomed them home, while Ken greeted them as well. Dara then asked whether Ken had enjoyed spending time with Roe, and Ken replied that he had. Azumi mentioned that Ken had given her a souvenir, and Yuru commented that she was lucky. Ken replied that he had something for Yuru as well. Roe then mentioned that he had gone to Ken's middle school and applied for a leave of absence on his behalf, which immediately caught Hannah's attention. He added that he had also visited Ken's bully and the bully's parents. Dara was horrified and asked whether his father had subdued them by force. Roe replied that he had merely shown them his face, but they had become so terrified that they wet themselves and begged for forgiveness before he even said a word. He admitted that he had been extremely tempted to live stream the entire thing for the world to see, a statement that sounded exactly like something Hannah and Dara had expected from him. He further remarked that the sort of people who judged others based on appearance also tended to panic because of appearances. He claimed that his ugly face had spared him the trouble of disciplining those idiots. Oshirasama then asked whether differences in skin color were really such a big deal. To her, it doesn't matter because she and her other half were entirely different species. After all, people often said that variety was the spice of life. Ken then asked Yuru what he had thought about his skin color, and Yuru answered that he had simply assumed Ken was tanned from working on a farm and therefore must be a hard worker. He admitted that he did not understand much about foreign countries or racial groups because the outside world was enormous and unfamiliar to him. Dara then pointed out that Yuru's hair and eye colors were considered unusual even within the village, and Yuru agreed that Dara had a point. Thinking about it, Yuru concluded that variety truly did make life more enjoyable. Ken then jokingly remarked that there was certainly plenty of variety among them. A little later, they sat down to eat, and Yuru revealed that he intended to visit Higashi village to hear what Granny Yamaha had to say. Azumi was shocked to learn that Yuru planned to return to the village, and she begged to accompany him together with the Zashiki Warashi. However, Yuru instructed them to remain where they were. Azumi stubbornly insisted on going home to her pa, but Yuru firmly refused, explaining that it still was not safe. Dara added that Higashi village had already been attacked twice by dangerous people, so until they could confirm that the village was secure, they could not risk bringing children there. They would first assess the situation, so Azumi needed to be patient. Fighting back tears, Azumi wondered whether her father was safe, and she asked what would happen if he had been killed like her mother. Yuru immediately remembered Asa's reaction when she discovered he was still alive, and he gently told Azumi that he understood how frightening that possibility was. He reassured her that he would return as soon as he learned the condition of the village and her father, so she should wait somewhere safe. He told the Zashiki Warashi to do the same while he checked on Kyoka, though the Zashiki Warashi seemed disappointed that they would not get to see everyone in person. Dara then asked whether he or his father would be accompanying them, and Roe declared that he would go himself. If they were planning to confront a Higashi village elder, then an old geezer like him was the perfect man for the job. Back in the present at Higashi village, Haruo noticed white flags scattered throughout the settlement. Yuru explained that houses displaying white flags have held funerals, and Roe commented that there were flags everywhere. According to Yuru, many villagers had been killed by the Kagomori. At that moment, a man spotted them. It was Mr. Otamaki, who looked stunned when he saw Yuru, who happily remarked that he was glad Otamaki was alright. He even pointed out to Roe that he was Azami's father, and Roe replied that he seemed to be doing well enough. Otamaki admitted that he had thought Yuru had already left the mountain as he hurried over to greet him. Roe welcomed him with a long time no see, which surprised Otamaki because he had thought Roe was dead. Otamaki then asked who Haruo was and jokingly commented on his strange clothing, visibly offending him. Yuru explained that Haruo was an outsider, but he could personally vouch for him. He also informed Otamaki that he would explain everything later, but for now, all he could say was that Azami had been taken in somewhere outside the mountain and was doing fine. Otamaki teared up upon learning that his daughter was alive. Yuru added that he had been unable to bring her with him that day, but she had been worried about him. He mentioned that some children had spread rumors that Azami had been taken away by a strange man, so it was fortunate that she was safe. At that moment, more villagers arrived and were astonished to see Yuru. Several of them expressed how happy they were that he had returned, and some admitted that they had not known what to do without him. Others even called out to nearby villagers to announce that Yuru had come home. However, Yuru explained that he would eventually leave the mountain again and had only come back to speak with them. That statement confused them. He then directly asked whether they knew that he could obtain tremendous power if he died. The villagers were visibly shocked by the question, while Haruo could hardly believe how bluntly Yuru had approached the topic. Roe remarked that it was better than beating around the bush, and the villagers exchanged uneasy glances. Otamaki admitted that Yuru really did know about it now, explaining that it had been a secret reserved for adults. Someone asked whether Yamaha had been the one who told him, and Yuru confirmed that she had, including information about both Break and Seal. One man claimed that if they obtained both powers, they could conquer the entire world, while another insisted that Higashi village would become the heart of the land of the rising sun. One woman complained that they had placed Asa in a cage, only for her to escape. Someone even blamed Nagisa for seducing Mine to run away, leaving poor Yuru behind. The villagers pitied Yuru and his broken family. According to them, Nagisa and Mine could have remained there and lived lavishly as the parents of Break and Seal, so they considered it foolish that they had not. Someone then asked whether Seal was not already powerful enough on its own, even if Break had escaped. Another villager answered that it was, claiming that such power could overturn the world itself. Someone suggested that they retrieve Seal soon and demonstrate Higashi village's strength to the people outside the mountain. They then asked Yuru whether he still had not acquired that power. Otamaki was among them, who asked him when he planned to die. Haruo was horrified to hear that question, while Right stood behind the villagers with his eyes blazing. Haruo then asked Left whether it was true that there was no guarantee the chosen twins would survive after dying. Left confirmed that it was true, explaining that 4 centuries ago, one of the twins had failed to revive. Hearing that, Haruo remarked that even though he had been abandoned on the doorstep of a Kagomori nursery, at least nobody had ever smiled while asking him to die for their sake. Roe clearly disliked seeing the villagers cheerfully telling a child to sacrifice himself. Haruo even stated that whatever he was witnessing was grotesque beyond imagination. These villagers were not humans, demons, cryptids, or even aliens. He could not help but wonder what they truly were. At that moment, Granny Yamaha and Kyoko arrived and called out to Yuru. Kyoko seemed slightly irritated. Yuru greeted her, and she asked why he had come back, though she stopped herself when she noticed Granny Yamaha watching her. Roe then greeted Yamaha, who recognized him by his voice and commented that he was still alive. Roe replied that he could say the same about her, adding that she looked exactly the same as she had when he was a child. Yuru, the divine guardians, Haruo, and even his demons were all shocked by that statement. Granny Yamaha smiled, and she revealed that it was because she had sealed her lifespan. She admitted that doing so had been a mistake she made after becoming old and frail, and that she should have done it while she was younger. The villagers were baffled by the revelation. Yamaha then asked whether Haruo was a guest, and invited all of them inside the manor to talk. Inside the manor, Yamaha served tea to the 3 of them. Haruo observed it carefully, prompting Yamaha to assure him that it was not poisoned. Roe then sniffed the tea, while Haruo thanked her and prepared to drink. However, Roe suddenly grabbed his hand, startling him. After smelling both Haruo's and Yuru's tea, Roe declared that only Haruo's cup had been poisoned, making Haruo furious. Yamaha, annoyed that her plan had failed, insisted that it had only contained a paralytic agent. Haruo, Torty, and Bunbun shouted at her to cut out the nonsense, and even called her an old hag. Kyoko then demanded to know what Yamaha was doing. Once she learned the truth, she remarked that it finally explained why Yamaha had personally served the guests. Kyoko then offered tea to the 3 of them, but Haruo refused. Yamaha asked Yuru how his life had been outside the mountain, and whether he had found Mine and Nagisa. Yuru answered that his parents were missing, shocking Kyoko. He further explained that he had learned everything from Asa and that he now knew about Break and Seal. The Zashiki Warashi had also told him everything they knew, and he had already joined forces with the Kagomori clan. They were currently fighting the Kagomori clan's enemies in the outside world, and he pointed out that Higashi village had recently been attacked by a demon-wielding swordsman. Yuru revealed that the incident was connected to Nishino village and that it might provide clues regarding his parents, which clearly surprised Yamaha. He continued by asking whether Higashi village and Nishino village were counterparts. If Yamaha knew anything, then she should tell them, but Yuru changed it to tell him. He then declared that if she refused to cooperate, if he ever visits Yamatsu Hirosaka, he would reject Seal and die there on the spot. He would never use his life to benefit Higashi village in any way. Roe immediately scolded him, saying that he should not use his own life as a bargaining chip, but Yuru remained silent, staring deeply and sharply at Yamaha. The old woman finally replied that she knew Nishino village very well because, after all, she had been born there. The scene then shifted to the West Wind restaurant, where Akio was asking his mother how old she had been when she became pregnant with him. Minase laughed at the question, so Akio changed it and asked how old she was now. After all, for someone with a grown son like him, she looked incredibly young. Minase thanked him for the compliment and joked that she must be developing dementia because she kept forgetting her own age. Akio then told her to be serious. She laughed again and reminded him that it was rude to ask a woman how old she was. Back in Higashi village, Yuru was shocked to learn that Granny Yamaha had actually been born in Nishino village. She even said that Nishino village had sent her away there as an undesirable because she had been expelled from the village. That was followed by a long silence as everyone carefully considered what they should say or do next. At the same time, Haruo was trying to process the information that Yamaha was a survivor of Nishino village and that she was a grandmother whose life stretched far back into the past. Roe remarked that Yamaha apparently knew more than they had originally thought, which was a good thing, because Yuru wanted to know what had happened to Mine and Nagisa, who might have been targeted by Nishino village. He added that Haruo wanted to learn about Nishino village's connection to his younger sibling, while he himself wanted to uncover the truth behind the mysterious presence haunting that village. Afterward, he asked Yamaha what she intended to tell them first. Yamaha admitted that she did not know where to begin, but before that, she asked Yuru if he could order the Divine Guardians to stand down because of the hostile looks they were giving her from behind her. She said that murderous intent seemed to be pouring off them, making it impossible for her to relax. Wright then told her to have the villagers gathered outside leave first, since every single one of them wanted his master dead, which he found revolting. Hearing that, Yamaha commented that she had never expected Yuru to form contracts with the divine right and left of all pairs. Roe then teasingly asked who could have possibly taught Yuru how to make contracts with them. After that, Yamaha instructed Kyoka to tell the people outside to return to their work, so Kyoka left the room while the Divine Guardians watched her. After she left, Yuru asked whether Yamaha had also been a chosen twin because she had sealed her lifespan. Yamaha replied that she was not that special. She explained that she had only managed it because of something called divine possession, and that she was merely a priestess capable of using a small portion of Seal's power. According to her, part of Seal's power could be granted to ordinary powerless humans, whether they wanted it or not. Roe then asked whether that was similar to Yuta spirit mediums. He explained that many people in Okinawa suddenly gained mysterious powers against their will. Yuru was surprised by the mention of Okinawa, and told Roe that his mother had been born there. Roe remarked that the fact that they had been born on that land might itself be connected to divine possession. Yamaha explained that she knew very little about the outside world, and although she was willing to cooperate, they first needed to tell her more things. She even asked whether they meant that Nishino village had been swallowed by a reservoir lake and had disappeared without a trace. She mentioned that someone was apparently planning to repossess Break and Seal, and that their likely target was the Higashi village twins because they could no longer produce twins within their own domain. She asked whether Mine and Nagisa had been taken as the first step of that plan, but Yuru said that his parents had not yet been presented as bargaining chips. Yamaha apologized to Yuru because she had never left the mountain and therefore had no idea where his parents were or what their captors wanted. Furthermore, she had no idea what had attacked Roe in the Nishino village ruins, causing him to scratch his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuru seemed irritated that Yamaha knew so little and remarked that their visit there had been pointless. Yamaha then addressed Haruo, calling him Spiky Head, and asked whether it was true that his sibling was a foundling whose parents were unknown and who felt no pain. She followed that by asking whether there was a chance that his sense of pain had been sealed away. Her suspicion was that Akio had not actually been born that way. Haruo could hardly believe that it was possible to seal a person's sense of pain. Yamaha replied that it was well within the realm of possibility and asked whether he truly thought such power could only be used to seal demons. If so, he was underestimating seal. The same was true for break, because depending on how they were used, those powers could produce incredible miracles. A tiny drop of that power had been enough to seal her lifespan. Yuru then asked whether that was the divine possession she had mentioned earlier, and Yamaha confirmed that it was. She went on to explain that more than 4 centuries ago, while she was still living in Nishino village, her older sister suddenly received a portion of Seal's power. Namely, she gained the ability to seal lifespans. Her sister immediately used it on herself and froze her age in place. Roe commented that a power like that would naturally cause people to flock around Yamaha's sister in hopes of receiving blessings. Yamaha confirmed that was exactly what happened, but her sister drove them away by telling them that the power only worked on herself. Because of that, the people turned their attention to her, likely because the two of them were twins. They probably expected her to possess the same ability. However, nothing happened. The years passed, and she never obtained even the slightest amount of Seal's power. Her sister remained youthful and respected as a divinely possessed priestess, while Yamaha herself grew old and decrepit as befit her age. Yamaha admitted that she was not very good at speaking, and even though they were twins, she lacked the beauty her sister possessed. Perhaps that was why everyone was disappointed when they were proven wrong. Eventually, that disappointment turned into hatred. It felt as though she had inherited the villagers' resentment simply because she lived comfortably on the scraps left behind by her sister. Her sister's name was Minase, and Yamaha had repeatedly told her that she did not need all those luxuries. But Minase insisted that she accept them. She even said that Yamaha was important to her and that she wanted to make sure she lived comfortably. As a result, Yamaha became even more ostracized within Nishino village because people envied the way she lived despite possessing no power. She became lonely because of that, and one day a messenger arrived from Higashi village. Yamaha said she heard that Higashi village, like Nishino village, was dedicated to producing twins and that it was located atop a mountain in the distant east. The messenger explained that they had not produced a pair of chosen twins or even a priestess in a very long time, and they feared that their ritual might eventually come to an end. Therefore, they hoped Nishino village might provide them with a priestess or at least a woman close to one. One villager asked who those monkeys thought they were and remarked that they had no women to spare for those eastern bastards. Another villager replied that they did have a spare one, and naturally he was referring to Yamaha. Haruo, Roe, and Yuru listened carefully to Yamaha's story, as she explained that this was how she ended up in Higashi village. She then asked whether it had simply been luck that, upon her arrival, a pair of twins was born to a couple in the village. The twins were a boy and a girl born on opposite sides of sunrise during the equinox. At the time, Yamaha's first thought had been that serves Nishino village right. She revealed that the lord of Higashi village at the time was known as Shimei Higashimura, who praised her for what she had done. She had brought blessings to the village, and many villagers thanked her for it. Yamaha added that Shimei had been so happy that he offered to name the children himself. Acting as their godfather, he doted on Yataro and Asahi, as though they were his own children. He carefully watched over their growth and raised them with the utmost care. That continued until war arrived. That was the year the twins turned 10 years old, and it was also when news arrived from the foot of the mountain. A great war was approaching, and Shimei brought out the relic of the divine guardians. He ordered Right to accompany and protect him on the battlefield, while Left was ordered to remain behind and protect the castle and village. At long last, the opportunity to use their trump card had arrived. He called Yataro and Asahi before him and asked whether they knew what had to be done. The time had finally come to claim Break and Seal, and he killed them with his katana. The Break twin, Asahi, inherited the power and returned to life, but the seal twin, Yataro, never came back. Shimei said that it did not matter because break alone was enough, and he ordered everyone to head to the battlefield. After that, Shimei Higashimura joined the forces of the Date clan on the side of the Eastern Army. They traveled to Dewa province, where their allies, the Mogami clan, were fighting the Uesugi-aligned Western Army. Haruo asked where Dewa was, and Bunbun explained that it was present-day Yamagata. Roe then asked whether this was the Keicho Dewa campaign. After all, the Battle of Sekigahara had taken place 400 years ago, and that conflict had occurred during the same period, albeit in a different location. Yuru recalled that Asa had mentioned Sekigahara before, and asked the Divine Guardians whether their knowledge of it meant they had always known that Granny Yamaha had lived for an incredibly long time. Rai confirmed that they had. Yuru then demanded to know why they had never told him about Yamaha's age or the war involving a break user. Their defense was that Yuru had never asked, so Yuru admitted that they had a point. Roe then asked the Divine Guardians whether Yamaha's extremely long life did not seem unusual to them. Wright replied that they were not familiar with human lifespans because some humans died shortly after birth while others lived for several decades. Left added that they had simply assumed Yamaha belonged to the longer-lived end of the spectrum. Because of that, Haruo thought to himself that beings who had lived for millennia had a rather buggy sense of age. Yuru then asked what had happened during the Dewa campaign, since it sounded intense if Break had been involved. Roe explained that while a massive and decisive battle was taking place in the west at Sekigahara, another battle had been occurring in Dewa. That conflict was sometimes referred to as the Sekigahara of the North, and like the Battle of Sekigahara, the Eastern Army emerged victorious. The story then shifted into the past and the events of the Dewa campaign. Someone asked what an army was waving in the distance. Another person replied that it was the emblem of Shimei Higashimura, who had arrived with reinforcements. In Higashi village, 2 white flags were displayed outside the homes of the dead, so they had brought those banners with them to symbolize an intrepid spirit that did not fear death, or so they claimed. Someone else remarked that it looked as though Shimei's army had hung out loincloths to dry and joked that joining the war must have frightened them. A general arrived and told the man to stop joking around because he had heard that they had brought Break with them, so the joking man immediately looked nervous. Meanwhile, in Shimei's camp, someone asked what it meant that they were still not supposed to move yet. One of the soldiers explained that the army would remain there until they finished coordinating with Lord Mogami, who was still inside the castle. Shimei did not like hearing that because he had been told the same thing for several days already. He demanded to know how much longer he was expected to wait, arguing that if they simply entrusted the vanguard to them, they could end the battle with Break's help. His impatience was obvious in his eyes, and before long, he ordered his army to move out, much to the surprise of their allies. A general from another army complained that the mountain monkeys were getting overly excited despite having been warned not to step out of line. He wondered whether they were trying to ruin their coordination with the Mogami forces. As Shimei's army charged forward, Asahi pleaded with him to stop because she was frightened. However, Shimei told her that she had already come this far, so what was there left to fear? He even instructed Asahi not to dawdle, to start taking enemy heads, and to show the lords the strength of Higashi village, though she clearly appeared distressed. Once Asahi attacked, she immediately decapitated an enemy soldier, followed by several more. Shimei's soldiers were impressed, while he himself was overjoyed. He ordered his army to charge, and summoned Right as well. Asahi continued using Break relentlessly, beheading enemy after enemy, until they spotted what appeared to be the opposing commander. Seeing that, Shimei ordered Asahi to take the man's head. She obeyed, and effortlessly removed the general's head from his body. Shimei and his army celebrated, but someone else had already noticed the Break user. In an instant, an arrow pierced Asahi in the neck, causing her body to collapse. That was followed by a rain of arrows that struck many soldiers of the Higashi village army, while Right protected Shimei. Asahi died right there on the battlefield, leaving Shimei devastated. At that moment, a man riding a horse arrived and remarked that he had heard the legends, but the power of Break was truly impressive. He stated that such power was extremely dangerous for his taste, and pointed out that such power corrupted both minds and societies. Shimei was shocked when he saw the man, and realized that the person they had killed had merely been a body double. The real enemy general explained that he had been ordered to capture Asahi alive if possible, but now he would simply report that she had died in the chaos of battle. Elsewhere, several men could hear the sounds of combat in the distance, and one asked whether the battle had already begun. Among them was the former master of the Zashiki Warashi, who said that he wanted to go where the action was. His companions reminded him that they were non-combatants and questioned why they would risk their lives. The former master of the Zashiki Warashi replied that he had told his family he would distinguish himself. He wanted to bring them back a souvenir. However, his companions warned him not to act rashly because disobeying orders would only get them in trouble. The moment one of the men finished saying that, an arrow struck the former master of the Zashiki Warashi, causing his companions to flee in panic. Back on the battlefield, Wright stated that their army was doomed and suggested that she may withdraw, who appeared utterly terrified. Yamaha explained that disobeying orders during battle was considered a serious offense. As a result, Shime Higashimura was placed under house arrest in Higashi village while awaiting punishment. Before long, news arrived that the Eastern Army had won at Sekigahara. Shime accepted that his sentence would soon arrive and assumed that everything would be taken away from him. He then demanded to know why Wright had not protected Asahi, because if she had survived, they would never have ended up in that situation. Wright defended himself by saying that Shime had never ordered him to do so and that he had only protected his master. Shime argued that Break was also a demon, so why had it not protected Asahi? He even asked was she not Break's master as well. Left replied that they could not answer because they had no idea what Break had been thinking. Most demons prioritize protecting their masters above all else, but not always. Perhaps Break followed rules of its own. That answer only irritated Shime further. He cursed Yutaro for never reviving and lamented all the effort he had invested in the twins. He complained that if he had possessed both twins, he could have announced himself to the entire nation, but next time, he will succeed. At that moment, someone called for Yamaha and informed her that she had a visitor downstairs. Yamaha asked whether Lord Datea's messenger had arrived to deliver Shime's sentence. The man replied that it was not the messenger because the visitor claimed to know Yamaha personally. The woman greeted Yamaha with a warm long time no see and said that she was happy to see that she was doing well. She then revealed that Nishino village had burned down, leaving her with nowhere to go, and asked whether Yamaha might be willing to take her in for a while. While walking, one of the village children became excited when she said that she was a priestess from Nishino village. The children then asked her about the West, such as whether it was far away and how many days it would take to get there. The children also said they had heard that the woman was Yamaha's twin, but asked how they could be the same age when they did not look alike. The woman, who turned out to be Minase, laughed and said that she and Yamaha truly were twins. Yamaha then said Minase was a divinely possessed priestess, and that she had stopped aging when she was a child. When the children heard that, they were impressed. Minase asked if the two boys were also twins, and the smaller one answered yes, but they were not the twins who sundered day and night or whatever. The taller one said that if they were like that, they could have lived more lavishly. He added that there were many other normal twins, and Minase asked if that was true. Yamaha then told Minase that in the outside world, twins were detested, so it was good that those children had been born in Higashi village. The reason twins were seen that way was because in the old days, twins were described as beastly births and were avoided. She added that no one there would reject twins, and Minase agreed, saying that Nishino and Higashi village were the only places where twins like them could live out in the open. She also added that according to rumors, the son of the commanding general of the Eastern Army was also a twin. Yamaha seemed surprised that Lord Tokugawa's son was a twin, and Minase said there were debates about whether his sibling had been killed as an infant or given up for adoption. Because of that, Yamaha understood that even those in power have it hard. In the next scene, the twins entered the Higashi village manor, and Minase introduced herself to Shime Higashimura as Yamaha's older sister. She told Shime that Nishino village had been burned down as punishment for siding with the Western army of the Toyotomi clan in the recent war. Since she had nowhere else to go, she asked if Shime could let her stay there for a while. Shime said Yamaha had told him about Minase, and that it seemed she could seal lifespans. Minase said that was correct, and she smiled with a grin that looked very similar to Asuma's. Shime asked if Minase could use seal on him, but she apologized because she could only use it on herself, which seemed to anger Shime, who said that if that was the case, he did not need Minase anymore, so he told her to leave, which seemed to irritate her. He added that if it's discovered that he was hiding someone who had supported the Western Army, his position would weaken even more. He had only met Minase so Yamaha could save face, and since Minase serves no other purpose, she should leave. Minase seemed irritated after hearing all of that, and right and left seemed to sense it. She then said that she should have considered Lord Higashimura's position, and she apologized. She said she would leave immediately, which saddened Yamaha. She then thanked her and apologized for the trouble. Before completely leaving, Minase told Lord Higashimura that he had so many twins who could become candidates for break and seal, so she envied him, which shocked Yamaha when she heard it. A little later, Yamaha apologized to her twin because she could not help her, and Minase said it was fine and told Yamaha not to worry about it. Yamaha then said that Shime Higashimura's spirit was on the verge of breaking. If he only had room to breathe, he would not become so cruel. They needed to protect him, or else he would be ruined. She added that said she wished she had the power to do more, but she did not know how much longer her old body would last. She even wished she could seal her lifespan like Minase. After Yamaha said that, her twin held her face, which confused her. Minase asked if Yamaha wanted her to seal her lifespan, which surprised Yamaha as well. That was because Minase had previously said that she could only use her power on herself, but Minase said she had lied. The truth was that she could seal anyone's lifespan, but everyone who made their desires clear sucked up to her, and that annoyed her, so she lied. After saying that, she asked Yamaha if she wanted to live. Yamaha could not answer right away because of her shock, and after a brief silence, she said she did not want to die. She wanted to live longer and protect that village, because Higashi village was the only place that had accepted her and told her that she could stay. Because of her wish to live, Minase used seal on her and sealed her lifespan. As a result, Yamaha collapsed, and the entire place fell silent. The only things that could be heard were the wind striking the leaves of the trees and a few birds flying. When Yamaha opened her eyes, she immediately looked for Minase and saw that she was already walking away. Yamaha asked if she had anywhere to go, and Minase answered, "Who knows?" She said she had been expelled from the respectable part of society, so she would probably live in some dark corner of its underbelly. After saying that, she said goodbye to Yamaha, who was too stunned to speak. In the next scene, it returned to the present, where Yamaha said Minase sealing her lifespan may have acted as a catalyst, because not long after that, she received a small portion of Seal's power. It was the power to seal any area she wanted, isolating it from the outside world. Her wish to protect Higashi village was her sole desire as she sealed her surroundings to hide them from the people searching for them, before their lord had to face justice for his actions in the Dewa campaign. As a result, the messengers who came to deliver Lord Higashimura's sentence likely saw Higashi village with no people in it. That was exactly what happened, because when the messengers arrived, they were shocked by what they saw, since the entire Higashi village had been abandoned. That was how Shime Higashimura managed to avoid punishment, and by then, it was too late for everyone to stop his spirit from breaking. At that time, Shime remembered Minase saying that she envied Higashi village because it had so many candidates for break and seal. Since the nearby hamlets had many twins because that region had a high twin birth rate, Shime wondered if other normal twins had the potential to claim the powers of break and seal, which shocked Yamaha and the Lord's other retainers. To test his theory, Shime killed every twin, regardless of how old they were or what sex they were. Even babies who were not yet aware of anything were not safe, and Yamaha even heard that one couple killed one of their newborn twins to save the other. Haruo said that was hellish, and Yamaha confirmed that it was. In the end, Shime stabbed the belly of his pregnant wife because he said there might be twins inside. At that point, the others had enough, so they turned their backs on the village and went down the mountain. Among those people was the Kagomori clan, which shocked Haruo when he heard it. Yamaha added that at that time, she only taught the way in and out of the barrier to the two retainer families, the Tadara and the Dano. She suspected that one of them had guided the Kagomori clan to the outside world, which shocked Roe, while Yuru thought that it was practically tradition. Yamaha said that as a result of the Kagomori clan's betrayal, loyalties were tested, and more people expressed their desire to leave. Because of that, the village was on the brink of collapse. One day, the village hunter went to Shime's manor, and he told the lord that if he only stayed inside his manor, he would lose his strength. The hunter believed that regular training was necessary if Shime wanted to show his full power when another war began. Then he invited Shime to go hunting with him in the mountains to keep his skills sharp. Shime agreed that the village hunter was right and said they would hunt to prepare for war, since it had been a long time since he had gone outside. He even called it a good idea. He then ordered Right and Left to come with him, but the village hunter said he believed it would be better to leave the two behind. Shime asked why, and the hunter answered that their bloodlust was too strong and the mountain beasts were too sensitive to presences. If they sensed the divine guardians, they would simply hide. The two noticed something after hearing that, while Shime understood that bringing them along would ruin the fun of the hunt. Because of that, he told them to stay in the manor. Their faces showed that they disagreed, and they looked toward the village hunter, whose eyes seemed to silently tell the two demons something. Before long, they agreed to their master's request, making him happy, while Yamaha noticed their exchanged glances as well. The divine guardians said that if they followed him, they would be in trouble if something happened to Shime, and they did not want to become stray demons. Right even asked that if Shime was going to leave them behind, could they return to their relic forms? Shime laughed when he heard that, and said Right worried too much. He said he would not die from a mere hunt, but he agreed to the divine guardian's wish to return to their relic forms, and said that when he returned, he would put them to work again. After that, Shime Higashimura went to the mountain to hunt together with the hunter and some attendants, only to return as a corpse. The village hunter said he had been killed by bandits, and according to his companions, Shime had left them to chase after prey, which was why he had been killed. When they were unlucky enough to encounter the bandits, they failed to protect their lord, so they apologized. After saying that, the village hunter looked Yamaha directly in the eyes, silently conveying what had truly happened inside the forest. Yamaha then said that the lord had simply been unlucky, but that was life. Yamaha added in her story that after Shime Higashimura died, she, the priestess, ran that declining village as its leader. That brought them to the present. Yuru then asked if the hunter had really killed Shime, but Yamaha said she did not recommend digging into that any further, and she revealed that the hunter's name was Taizen, Yuru's ancestor, which shocked him when he heard it. After they talked, they went outside, where Kyoka saw them, and Yuru told her that her tea tasted good. He said the tea in the outside world was good too, but nothing beats the taste of home. He even asked if he could get tea leaves for Azumi, and Kyoka asked if he was going home. Yuru answered that he was, and said he would just tell the Zashiki Warashi that Kyoka was okay. At that moment, Mr. Otomaki passed by and invited Yuru to drop by his house when he was done with what he was doing. He also told Yuru to tell him about Azumi and said they should talk about Seal, so Yuru should join him for a meal. Kyoka seemed sad while listening to that, and she whispered to Yuru that he should hurry and leave. Yuru wondered about that, and Kyoka gave him a letter for the Zashiki Warashi. She told Yuru that he could no longer return there. If possible, she even wanted Yuru to raise Azumi in the outside world, but Yuru reasoned that Azumi still missed Higashi Village. Kyoka said the day of reckoning had come for Higashi Village, which had been destined to fall sooner or later. She said it was not because the chosen twins had died, failed to revive, or anything like that. It was because they had not valued human life and had been consumed by greed. Because of that, they should forget about conquering the whole world, since they could not even protect their own village. They had pinned their hopes on Yuru and Asa, and their lofty expectations had caused the two of them to suffer, so Yuru should leave and never come back. Sadness could be seen in Yuru's eyes, as if he still did not want to leave, but he did it anyway. While they were traveling down the mountain, they saw a sign for the old Higashi Village trail. Haruo noticed it, while Roe said that Higashi Village could no longer be seen. He explained that meant they had passed through the barrier and returned to their own world. From there, they could follow the trails without getting lost. At their resting place, Yuru asked about the pile of rocks in the middle, so Roe explained what it was. A little later, Yuru asked Roe if Higashi Village had stayed unchanged for 400 years inside the barrier while the outside world had changed. Roe answered yes. and he explained that there were two Higashi villages. One was stuck in the past, and one was where the villagers had vanished. The two villages used to be one, but now they were different worlds separated by a thin divide, with time passing simultaneously. Haruo was about to ask if that was connected to occult stories about traveling to another world that was slightly different from their own, but before he could finish, Roe said those stories might have been about people who accidentally crossed the divide. While the two were talking, Yuru stared deeply into the forest, and after a while, he called Roe. He told him that he wanted to see the current state of Higashi village, which surprised Haruo, who asked if they were going to climb the mountain again. That was exactly what they did, and they reached the ruins of Higashimura Castle, the former Higashi village. Right even climbed onto the broken stone pillar where they used to be positioned, while Yuru was surprised that the village looked like that outside the barrier. He even mentioned that one spot had been a beautiful flax field, but it was now unrecognizable. He then pointed out where Azumi's house had been, and he was shocked that the giant gate in one place was gone. Yuru also saw a staircase that could no longer be entered, and he said that was the place where he had fallen while fooling around with Danji. He also pointed out to his companions where his house had been, and he laughed because not even a single pillar remained, though he said that probably was not surprising. He also showed right and left where his stable and stove had been. Last but not least was the place where the keep had been. It could also be seen that there were stones there with markers for Old Higashi Village and Higashimura Castle written on them. From where they were, Yuru said he could see a large settlement, and when he had been inside the barrier, he had not been able to see anything from there, while Haruo said the view was beautiful. Yuru then put down his bag and took a deep breath, which Haruo wondered about. Then Yuru shouted to the adults of Higashi Village and told them that they could go to hell. His voice even echoed, and he added that the reason they had not been punched was because his father had taught him to control his anger. He then told them they should be grateful to him and warned them not to insult his mother because they would not get away with it next time. Haruo seemed worried by what Yuru said, while Bunbun covered his ears and Torty hid inside his shell. At the same time, Right was smiling, while Left just closed her eyes and listened. The echo in that place was loud, and Left asked if Yuru felt a little better, to which he answered yes. After that, he told them that they should head back down, and he said goodbye to Higashi Village. At that moment, Haruo heard a phone buzzing. He realized it was coming from his phone, and because they had left the barrier, they had cell service again. Bumba noticed something, so he called Haruo's attention, and Haruo called Yuru over for good news. He told him it was from Jin, and Right and Yuru were happy to see it, while Left seemed shocked. After that, Yuru called Asa, who asked where he was. Yuru answered that he was on his way back from Higashi Village and that he had borrowed Haruo's smartphone to call her. He asked if Asa had seen the message from Jin, and she answered that she had. They then talked about Tokyo, while Gabby mentioned that Jin worked fast and asked how he had found the people they were looking for. She even asked if she could kill the man Jin had found, who turned out to be Ivan, and Yuru told her to back off, even calling her a stupid shrimp. He said Ivan was his and Asa's prey, so if Gabby touched him, he would shoot an arrow into her bottom, while Asa said that was sexual harassment. The next scene shifted to a modern city, where Jin's girls' bar, Love and Sincerity, was located. There was a man sweeping outside the bar, and someone approached him to ask if that was the right place for the girls' bar Love and Sincerity. The man answered yes, and the person who asked turned out to be Hannah, who said Jin had sent her there. The man looked at the bar's calling card in her hand and examined it carefully. He even noticed that Hannah had a dog with her. He asked if Hannah was Jin's guest, then showed her the way. While they were going up the stairs, the man said that at first, he thought Hannah was there for a job interview. Hannah said that apparently, she joint-locked everyone she saw whenever she was drunk, so she was not suited for any job that involved customer service. The man laughed when he heard that and mentioned that it would be a problem. At the top of the stairs, Jin was there and had been expecting Hannah to arrive, and he asked if she was alone. Hannah answered that Jin was the one who told her to come alone. She also said Yuru had brought a group to Higashi Village, while Dara was busy at their off-mountain base, so she really was alone. After that, Jin invited her into the office, saying that it was cramped, but they could talk there. Once they entered the office, Jin asked Hannah what she wanted to drink, and said he could make anything on the menu. Hannah refused and said canned coffee was fine with her. While Jin thanked Hana for stopping by the manor the other day, he asked whether she wanted sweet or black coffee. Hana answered that it was no problem and chose sweet coffee. She also asked what the occasion was that day and if Jin had gotten new intel on Nishino village. Jin said not exactly, because the reason he had called Hana there was personal. He had a request for the gravedigger. Hana became alert when she heard that, and Jin added that he had a body he wanted Hana to bury in a quiet and sunny place. Hana asked if it was a rival Jin wanted to dispose of secretly, since the Kagomori had plenty of land for that. Jin answered no, because they only had rough land suited for industrial waste disposal. He said he wanted Hana to bury their dead gardener, and asked if the gravedigger would accept that request. Hana asked if the gardener was the man Akio had killed when he escaped. Jin said Kawai had nothing to do with the crimes and was not even a combatant. He had lived an ordinary and earnest life, but because of their situation, they could not give him a proper burial, so Jin at least wanted him to be buried in a good place. Hana asked what Jin's budget was, and he told her to give him her price. Because of that, Hana told herself that she and Jiro would buy sushi on the way home, and Jin seemed to remember something. He mentioned that he would be in trouble if Gonzo found out, so Hana had to keep it a secret. Hana said the mountain she used for burials had been in her family for a long time, and she did not want anyone else to know about it. Because of that, she would accept the job Jin offered, but the location would remain secret. When he heard that, Jin asked if no one could visit, and Hana said that since it looked like she would be paid well for that job, she would personally clean the grave. After that, she asked for the body, and Jin answered that it was inside the belly of his demon. Because of that, Hana asked if it was already rotting, and Jin answered that it was not, because the inside of his demon's belly maintained perfect temperature control. Hana asked if it was in good condition, and whether the gardener's body carried Akio's scent. If they let Jiro smell it, they might be able to track him down. She said it did not have to be a body, because a personal belonging would be enough. Jiro had a sharp nose, and he only needed to learn Akio's scent, which seemed to shock Jin. He said, believe it or not, he had a piece of Akio's body, and Makoto, Jin's small demon, spat out the body part, which was a hand. Hana seemed disgusted when she saw it, while Jiro smelled it. After that, they went to the Kagomori Manor, where Jin showed Hana where Akio had killed Kawai. He also showed her where Akio had exited, and said their security cameras only reached up to that point. Hana said she and Jiro would take it from there, then ordered him to find Akio. Makoto told Jiro that if he needed Akio's scent again, he should tell them, because Midori was holding it, so Jiro should smell that. After that, Jiro saw the Hivo demons and Kawaii's former demons. He waved at them, and they waved back at him. Then he finally left. At the same time, Jin asked Hana what would happen if Akio had used a car or another form of transportation, and whether they would lose his trail. Hana answered that they only needed to know what vehicle it was and follow its scent. Akio could not drive a normal car with one arm, and riding a bus or train would be too conspicuous because of his injuries, so either he had walked, or someone with ties to Nishino village had picked him up. Hana added that cars used by dangerous people tended to develop dangerous scents, including her own car. Because of that, Jiro would find Akio, and he was currently finding out where Akio had gone. In the next scene, it shifted to a street in Tokyo, where the Tokyo Skytree could clearly be seen. From one of the posts, Jiro watched Akio inside a building that was a Chinese restaurant named West Wind. He was like a ninja there, and Akio seemed to notice him. However, when Akio looked at the post, Jiro was no longer there. That evening, at the apartment, Yuru had returned, and he was greeted by the Zashiki Warashi and Azumi. The child asked if her father was okay and if he was still alive. Yuru answered that Azumi's father was as healthy as a horse and was worried about her. Oshirasama said that was good, and Azumi agreed. The Zashiki Warashi asked how Kyoko was, and Yuru said she was okay as well. After that, Azumi asked if the village was safe now and if she could go home. She waited for his answer with a smile, together with the Zashiki Warashi, as well as the Divine Guardians. Roe, Ken, and Dara were also there. However, before Yuru could answer, Hana came home too. She was surprised that Roe had also come home, and he said he had only just arrived. According to Hana, the timing was perfect, and they would eat the food she had bought together. Just as she had said earlier, she had bought a huge amount of sushi, which shocked Dara, who even asked what was going on. That was when Hana mentioned that she had gotten extra income. At the same time, Yuru asked what food Hana had brought home, and Ken answered that it was a dish made with vinegared rice topped with raw fish and other ingredients. Fear could be seen on Yuru and Azumi's faces when they heard that, and Ken added that it was delicious. However, Yuru, Azumi, and the Zashiki Warashi gathered in the corner, looking terrified. Azumi said she could not believe Ken and the others ate raw fish, and according to Yuru, they would get sick if they ate fish that way. Ken, Roe, Hana, and Dara seemed completely shocked by what the two said, and Azumi even added that the four of them were trying to kill them. Yuru even told them to cook their food properly because they were not wild beasts. Kiri said the outside world was extremely uncivilized, and Donji called them savages. Ken seemed irritated because the barbarians were acting as if they were wild animals, while Hana said it was embarrassing. After they ate, Dara asked if Yuru had received the message from Jin, and Yuru answered yes. Dara said they had found Ivan, and Yuru happily said that they were ready anytime. According to Hana, the Kagomori were currently watching outside the restaurant to investigate its foot traffic, so Yuru had to wait a little, which saddened him, as well as right and left. Roe and Ken looked up the restaurant on a laptop, and Ken mentioned that it had an average rating of 3.3 stars. Dara said that was neither good nor bad. They looked at the reviews to see why the rating was like that, and the common thing among them was that they mentioned the owner being scary and creepy. One person had even been served plain rice and broth without a single topping, so Ken asked if that establishment was okay. Jiro said there were many demon presences in that restaurant, which worried Dara. They had already been beaten up by Ivan alone, and now there was an entire den of demons behind him, so he asked what they were going to do. Yuru said it was fine, because this time, Asa was with them. She would remove every hostile demon from the fight with Break the moment they appeared. Bright said that the last time they fought Ivan, they had tried to capture him alive, and he and Left asked if they could take the gloves off and fight with the intent to kill. Yuru nodded while saying yes, because when it came to Ivan, the fight was kill or be killed. They could ask the sword demons about his parents, so they would go all out from the very beginning. Wright answered that he understood, and it was clear from his and Left's faces that they were eager to fight Ivan again. At that moment, Oshira-sama entered the scene with his horse, which kicked the Divine Guardians. Oshira-sama spoke to Yuru and asked him not to talk about violence and killing in front of Azumi. So Yuru apologized to her because the adults needed to talk, and he told her to go into the other room for now. Azumi asked if something had happened to the village, because Yuru had clammed up when she asked if she could go home. She also asked why, and whether she could no longer return to the village. She wanted to know if there was something wrong with the village and when she could go home. However, no matter how much she tried to make Yuru answer, he said nothing, which seemed to worry Hana. A little later, while Yuru was in the bathroom, someone called out to him. It was Donji and Kiri, who asked if something had happened to the village and if there was something he could not tell them. Sadness could be seen on Yuru's face as he took something from his pocket. He told the two that he had a letter for them from Kyoka. The letter was an order from Kyoka to the Zashiki Warashi not to return to Higashi village anymore. They were told to speak with Yuru and have him arrange a living transfer. She hoped they would live long and happily in the outside world, and while they read it, the two began to cry. At the end of the letter, Kyoka thanked them for everything, so their tears finally flowed. Yuru hugged them to comfort them, and when the two had let out their tears, Danji said he had a feeling something like that might happen ever since Kyoka ordered them to leave the mountain, because he knew what the adults had secretly been saying to Yuru. He could not stop crying even as he spoke. Yuru said Azumi wanted to return to the village, and because Mr. Otomaki still cared about her, he wanted to send her home. But when he thought about how Azumi might also want him to die once she came of age in the village, he did not know what to tell her. Oshira-sama could be seen outside the door at that moment, and she seemed saddened by everything she heard. The next day, Hana said they had received the report from the Kagomori clan. She laid some photos on the table and told her companions that the people in them were the ones entering and leaving the Chinese restaurant when it was closed for business. Kiri immediately recognized Ivan as the man who had attacked the village and kidnapped her and Azumi. Yuru said that was Ivan and that he knew something about his parents. Hana asked if the bearded man was Daigo, and Roe answered yes, saying he was the master of the sadomasochist. Dara asked who the child was, and Hana said he was probably the getaway driver. According to Yuru, he looked weak and had a childish face. When Hannah showed who ran the restaurant, Dara realized why the reviews were like that. Hannah also showed Akio, who seemed to be holed up in a room on the second floor, and Wright seemed to notice something. Smiling, he called left because there was a familiar face there, Minase. After that, the scene shifted to Tokyo, near the West Wind Chinese restaurant, which was closed at that time. Inside, Akio was training by doing one-handed push-ups when he heard a sound from the window. He wondered about it and stood up, and it could be seen that an insect-like thing was making the noise by throwing small stones at the window. Because of that, Akio opened the window, but he saw nothing there, so he asked himself if he had imagined the sound. However, in an instant, something struck his shoulder, and it was an arrow, which shocked him. It turned out that it had come from Yuru, who said that if he had been serious, Akio would have been dead. He also told Akio to be grateful to Haruo, because Haruo was trying to bring him back alive. Akio became worried because he had been hit, while Yuru aimed at him again. Akio saw it because the light reflected off the arrow, so he realized that Yuru was going to shoot him again. He also remembered that Mr. Misasagi had left for a work meeting, which was a party hosted by the shopping district chairman. Since she was gone, Ivan was not there either, and neither was his mother. At the same time, he turned off the lights, causing the room to go dark. Yuru saw that, and it was as if he had been blinded because he could no longer see his target. Inside the room, Akio grabbed a crowbar and realized that Yuru had waited until he was alone. He had really studied him, and he thought someone had helped him. Then he pulled the arrow out of his shoulder and became irritated because Yuru had shot him in a place where it was difficult to remove. After he removed the arrow, he saw the Cyclops bird-like demon and told it to wait for now because if it went out at that moment, it would just get shot. Akio then took his phone and thought about doing the smart thing by asking for help. However, he suddenly felt dizzy, which confused him, and he even dropped his phone. Because of that, he looked at the arrow and thought it was poisoned. Yuru told Akio to relax because there was no poison, only a paralyzing agent, to which Yozakura asked if was not that basically the same thing. Back with Akio, he was struggling because of the paralyzing agent in the arrow, and while trying to stand, he said that if his situation were a movie, he would stab his thigh with a knife and use the pain to wake himself up, but since he could not feel pain, that would not work. Because of that, he simply opened a drawer filled with demon relics. He also pressed the crowbar against his injured shoulder and used his blood to form contracts with the relics. At that moment, Wright arrived, and Akio immediately recognized him. He asked if Wright was alone, and he answered yes, because Left was with Yuru. Wright saw that Akio was alone too, or perhaps not, because behind him, there were a huge number of demons. All of them were drooling and ready to attack. Wright asked if all of them were Akio's demons, and Akio said he had made speedy contracts with every relic near him. Wright said that was a reckless move and asked if Akio had forgotten about demon compatibility. While he was saying that, Akio's new demons seemed to be growing heated until they eventually started fighting each other. Akio then ordered half of them to protect him, while the others had to capture Yuru, the man who had shot him in the shoulder. Wright was shocked because a huge number of demons scrambled outside, including the Cyclops bird. Because of that, Wright mentioned that even though those demons were fighting each other, they were still obedient. He wondered if he would have to fight the remaining half, but they were also fighting among themselves. Because of that, Wright realized he did not need to fight all the ones left. There was one pair that seemed to stand above the rest, and all he had to fight were the survivors. Back with Yuru and Left, half of Akio's demons had reached them. They slowly approached the two, and Yuru challenged them to charge at him. However, the demons were still glaring heatedly at one another, and they started fighting among themselves, just like the ones in the room. Because of that, Yuru asked Left what was wrong with them, since they suddenly started fighting for no reason. Left answered that they seemed incompatible, and perhaps it was because they only had one master. Yuru was shocked and asked if that meant that if he simply let them be, they would only have to fight the last surviving pair. He added that was easier than he expected, but while he was saying that, Left joined the battle and kneed a worm-like demon with one eye, causing it to crash behind Yuru. Because of that, Left made her presence known to the other demons, who now seemed terrified of her. Left attacked them, and Yuru said that seemed fine too. Left even knocked a pair's heads together and threw them far away, sending them flying into an alley. Because of that, Yuru called Asa to tell her that a demon was heading her way. When the demon landed where Asa was, she pointed her fist at it to use break, and Fuyuki and Gabi were with her. While using break on the demon, she told Yuru that she had gotten the demon and praised him for his good work. At that moment, several more demons arrived, and Yuru said even more were coming. He said all of those were Asa's, and according to Gabi, there were so many of them. Back with Yuru, Left noticed something strange, and Yuru asked what it was. Left answered that the forms of the demons she was fighting were not quite up to par, which made Yuru wonder. Left explained that the identities of those demons were unclear, or rather, they had not settled yet. She added that perhaps, as demons, they were still immature. After she said that, a blob-like demon pair appeared, their bodies joined together, with 2 mouths and countless eyes. Yuru aimed his arrow at it while asking if it was a straggler, and Left noticed that she had smelled that demon's scent recently. Because of that, Yuru asked if she knew that pair, and she answered no, because that blood scent was the smell of many bandits from the warehouse where they had fought Ivan. While she was saying that, the blob-looking demon approached them. After that, the scene returned to Asa's group, and Fuyuki was shocked because Akio was the first master of each of those demons. Gabi could not believe it when she heard that, while Whisper said those demons were brand new, because their history and records as demons were completely blank all the way to the end. At that moment, the Cyclops demon was watching them, and when it saw Asa, it flew away. That was followed by a scene change to a snack bar called Country Bumpkin. Inside, someone was telling Misasagi that he needed to hire a cutie, even if they only worked part-time. The man also said Misasagi's scary mug was the reason he was losing money even though he was a good cook. He emphasized that point to him because he said it would give her customers peace of mind, but Misasagi said he could not afford to pay a part-timer. The man insisted that if Misasagi's restaurant became busier, he would have the money to pay a cute part-timer, a cutie patootie who would balance out his ruggedness. The female server then said the chairman, the man, was already drunk and was starting to annoy Misasagi. According to the chairman, his advice was for his own good, and it was sad that he could not get more customers. Misasagi said he appreciated his valuable advice, while a man using a laptop said he was mature. While the chairman kept bothering Misasagi about a part-timer, the door opened, which he and the server noticed. The server went to it and said they were closed for a private event, but to her surprise, no one was there. She wondered how the door had opened as the Cyclops bird demon entered and approached Misasagi. At the same time, the chairman said maybe a ghost had opened the door. This was followed by Misasagi standing up and saying goodbye to his companions, and the chairman asked if he was going to meet a woman. He also realized that the reason Misasagi did not want to hire a cute part-timer was because he already had a girlfriend. Because of the chairman's persistence, the 2 men at another table became annoyed with him. Misasagi said he was going to his restaurant and told them to enjoy the party. Outside, a couple was passing by, and while Misasagi was talking to someone on the phone, the man watched him. Once he had moved farther away from them, the man, whose code name was Calabash, said into a mic that Misasagi had left the meeting and seemed to be returning to the restaurant. The person Calabash was speaking to understood and told him to keep walking away. The person he was speaking to turned out to be Natsuki, who added that Mauve would be the next one to follow Misasagi. However, she did not receive a response from Calabash, so she became worried. It turned out that Calabash and the woman with him had been taken down, and Natsuki reported to Asuma that something had happened to them. Asuma asked about the other team, and Natsuki answered that Team Cicada Shell had followed Ivan. Natsuki tried to call them, but Ivan had already cleaned them up, and he asked if no one was at the restaurant. Ivan was shocked when he learned that only Akio was there, and said their enemies had really waited for him to be alone before trying to capture him. Back at West Wind, Wright was fighting the demon with a huge number of legs, and while he attacked it, its pair, which was made entirely of arms, charged at him. He managed to catch 2 of its hands, but the others kept punching him. However, they were unlucky because Wright was made of stone, so they were the ones who got hurt. Wright then transformed and broke the hands he was holding. He even removed them from the body and threw them with great force toward where Akio was, destroying a door. Once Wright finished with his opponent, he and Akio looked at each other, and Akio tried to escape, while Wright returned to his normal form. He did not chase Akio, and instead approached two small jars. He was shocked when he saw what was inside them, while Akio had managed to get out. Akio said he needed to escape without Yuru seeing him, because if he was hit by another poisoned arrow, he would die. At that moment, he was startled by what he saw, and asked what gives. It turned out to be Haruo, and Akio asked him if he's buddies with the Higashi crew now. That was when Akio realized that the reason Wright had not chased him was because Haruo was there, and Haruo invited him to come home. He said he would join Akio in pleading with Gonzo to show him mercy. Akio told him to give it a rest, while attacking him with the crowbar. At that moment, Bunbun entered the scene and kicked the crowbar away, while Torty pinned Akio down. Bunbun even told Akio not to make Haruo cry, while Haruo insisted that he was not crying. He also told Akio that they should use Akio's information about Nishino village to make a deal with Gonzo. He said that was the only way Akio could survive. Ivan then arrived after Haruo said that, and asked if that was true. He tried to attack Haruo, but Bunbun pushed him away and took the attack. Bunbun even apologized to Haruo, saying that he had slipped, while Haruo worried about him. Bunbun said there were so many demon presences there that he had not noticed Ivan arriving. Meanwhile, Torty moved and jumped toward Ivan to pin him down, but he dodged and managed to put Akio inside an invisible box. When he sheathed one of his swords, the box vanished, leaving only him there with Haruo. He recognized him as the middle Kuroya's sibling and teasingly asked what his bounty was. Anger could be seen in Haruo's eyes because of what had happened to Bunbun, and Torty felt the same. At the Kagamori Manor, Jin received a call from the security office because there was a suspicious person outside the front gate. Jin immediately looked for Gonzo, who had also received a heads-up from their security. He even said that the person in front of their gate was definitely Misasagi. He asked if he had abandoned his restaurant just to come there, and Jin answered yes, along with Akio and everyone else there. Gonzo called Misasagi a schmuck and asked if he thought they were poorly guarded at that moment. Jin said they did not know if he had brought demons based on the camera footage, and he might have brought allies too. According to Gonzo, the barrier would repel any demons, and if he had backup, they would capture them all. He even called him a fool, because he could not enter the manor while he was there. At the same time, the Cyclops bird demon tried to fly inside the manor walls, but just as Gonzo said, it was repelled by the barrier. Because of that, Misasagi mentioned that the Kagamori barrier was as solid as he had expected and could not be entered by demons. He then decided to open it, pointing his finger at the sky. After that, he pointed his finger downward and said that if there was no twin inside, he would not hesitate to act. As a result of his hand movements, something like a laser struck the center of the Kagamori Manor. Before long, Natsuki received the news that Misasagi was at the manor's front gate. Asuma was shocked because Misasagi had been in the shopping district just moments earlier, and Natsuki said Misasagi might have used the power of Ivan's demons, which could carve out spaces and swap them. She also reported that after Jin texted him that news, he had not responded again, so Asuma seemed worried. Back at the Kagamori Manor, the strike could clearly be seen from far away, and it shook the entire manor, including the infirmary and Hagarea's studio, where he was sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Keiichi was both frightened and shocked. Smoke also appeared as a result of that attack, and a lot of rubble went flying. Fortunately, Jin and Gonzo were protected by their demons. At that moment, Jin received a call, and it was from their people at the front gate, who asked what that loud sound had been. Jin answered that they have a slight problem, because the keystone maintaining the manor's barrier had been destroyed. The staff member asked if Jin meant the one hidden underground, and how that could have happened. Jin said it was probably due to some sort of physical attack, while Gonzo asked if it had been the aftermath of a missile strike. Jin added that the barrier was broken, so the Kagamori Manor was currently defenseless against demons from outside. Because of the precise strike on the keystone, the staff member asked if Akio had been leaking their secrets, and Jin answered that it seemed that way. He then asked where Misasagi was, and the staff member said he was still at the front gate. Jin told him that they were heading there and ordered them not to open the gate no matter what happened. The staff member answered that he got it, but he suddenly screamed in fear, which made Jin worry. He tried asking if something had happened and what sound he had heard, but the staff member did not answer him. It turns out that Misasagi had already destroyed the front gate, and the staff member Jin was talking to had been crushed by rubble. Behind a mini truck, 2 staff members were hiding, and one of them tried to shoot Misasagi, but with one upward point, Misasagi sent both staff members and the truck flying. Gonzo and Jin heard that commotion, so they prepared to fight. As a result of Misasagi's attack, one staff member was crushed by the truck, while the other was crushed by a tree. When the father and son arrived there, they were greeted by Misasagi and his Cyclops bird demon. Gonzo asked if he was Misasagi and why remnants of Nishino village were suddenly showing up. He also said it seemed Misasagi was after the twins, and asked if he thought they would obey him even if he obtained them. Misasagi answered that he doubted they would obey him, but that was fine. Asa had already obtained Break, so he would simply take her head, and Yuru's would follow after he made him obtain Seal. He said all he needed was whatever was above the neck, and because of that, Jin wondered if Misasagi's goal was to kill the twins. At the same time, Gonzo said there was bad news for Misasagi because neither of the two was there, so he had wasted his trip. Misasagi answered that he knew that, and that he was only there to destroy Asa's sanctuary. He even threatened to destroy the manor if they did not hand over Asa, and he also wanted Yuru's location. Jin said all Asa and Yuru wanted was to restore their family and live ordinary lives, so Misasagi should stop bothering them. Misasagi said the Kagomori were famous for their unscrupulous methods, so it was strange that they were so soft on the twins. According to Gonzo, the two had escaped from their enemies in Higashi village, and he had accepted them into his home as guests. He said his moral code was to care for his guests from beginning to end, which was why he was also looking for their parents. Jin then asked if Misasagi knew where the twins' parents were, and Misasagi answered that he would only say that after they hand over Asa and tell him the location of Yuru's hideout. Jin did not like that, while I attacked Misasagi. Jin even ordered I to swallow Misasagi whole, but because of Misasagi's quick finger movements, pointing upward from a starting position of pointing downward, I was pushed upward by the ground. I was badly hurt because of that, so his partner and Jin became worried. The attack almost reached Jin and Gonzo too, so Makoto pulled Jin away. Jin saw the destruction that attack caused to their manor and noticed that something was moving underground. It was the demon, and it was trying to chase him, who was already running away. When Jin looked behind him, he saw Gonzo punching the one chasing him with his centipede gauntlets. His face also showed his intensity, and Jin fired at Misasagi. However, Misasagi managed to send several tile plates flying to block the bullets. Gonzo then charged with his horse-looking demon, while Misasagi pointed toward the sky, where there was a glint of light that Makoto saw. When Misasagi pointed downward, the horse-looking demon was hit by the same strike that had destroyed the keystone. Gonzo retaliated by unleashing a large number of his demons, but they were simply crushed by Misasagi's attack from the ground. Gonzo's demons were injured because of that, while Misasagi only stood there, barely moving. He then told the father and son that he would give them a first look, and he introduced his demons to them as Heaven and Earth. Jin saw Earth, and told himself that the matchup could not get any worse for a diving type like I. After that, the scene returned to West Wind, where Yuru received the news that the demons they had fought had no records of being demons, which he also reported to Left. She said that, just as she expected, the demons they were fighting had been humans until very recently. Yuru asked if that was possible, and Left answered that she had never fought beings like them before, but the proof was right in front of them. As the blob-looking demon approached them, it said that it needed to capture Yuru. Aside from that, it also said they would kill the twins, and that was what they were loudly shouting. Yuru was shocked by their bloodlust, and Left said it was probably because they had tried to kill Yuru as bandits, and their dedication to their work had remained intact. At that moment, the blob-looking demon split into 2 bodies, with one chasing Left while the other chased Yuru. The one attacking Left jumped high, and she simply raised her head. She headbutted the demon using her body, making it cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Yuru seemed to pull something from behind him, and the demon attacking him punched him. As a result, it lost its hand, which went flying behind Yuru. It turned out that Yuru had used an axe to cut off the demon's hand, making it scream in pain. After that, he thanked Yozakura for his help and sent him back to Asuma. He also said the noises from the hunting ground are making him uneasy, so Yozakura should return to his master's side. Yozakura said that was exactly what he would do, while Yuru returned to the battle, jumped toward the demon he was fighting, and buried his axe in the center of its face. The demon grabbed the axe and tried to claw at Yuru. However, Yuru jumped upward and shot the demon with an arrow, hitting it directly in the tongue. Back with Natsuki, she looked extremely worked up and reported that Haruo was no longer responding either. Because of that, Asuma ordered her to help him and bring the Namamahagi as well. However, Natsuki refused, but Asuma insisted that Haruo was her younger brother, so she should save him. Natsuki answered that there was a strong possibility the manor was under attack, and if something happened to the people there, Asuma would become the next clan head. She said Gonzo had ordered her to prioritize Asuma's safety in the event of an emergency, so she would protect him along with her demons. After that, the scene shifted to the Kagomori Manor, where Jin asked Makoto if he could tell him where the heaven demon was. Makoto tried to find it, but he did not see anything, so he shook his head in response to Jin. Because of that, Jin asked himself if that demon was so high up that even demons could not track its presence. He also mentioned that heaven had pierced the keystone and attacked a demon in the head. That made him wonder if it was the mysterious something that had attacked the former Tadara clan head. Gonzo said heaven was aiming for their heads, and for Jin, the thought of being watched by a sniper with an unobstructed bird's eye view frightened him. Gonzo added that the pair seemed to attack according to Misasagi's signal, so Jin should watch his fingers. He also asked which pair he should use against him, and while he was saying that, Misasagi signaled again. Gonzo became alarmed, while Makoto pulled Jin away. Fortunately, Gonzo managed to block the attack with his centipede gauntlets, but Jin was still worried. As a result, Gonzo was injured, and he was shocked that even his armor could not withstand that attack. When he looked at his Hyaki Yako demons, he saw that they had fallen to the ground. After that, Gonzo's other demons started fighting each other. He was shocked to see that, and Misasagi told him that he relied too much on the Hyaki Yako. He added that he was sure Gonzo wanted to concentrate power in his own hands. But without the Hyaki Yako to keep the peace, his demon collection was useless. Gonzo angrily told Misasagi not to look down on him because he did not need demons to crush him. But before he could finish, something black grabbed his leg. It was Misasagi's earth demon, which made him look worried. That was followed by a large explosion that sent Jin and Makoto flying. Jin immediately looked for his father, and it seemed that he saw something black in the middle of all the smoke. It was the earth demon holding Gonzo's severed leg, and it threw it to the ground. Jin's eyes flared when he saw that, and he pointed his gun at Misasagi, who pointed his finger toward the ground. Oshirasama clearly saw that attack from the apartment, and based on her reaction, she did not seem to like it. As a result of the attack, the tiles in the manor were shattered, droplets of blood were scattered everywhere, and what remained were Jin's broken glasses. In the next scene, it returned to the past, before Misasagi attacked the Kagomori Manor, when someone was surprised that Miss Akane's child was there. That was what the manor staff were talking about, and the news was that a boy had arrived, claiming to be Miss Akane's son. Someone asked if he was the real deal, while someone else asked Hagure who Miss Akane was. Hagure answered that they did not know who she was because they were new there, and he said Akane was Gonzo's third wife. That shocked the people, and Hagure explained that his mother had died when she gave birth to him. According to Asuma, his mother had also died in an untimely manner, so Gonzo remarried so that they would not grow up without a mother figure. However, when Akane could no longer handle their clan's methods, she left Gonzo while she was pregnant. At the same time, he said that a staff member was already escorting Akane's son to a room. The staff were shocked, because what Asuma meant was that the child was the third son of the Kagomori Manor. After that, Gonzo arrived in the room where Jin was, and he greeted him good afternoon. Jin returned the greeting, and asked Gonzo if he was Gonzo Kagomori, to which Gonzo answered yes. Jin then apologized for suddenly showing up, while Gonzo sat down and said he was surprised, calling Jin by his name. Jin was shocked that Gonzo knew his name, because his mother had told him that she had cut contact with him after the divorce. Gonzo said Akane had been pregnant with Jin when she left him, so he had been extremely eager to know that he had been born safely. He apologized because he had a private investigation done once, and he asked if Akane had come with Jin, because he knew she did not want to go near that place. Jin said his mother had left him for another man, which seemed to worry Gonzo. Jin added that Akane had told him to go to the Kagomori clan. After saying that, he pleaded with Gonzo, whom he still called Mr. Kagomori, to let him stay there, and he even offered to work, saying he would do anything just to stay there. Gonzo was surprised that Jin was offering to work, because he thought Jin was still studying. He even said Jin did not need to work because he had given Akane a lot of money, but according to Jin, it was all gone. His mother had taken all of it when she left, which Gonzo did not seem to like hearing. After that, Gonzo stood up, and he left the room without saying anything to Jin, which seemed to confuse him. Jin thought that it looked like he could not live in the Kagomori manor, though he had not expected much. He even asked himself why anyone would believe that a child who had suddenly appeared was really Gonzo's son, and Gonzo probably thought he was a scammer who was only after his money. Because of that, he decided to just go home, but the only problem was that he had no home to return to. At that moment, he heard footsteps coming toward him, and it was Gonzo, who had brought Hagure and Asuma with him. Jin asked who they were, and Gonzo answered that they were his other sons. Hagure introduced himself as Hikaru, followed by Asuma. Gonzo said they were Jin's older brothers, so he should get along with them, which shocked Jin. This is why he asked if Gonzo believed a random person like him, and told him that he should at least set up a DNA test. However, according to Gonzo, that sounded like too much work, so Jin called him lazy. Jin also said they did not even look alike because he had a permanent scowl, which made Hikaru wonder. He took off his glasses and asked if it was like his. Asuma said that proved they were siblings, and Hikaru greeted Jin by saying it was nice to meet him. Gonzo asked Hikaru where he got his eyes, and Hikaru answered that he got them from Gonzo. Meanwhile, Asuma laughed and said he took after his mother. He also invited Jin to be his friend, while giving him a grin, which Jin called shady. He then asked why Gonzo would believe a child like him, when he had only suddenly appeared at his house just moments earlier. Gonzo then asked someone unseen if it was okay, and they answered that it was. Jin wondered who his father was talking to, and Gonzo asked if Jin remembered that he had said he had investigated his birth once. He said that the private eye he hired was behind Jin, confirming that he was definitely his child. Jin wondered what his father was talking about, and at the same time, a butterfly flew behind him. It was Asagiri, who confirmed that Jin was truly the child of Gonzo and Akane. The kid was completely shocked when he saw Asagiri, and with him were Hikaru's black and white and Gonzo's Hyaku-Yako. Jin was covered in sweat at that moment, and he hesitantly greeted them by saying it was nice to meet them all. A little later, Jin was about to ask Gonzo something, still calling him Mr. Kagomori, so he told him not to be so distant. Jin reasoned out that it was because the manor staff called Gonzo Master, and Gonzo asked if Jin was not going to call him Dad. Jin answered that he was still only an outsider at that point, so Master was more appropriate, but his father said he was too serious. He even tried to push the idea in a cute way, which seemed to irritate Jin. He said Master would do, or Old Man, and Gonzo accepted that as a decent compromise. Back in the present, the Kagomori Manor had been completely destroyed, and Jin's body was lying there, covered in blood. Gonzo's severed leg was also there, along with the dead Hyaku-Yako demons, and I was bleeding as well. The only one left standing was the person who had done all of that, Misasagi, and he noticed that he had a wound on his cheek. That was when he realized that Jin had grazed him with his gunshot, and at that moment, I attacked him again, which he sensed. Because of that, he thought that if I was still moving, it meant Jin was still alive, and he saw that some of Gonzo's other demons were still moving, which shocked him. At the same time, someone grabbed his leg, and it was Gonzo, who told him he would not let him kill his son, Jin. The centipede demons could also still be seen moving, and it looked like they were going to attack Misasagi from behind, but he pointed his finger downward, and Gonzo was hit by an attack from the heaven demon. Meanwhile, I ate Jin and Makoto to protect them, then dived into the earth. Misasagi had managed to attack Gonzo, but when he looked at Jin, he was gone. That irritated him, but he praised Gonzo for sacrificing his own life to save his son. After that, he walked away from the old man's gra and noticed that all of Gonzo's demons had become strays, so he had them killed immediately without hesitation. The only ones left were the centipede demons and the two tiny humanoid demons hiding behind a rock. The four immediately talked among themselves and ran away. At the same time, the ground beneath the manor was breaking apart, and Misasagi completely destroyed it. Because of that, the belongings inside were scattered, and the people began to panic. A staff member even told Dr. Sakurazawa to leave immediately, and she said the same back to the staff member. After that, she called Hagure to wake him up. In his room, the phone was ringing, and he even seemed angry because of it, so he hit the phone. Even though he was still sleepy, he got up, and at that moment, Gonzo's four remaining demons arrived in his room. He went to them and asked who was disturbing his sleep. He even recognized the two pairs as Sentimanus and Uyamuya. The Uyamuya told him that Gonzo was dead, and because of the living transfer, he was now their new master, which made his eyes widen in shock. At that moment, Misasagi's destruction had also reached his room, and behind the smoke, he saw a staff member telling him to run while trying to escape from Misasagi, but the staff member's body collapsed. Uyamuya said that the man behind the staff member was Misasagi from Nishino village, and that he was the one who had killed Gonzo. So Hagure glared at him and faced him along with his demons. After that, the scene shifted to Haruo, who had been sent flying by Ivan, so Bunbun worried about him. He even said that he was already a burden at that point, so Haruo should leave him and escape. Haruo told Bunbun not to be stupid because he would not leave him. Had Bunbun not said that unlike demons, humans betrayed their friends, but Haruo was not like that. Whether it was the Kagomori or Bunbun and Torty, he would not betray them, and Bunbun should not forget that. Bunbun was touched when he heard that, while it also seemed to inspire Torty, who used his power to repel Ivan. Haruo then apologized to Bunbun and threw him upward. Torty added his power to blast Bunbun even farther, and Haruo told him that he was not a burden. They were counting on him to ask for help, so he wished him the best of luck. After that, he told Torty that they should fight Ivan, because if they let that pervert reach the main street, innocent bystanders would be in danger. He also picked up Akio's crowbar, while Ivan shouted at him to stop insulting him. Meanwhile, inside West Wind, Bunbun crashed in, and Wright saw him and called him a sorry sight. He even teasingly asked if Bunbun had been defeated by Akio, but before he could finish speaking, Bunbun begged him to save Haruo and Torty. He said Ivan would kill them, so Wright gave him the jar he was holding, and Bunbun asked what it was. Wright told him not to let the insect-like thing inside escape. Then he went out through the window. He called Yuru and left to tell them that Ivan was there, and their faces became serious. Back with Haruo, Ivan attacked him and managed to graze him while slicing both his necktie and crowbar in two. Another attack followed, a slice toward his neck, but someone entered the scene. That resulted in Ivan's sword breaking, and the one who caused it was Wright. He told Haruo that he had done well, and that he should leave Ivan to them. When Ivan heard that, he wondered who was with Wright, while Left was already about to punch him from behind. With his fast reflexes, he managed to block Left's attack, and he told her not to say that the hand he had cut off had already healed. Left answered that it was as good as new, and something came from behind her. It managed to hit Ivan in the shoulder, which shocked him and made him ask himself what it was. That same thing hit Wright, and simply bounced off him. And when Ivan saw that it was an arrow, he realized Yuru had done it, and had painted the arrow black. Left pointed out that it was a moonless eve, and that her master bore the name Night, before asking Ivan if he truly believed he could evade Yuru's attacks. In the next scene, we shifted to Asuma's situation while he was under the protection of Natsuki and her demons. While flying around the area, Yozakura noticed Namamahagi, so he approached them and asked what was wrong. Babamaru then greeted him and welcomed him back. Yozakura commented that the mood felt tense, which Babamaru agreed with, saying that some kind of trouble might be about to happen. Asuma tried calling his companions, but he became worried when not only Jin, but also his father and Hagure failed to answer. Because of that, he also began wondering what was going on. He thought about it carefully, while Yozakura was surprised to learn that Asuma could not contact his family. Babamaru agreed and added that they had not received any replies from them since Misasagi appeared in front of the manor. Jujimara pointed out that there was a snag on their side as well, and that Haruo had also gone silent. While seriously listening to what had happened to her brother, Natsuki began tapping the steering wheel. Babamaru called out to her and asked whether they should go look for Haruo, but Natsuki said they should remain on standby and that Asuma's safety was the priority. Babamaru could only let out a sigh, while Jijimaru said that he understood. Yozakura then whispered to Babamaru that he could not stand this tension and that it reminded him of the time when Asuma's mother, Iori, died. He explained that shortly after she transferred Kinigi-Kudo, his other half and himself, to the young Asuma, she disappeared, and her body was later found at sea. After that, he told Asuma to stay calm, and explained that the Kagomori Manor team likely had their hands full with Misasagi at the moment, and that Gonzo would not die so easily, nor would Jin. He added that Jin was probably ignoring his phone while thinking that nobody should call him when he was working. As for Hikaru, he said that he suspected the man was asleep. As we were shown Hagure's broken phone and his current standoff with Misasagi, Yozakura added that the man was extremely grumpy when he had just woken up, so he probably smashed his phone the moment it rang because of his call. The intense staring contest between the two men continued as the situation became even more frightening. Dr. Sakurazawa then emerged from the damaged section of the manor while looking for Hagure, and she was shocked when she saw the two men. Both men turned their unnerving gazes toward her as she realized who they were, and she thought to herself that Hagure seemed even angrier than usual. Nervously, she apologized for disturbing their sleep, but Hagure said that it was fine and declared that he was wide awake. Dr. Sakurazawa then noticed the centipede demons with him and said that they were their master's demons, so Hagure explained that they were his demons now. Because of that, Dr. Sakurazawa understood the situation. On Hagure's side, the white Hyaki Yako explained that Misasagi's demons were heaven and earth, and the black Hyaki Yako added that one of them blasted apart the ground while the other fired shots from the sky, and that they had killed Gonzo. He then asked about Jin's condition, so they informed him that Jin had also been struck by a projectile from the sky, but had escaped together with Ai. However, they were not sure whether he survived because he had been severely injured. Dr. Sakurazawa became alarmed upon learning about the demon that attacked from the sky, causing her to step back onto the roof, while Hyaki Yako pointed out that the attack had come from extremely high above, almost as if it had truly come from the heavens. The doctor questioned whether even Cinemanus armor had only barely managed to tank those hits, then commented that it was absolutely nuts. The centipede demon handed Hagure his glasses, and as he put them on, he apologized to Sakurazawa and asked whether she could help him. He said that they were going to save everyone still remaining inside the manor. Dr. Sakurazawa agreed to his request and commented that the new head of the Kagomori family seemed like a very demanding boss. In the next scene, we return to a point in the past where, while eating at Misasagi's shop, Akio informed him that the most dangerous demon pair under the Kagomori clan was probably Mr. Hikaru's. Misasagi asked whether he meant black and white, and Akio agreed that those were indeed the ones he was referring to. Misasagi then asked whether that meant it was not Gonzo's Hyaki Yako, so Akio explained that Hyaki Yako had no offensive or defensive abilities of its own. He only possessed maxed-out communication skills. He added that setting break and seal aside, he believed black and white posed the greatest threat. He then asked whether it was just him or whether the fried rice he received was really dense. So Misasagi said that he had given him double toppings and urged him to get his nutrients and recover his strength as soon as possible. Akio returned to the topic and said that Mr. Hikaru used whiteout to instantly erase an area, while ink was used to draw over it however he wanted. Misasagi questioned what he meant by drawing whatever he wanted, so Akio clarified that yes, that was exactly what he meant. He explained that because Mr. Hikaru was an artist, he was incredibly fast at taking concepts from his imagination and giving them form. He pointed out that the man also drew fantasy manga, so even things that were normally impossible in real life were easy for him. After that, he said that Hikaru might truly be kind-hearted, but because he was extraordinarily compatible with his demons, there was no telling what he might throw at him. Misasagi then asked whether there were any other demon wielders he should watch out for, causing Akio to think for a moment and ask himself whether there was anyone else working at the manor who would be a pain to deal with. He remembered someone shortly afterward and informed Misasagi that it was Dr. Sakurazawa and her till death do us part. Misasagi asked whether it was a combat type, to which Akio answered no and explained that it had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. He added that it was a demon pair specialized solely in protecting its master, and that he was certain it could withstand even a nuclear blast. We then returned to the present, where the power of Dr. Sakurazawa's demons was displayed when she saved an injured Kagomori staff member from Heaven's attack. The man thanked her, but she brushed it off and said that she had done nothing. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 demon faces while saying that he should thank her demons instead. After attacking, Misasagi commented that Akio had been right. Even Heaven could not so much as scratch her, and because of that, he decided that he would have to eliminate the eldest son first. He gestured upward with his hand, prompting Earth to split the ground apart as it charged toward Hagure. However, with a flick of Hagure's left hand, where Whiteout resided, the ground in front of him instantly turned white, and with a point from his right hand, where Ink resided, he quickly created a 100-ton weight in front of Earth. The demon was completely shocked and could not move no matter how hard it tried. Misasagi could not believe that Earth had been subdued through sheer force, and commented on how absurd it was because, to him, something that size could not possibly weigh 100 tons. Hagure explained that if he drew 100 tons, then it became 100 tons. After that, he moved his left hand again, erasing an even larger area and turning it completely white. Misasagi was surprised when the ground vanished, while Dr. Sakurazawa let out an impressed wow. Hagure followed that up by pointing with his right hand, quickly summoning an enormous maze and placing Misasagi in the center of it. Because of that, Misasagi questioned whether Hagure actually thought he was being clever. Dr. Sakurazawa immediately shouted at him not to drag her into it, pointing out that it was far too dangerous. Hagure replied that he would be able to get out without a scratch anyway, then urged her to take the gardener and run. A straight pathway appeared behind Dr. Sakurazawa shortly afterward, leading directly outside the maze, which surprised her. Hagure then instructed Sentimenus and Uemuya to evacuate everyone inside the manor, and they immediately carried out his orders. While easily making her way out of the maze, Dr. Sakurazawa thought to herself that Hagure was indeed furious, but far calmer than she had expected. On Misasagi's side, he began destroying the walls surrounding him with earth, and when he reached one section, countless silhouettes emerged from behind the smoke, prompting him to immediately launch an attack at them as well. However, he was surprised to discover that they were nothing more than stone soldier statues. He glanced behind him shortly afterward, and the ground beneath him suddenly turned white again. That alarmed him, so he immediately prepared himself while wondering what would happen next. Hagure pointed his right hand once more, and it instantly created a whirlpool directly beneath Misasagi's feet. Misasagi's body was immediately dragged underwater because of it, but before he could be fully submerged, he ordered Heaven to attack, which it promptly did. It unleashed an incredibly fast beam attack from above that struck Hagure's position head-on, completely destroying his studio. Earth grabbed Misasagi by the wrist and pulled him out of the whirlpool, allowing him to escape. However, the moment Misasagi emerged, something else appeared in front of him, prompting him to question what it was. It turned out to be an entire theme park filled with Hagure's creations, and its atmosphere seemed to grow darker as though inviting Misasagi to step inside. He could only stare at it while contemplating his situation. While that was happening, we shifted to the battle between left and right against Ivan. Yuru jumped onto a nearby rooftop, and while still in midair, he fired an arrow at Ivan that lodged itself in the man's right arm. Ivan failed to notice it, and was only surprised when an attack suddenly came from above. Left followed up on his moment of surprise by cutting one of his katanas, but Ivan immediately moved to cut the arrow with his remaining katana before pulling it out with his mouth. Yuru then parkoured down a series of connected buildings, and the moment he landed, he fired another arrow, this time high into the air. The arrow arced downward and landed beside Ivan, drawing his attention. Ivan was startled and wondered if it had come from above him again. While he was still confused, another arrow suddenly grazed his head. He turned toward where it came from and saw Yuru moving like an assassin, remaining completely focused on him before immediately vanishing into the darkness after attacking. The arrow left a wound above Ivan's eyebrow. Left attempted to kick Ivan in the head, but he managed to duck beneath it. However, in doing so, another arrow flew in and struck his left leg. That was followed by right charging from above, but Ivan avoided the claw attack by stumbling out of the way. Unfortunately for him, yet another arrow flew in and struck his left shoulder. As he prepared to launch another attack, Yuru instructed right and left not to let Ivan reach the open streets. He told them to finish the fight where they were now without involving any innocent bystanders, and the two divine guardians energetically replied that they understood. From both sides of Ivan, right and left simultaneously unleashed immense roar attacks, cornering him. His eyes widened, but he suddenly grinned and commented that they were being restrained by their unwillingness to involve civilians. The collision of the two demons' blasts triggered a massive explosion, forcing Yuru to crouch and brace himself so he would not be blown away. Afterward, left and right stared at the area in front of them, and their attention was drawn to a hole along the side of a wall. They peeked through it, and right became concerned, while left commented that that scoundrel had created an escape route through one of the buildings. In a nearby public area, several people who heard the explosion looked around in confusion and wondered what the noise had been, commenting on how loud it was. One man asked whether it had been a gas explosion, prompting another to remark that it was frightening. The door of Misasagi's West Wind shop then opened, and the heavily injured Ivan emerged from inside. The two men hanging around in front of the shop immediately looked toward him and tried calling out to him. As he walked through the area, he drew even more attention from the crowd. Concerned people pointed out that he was injured and had arrows sticking out of him, while another person wondered whether he had come from the explosion. In Ivan's mind, he noted that his own weapons were invisible to ordinary people, but Yuru's arrows were perfectly visible. He continued attracting attention because of his appearance, and another man wondered whether they were being filmed or something. Ivan thought to himself that Yuru would be far too afraid of accidentally hitting someone if he used his bow there, and that the divine guardians would never fully cut loose in a place like that. Meanwhile, he had plenty of potential hostages to choose from. As the people continued worrying about him, they started asking whether he was all right and whether they should call an ambulance, while others wondered if he was simply cosplaying. Then he spotted someone in the middle of the crowd, cursed under his breath in irritation, and realized that this place was the true hunting ground. It turned out to be Asa, who was already preparing to strike him. On Yuru's side, he cheered Asa on to catch Ivan while she readied the power of break. In the next scene, we shifted back to the past, inside the Kagomori estate, where Yuru's side and the Kagomori faction were holding a meeting. Jin explained to them that it was an order from his father that they show no mercy toward traitors. Haruo then asked Jin whether they could do him a favor, but Jin replied that Gonzo intended to kill Akio the moment he found him. He added that he felt the same way, and that if he encountered Akio out in the field, it would be the end of him. The sadness on the Kuroya siblings' faces was evident when they heard that, while Yuru's group quietly listened. However, for this mission, Jin added that he and Gonzo would remain at the manor. They would leave the on-site decision-making to the three siblings, which caught Yuru's attention. Gabby irritably told them to make sure they dealt with Akio before she saw him, because she would kill him the moment she laid eyes on him. Asuma grinned and informed them that he would accompany them on the grounds as the mission leader, then asked Natsuki to protect him well. Gabby asked whether they were allowed to take down the remaining Nishino bastards as well, to which Jin agreed, but pointed out that his priority was protecting Asa. Yuru then said that if Ivan appeared, they should leave him to their group. He explained that they had already fought him before, so they were more familiar with his tricks than anyone else. He said that the divine guardians, Asa, and himself would capture him and take away his demons. Fuyuki volunteered and asked for permission to obtain information about Yuru's parents from Ivan together with his demons. After that, Dara informed them that if they fought Ivan, either they would kill him or he would kill them, and he told Asa to stay out of his range by any means necessary. Asa asked whether she should simply cut off his head if he entered her field of vision, causing Yuru to stare at her in silence and leaving Asa confused. Yuru remembered Granny Yamaha's story about the last user of Break, when during the war Shimei ordered Asahi to use that power. He remembered how Shimei told Asahi that she had already come too far and had nothing left to fear, while Asahi struggled to carry out the order. Asahi tried explaining through tears that she was scared and did not want to do it, but Shimei shouted at her to stop hesitating and cut off the enemy's heads already, making it even harder for her. After that, Yuru looked at his hand before calling out to Asa, who turned toward him with a smile. He asked if he remembered correctly that when she attacked Higashi village, she said she was still getting used to the power of break, and Asa agreed. Yuru pointed out that her intention back then had only been to destroy his arrow, but she made a mistake and ended up crushing the entire mansion instead, causing Asa to nervously ask for forgiveness and apologize. As Yuru was about to explain what could happen if she made a mistake while trying to decapitate Ivan in a crowded area, Haruo quickly understood what he meant and pointed out that civilians could end up getting caught in the attack. Yuru said that their hunt would most likely take place inside the city, and that they did not want innocent pedestrians accidentally getting hit. So he instructed Asa not to use break to decapitate enemies. Wright explained that she could repeatedly use the attack that severed the connection between demons and their masters, and not a single hair on any citizen's head would be harmed. Yuru agreed and said that if there were many people around, that was the technique she should use. Asa replied that it was a good idea and said that she understood. After that, Yuru said that Asa would sever Ivan's connection to his sword demons, while he would fill Ivan with arrows until he died. We then returned to the present, where Asa was already preparing to use break on Ivan. The moment she opened her hands, Ivan became alarmed. The blast from break had already begun flying toward him while he was still moving, but unfortunately, two demon pairs suddenly appeared and intercepted Asa's attack. One of them possessed countless mouths, while the other had countless eyes. Both Asa and Ivan were shocked by what happened. Asa was completely bewildered and asked where those demons had come from. This also caught the attention of Yuru and the others, who were on the rooftop of a nearby building, and they noticed yet another pair of demons whose identities had not been established. Yuru wondered why there were more of them, and then he was startled when he realized that Ivan had vanished from where he had been standing. He immediately searched for him and became alarmed when he spotted Ivan moving quickly to get behind Asa. The concern on Yuru's face was obvious as he tried to line up a shot on him, and he cursed in irritation because Asa had been fully prepared to kill that man. But things turned out this way because of his softness. As Ivan prepared to launch a slash, Yuru shouted a warning to Asa, but it was already too late before she could turn around. Fortunately, Gabriel suddenly arrived and bit Ivan. However, Ivan managed to evade the demon's sudden counterattack. He clicked his tongue in irritation at that development, while Yuru's face also showed clear surprise when he saw it happen. Gabby's voice echoed through the area as she called Yuru a dumb brat. After that, she irritably asked how he managed to put Asa in danger after talking so big earlier, before adding in disappointment that he was useless. Afterward, Gabriel spat out Ivan's cloak, and Gabby angrily declared that she would handle things from there while calling Ivan a worthless pervert. She also informed him that she was not as soft-hearted as Yuru and Asa. Gabriel charged at Ivan again and tried to bite him, but Ivan managed to retreat and avoid the attack. After that, he drew both of his swords and attempted to counterattack Gabriel. Their battle resulted in signs being bitten apart, statues from food stalls getting sliced up, and even the ground itself no longer being safe. The police surrounding the area were shocked by what they saw, while civilians pointed toward the commotion unfolding around them. Gabriel continued chasing Ivan, but because of Ivan's agility, he repeatedly avoided the attacks and maintained his distance, all while continuing to alarm the people around them. Asa told Gabby not to involve civilians, so Gabby replied that she was already avoiding them. However, Asa pointed out that while that was true, the only thing she was avoiding were people and nothing else. Ivan deliberately provoked Gabriel into chasing him through the middle of the crowd, causing Asa to worry as she pointed out that he was using civilians as shields and putting them in danger without hesitation. Yuru also became irritated with Ivan, calling him a bastard and asking whether he really intended to continue fighting in the middle of so many people. While following them from above, Lev told Yuru that if he shot Ivan now, there was a chance he could hit civilians with stray arrows. Wright commented on how chaotic the situation had become and said that it was far too dangerous for him and left to join the battle. Left added that Asa could not use break either while those fong-covered demons were blocking the way. The confusion and shock on the civilians' faces were obvious because they could not see the demons. Because of that, they kept asking one another what was happening, wondering whether it was a tornado or a gas explosion, while others pointed around and said it looked as though everything was being destroyed. Asa was becoming increasingly worried and irritated as well, and commented that the battle had become an absolute mess. She realized that if she used her power, she might break Gabriel's contract too. In response, she ordered Yin and Yang to move. On Ivan's side, he managed to vertically slice through the upper row of Gabriel's fangs, causing Gabriel to cry out in shock. After that, he arrogantly said that he had heard Gabriel was supposed to be tough, but there was nothing special about him after all. Shokyo immediately shouted and pointed out that that was only natural because there was nothing that the great Magutsui could not cut. That only irritated Gabby further, causing her to shout at him not to mock her chompers. Gabriel charged at Ivan again, prepared to split him in half with a single bite. Because of that, Yuru called him an idiot and said that Ivan was not the type of opponent Gabriel could defeat in a direct clash, while Ivan prepared his swords to meet the incoming attack. Unexpectedly, Yin and Yang had already positioned themselves atop the building behind him, and they immediately used their blinding light, which possessed the ability to transport a person into their black and white space. It was too late by the time Ivan turned around, and in an instant, he was transported into the white space of those demons, something that completely shocked him. Even Gabriel and Gabby froze when it happened. The people around them were equally bewildered by what they witnessed, and they all began whispering among themselves about Ivan's sudden disappearance right before their eyes. They repeatedly confirmed with one another whether they had really seen what happened or if it had merely been their imagination. Yuru arrived and immediately called Gabby shrimp, causing her to irritably tell him that he had taken long enough. She added that if he was looking for Ivan, Yin and Yang had already swallowed him. Yuru then asked where Asa was, while Wright replied that he could no longer smell her. Because of that, Gabby suddenly realized something, and both she and Yuru immediately turned toward Yin and Yang. Yuru nervously asked whether his sister was inside that demon pair as well, and Yin and Yang confirmed it. That immediately caused him to shout in alarm and call Asa an idiot. He also asked whether Ivan was in there too, before ordering the demons to spit Asa out immediately, but they refused to comply. Left then questioned whether that order had come from their master, which Yin and Yang confirmed. Wright pointed out that an order was an order, and Left added that that demon pair would only obey Asa. Because of that, the only thing Yuru could do was shout Asa's name directly into the faces of Yin and Yang. Inside the white space, Asa appeared behind Ivan while preparing to unleash Break. She informed him that nothing could interfere with the two of them in that place, and declared that he could no longer escape from her. While that was happening, we shifted to Kagomori Manor, where several people became concerned after seeing the estate's destroyed entrance. On Misasagi's side, he continued observing and sensing the eerie entrance that Hagure had created, and he felt a strange current of wind coming from it. He thought about it carefully and commented that it felt as though Hagure was challenging him to enter. He remembered Akio's warning that because Hagure's compatibility with his demons was so high, it was impossible to predict what he might throw at him. He continued pondering the matter until he heard sirens and noticed emergency vehicles approaching. He looked toward the entrance and commented that people were beginning to gather before deciding to withdraw for the day and starting to move away from the entrance. After that, the master of the Heave-Ho demons peeked out and asked whether Misasagi was really gone. He let out a sigh of relief and finally shouted in celebration, causing one of the others to tell him to keep it down because Misasagi might return if he heard them. Hagure also breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was glad his plan had worked, while Keiichi questioned why Misasagi had left instead of attacking. Hagure explained that it was called the empty fort strategy. He explained that he deliberately left the gate open so Misasagi would think he was being lured into a trap, and that the man had been deceived by his own suspicions and chosen to retreat. On Misasagi's side, he cursed Hagure and called him a son of the Kagomori, before commenting that he had truly inherited Gonzo's ferocity. He added that he had not expected him to become such a major threat. However, he suddenly thought of something, looked back toward the entrance, and began doubting the conclusion he had reached. Meanwhile, on Hagure's side, he was still breathing in relief while saying that he was happy he managed to protect everyone. Keiichi then realized something, and it turned out that his right arm had already been destroyed by Misasagi's attack earlier, and was currently being treated by Dr. Sakurazawa. Misasagi returned to the ruined studio and said that if Hagure truly wanted to, he could probably kill him with ease. He also pointed out that Hagure's reluctance to kill people was his greatest weakness, before calling him by his full name, Hikaru Kagomori. After that, we returned to the city, where people were still confused about what had happened to Ivan and his sudden disappearance. Most of them were asking themselves whether they had truly seen what happened or if it was merely part of some movie promotion. While that was happening, Fuyuki listened to their conversations as he walked toward the mysterious demons that had protected Ivan. He commented that those two also appeared to be connected to Nishino village and decided to obtain information from them using Blacklist. However, before he could do so, Nagatsuji called out to Fuyuki from an alleyway and encouraged him to approach those demons. He said that in the best-case scenario, only Fuyuki would die in the explosion and he would obtain Blacklist without damaging it. He added that he was currently the temporary master of those demons, and that if they touched one of them, they would learn everything they needed to know about him. Because of that, he decided to blow up all the evidence together with Fuyuki. However, he paused when he noticed the large number of people nearby and commented that civilians could end up getting caught in the blast as well. He quickly dismissed that concern and simply declared that it was time for the explosion while attempting to detonate the demons. Before he could do so, Dara suddenly appeared behind him and called out to him, commenting on how interesting the toy in his hand was. Nagatsuji was startled and quickly hid his hand, while Dara pointed out that those demons had intercepted Ivan at exactly the right moment, yet they did not seem to be Ivan's own demons. He said that it made him wonder whether someone else had sent them into danger, before asking Nagatsuji if he understood what he meant. Because of that, Dara explained that he started looking around and eventually found a young man with something attached to his hand and asked whether he was correct in assuming that he was one of the people involved. He also explained that he had heard rumors about a demon wielder who planted slime mold-like bombs and that his name was Nagatsuji, which immediately caught the young man's attention. After that, Dara asked whether it was true that he had even planted bombs inside a teenage girl's demons, causing Nagatsuji to wonder whether he was referring to Miniyama and just how much Dara actually knew. Dara then asked whether he had any intention of denying it, and immediately grasped the situation. He informed Nagatsuji that he once worked jobs that took him into dangerous places overseas, and seriously added that in war zones, he had seen countless people strap bombs onto children and send them running toward the enemy. After that, Nagatsuji attempted to detonate his parasitic bomb, but Dara moved swiftly and sliced off his thumb. Blood sprayed everywhere as intense shock appeared on the young man's face. While Nagatsuji screamed in pain, Dara pointed out that hiding a bomb inside a corpse was nothing more than a rookie trap, because it only exploded once someone tried to move it. Afterward, he told Nagatsuji to relax and informed him that their side treated children and captives kindly. A man outside the alley noticed the two of them. He saw that Nagatsuji's hand was bleeding and asked if he was alright. Nagatsuji tried to tell him what was happening, but Dara immediately cut him off and asked the man whether he had heard the large explosion earlier. While holding a knife to Nagatsuji's back, he explained to the man that Nagatsuji had merely been struck by a large piece of flying glass and that they were on their way to the hospital, so he should just leave them be. He smiled and added that they would be fine, while Nagatsuji nervously forced a smile as well. After that, the two of them hid behind a large dumpster. While still detaining Nagatsuji, Dara informed Fuyuki that the demon in front of him really did have a bomb. Fuyuki commented that he knew it, while Dara told him to keep his distance. Fuyuki said that he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles waiting for it to explode, so Dara apologized for giving him such a dangerous role. He added that thanks to his help, they had managed to catch the man responsible for killing his colleagues with explosions, before thanking him. Nagatsuji then asked Dara whether he intended to kill him for revenge after extracting information from him. So Dara once again pointed out that the people of Higashi village treated children and captives kindly, unlike the Kagomori. Nagatsuji questioned whether that meant he was dead the moment he was handed over to the Kagomori, but Dara did not answer and remained silent. Because of that, Nagatsuji nervously told him to say something, but Dara bluntly replied that he had no comment. Nagatsuji slowly moved his hand toward his chest, causing Dara to tell him not to move and threaten him by saying that if he tried anything suspicious, he would slit his throat. So Nagatsuji clarified that he was not attacking. He explained that he was only giving him a warning and said that Dara would want to see what he was about to show him. Nagatsuji opened his shirt and revealed the demon parasite attached to his chest. He explained that if its master died, all of them would explode. He informed Dara that the explosion would be even larger than the one at the warehouse full of Higashi village people, and that it would turn the entire area into a massive crater, which immediately caught Dara's attention. Nagatsuji also added that they were lucky Dara was not the type of person who killed on a whim, otherwise both of them, along with the entire city, would already be toast. Because of that, Dara said that they would use Break to sever his contract with those demons and deal with him afterward. He instructed him not to even think about escaping, because he could disable him in ways that would leave him barely alive. While that was happening, we moved away from the shopping district and shifted to Misasagi's Chinese restaurant. There, Bunbun was still holding the jar containing Mine Yama's demons. He removed his jacket from the hole around it and tried peeking inside, where he saw that one of Mine Yama's demons, Hime, was already preparing to get out. Because of that, he hurriedly covered the jar again and tied his jacket around it. Irritated, he insisted that Wright had asked him to hold on to it. But what exactly was that thing anyway? Suddenly, he heard a man's voice and approaching footsteps as the person spoke on the phone, confused about what had happened to the restaurant and why it had been completely destroyed. The person on the other end explained what had happened to Akio, causing the man to shout that they should have killed him from the start, before asking whether they now understood what happened when they brought in an outsider. The restaurant had been discovered and destroyed, and he added that he could not get in touch with Ivan either. It turned out that the man was Daigo, and the moment he entered the room, he immediately noticed Bunbun. Bunbun became concerned when he recognized him as the master of sadomasochist. Daigo seemed completely captivated by him, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of softness, slipping into baby talk as he said that he had found a little bunny rabbit. However, despite feeling that way, he still immediately tried attacking Bunbun with a quick punch, but fortunately Bunbun managed to dodge it. Daigo recognized him as one of Haruo's demons, then asked why he did not simply hand over the jar he was holding, all while continuing his attacks, which Bunbun narrowly avoided again. The jar opened because of Daigo's thrust, allowing Hime to escape, which alarmed Bunbun. Fortunately, he still managed to catch the insect demon while pointing out that Wright had specifically instructed him not to let it escape. Daigo then followed up with an uppercut, but Bunbun avoided that as well. He followed it with a barrage of punches, yet Bunbun still managed to evade every single one through his agility. Because of that, Daigo called him a speedy little bugger and attempted a double hammer fist, but Bunbun dodged once more and even used Daigo's head as a platform to leap away. He landed on a desk shortly afterward and, with an irritating grin on his face, told Daigo that his attacks were so slow he could dodge them even while injured. Daigo became extremely annoyed and enraged by that comment, prompting him to finally summon his demons. Bunbun remained completely unfazed and even challenged them, saying that as long as he did not attack them directly, there was nothing they could do to him. Daigo then began punching Masochist, which completely baffled Bunbun. Because of that, Sadist redirected those punches toward Bunbun while Daigo joined in, and together they called the move Sado Masochist Double Pummel. Bunbun became alarmed and struggled to evade because of the overwhelming number of attacks being thrown at him simultaneously. He misjudged a landing shortly afterward, fell to the floor, and ended up cornered. While he was still getting back to his feet, Sadist arrogantly asked whether he had run out of one-liners and told him not to underestimate them. Daigo then approached him and ordered him to hand over Hime. He said that Bunbun should just cooperate, and the worst they would do to him was turn him into rabbit soup. Masochist became excited by the idea and encouraged Daigo to pour all that soup over him, while Daigo thought it over. He admitted that he had a soft spot for animals, so he would rather not be too rough. Sadist continued rambling and repeatedly insisted that they make rabbit soup. He even said they would turn Bunbun's pelt into a cushion and rub their booties all over it. While he continued boasting and telling Bunbun to beg for his life, a powerful force suddenly slammed directly into his face. The same force struck Daigo and Masochist as well, hurling their bodies into a wall and preventing them from moving. Bunbun was surprised by that, and the one responsible apologized for making him wait. It turned out to be Haruo together with Torty. Haruo thanked him for calling the Divine Guardians because he had apparently saved him from being killed by Ivan. Bunbun pointed out that the ones they had captured were sadomasochists and their master, which immediately caught Haruo's attention. He also explained that those demons copied any attack directed at them and reflected it back at their attacker. Haruo immediately pointed out that the moment Torty attacked, the attack would be reflected right back at them, leaving both him and Torty at a loss for what to do next. While that was happening, we shifted to Natsuki's side. Haruo called and asked him to save them, immediately getting his attention. Natsuki asked Haruo whether he was all right, and when Haruo replied yes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked why Haruo had not been checking in regularly, so Haruo apologized and said that he would explain the details later. Natsuki then asked where they were, and Haruo informed him that they were on the second floor of the Chinese restaurant. Asuma noticed that Haruo was the one calling, while Yozakura commented that it seemed he was safe. After that, Haruo asked Natsuki whether he could send some backup their way. He explained that Torty had immobilized Daigo and sadomasochist, but the moment they loosened their hold, the two would immediately fight back. He added that he was genuinely terrified and once again pleaded for someone to save them quickly, to which Natsuki replied with a Roger and instructed him to tell Torty to hang in there a little longer. Shortly afterward, Haruo also informed Natsuki that Akio had escaped from him. He apologized because he failed to bring Akio back to them. Natsuki looked disappointed by that, but said that he understood. On Fuyuki's side, he informed Natsuki that he was in the shopping district. While blocking off the alley where Dara and Nagatsuji were located, he warned Natsuki not to touch the stray demons sprawled across the street because he had heard that they were rigged to explode. That alarmed Natsuki, prompting him to ask whether that meant the bomber was nearby, to which Fuyuki informed him that the bomber's name was Nagatsuji. He explained that Dara currently had him in custody and requested that Natsuki send people who did not have demons, which Natsuki immediately acknowledged with a Roger. Natsuki then informed Asuma about the news, which made him let out an impressed wow. After going through all of that information, they realized that Ivan was the only remaining problem. We then shifted to the white space of Yin and Yang, where Shokyo was irritated because they had apparently been swallowed by Yin Yang. Ivan understood that the place was a barrier space inside Yin Yang, then commented to Asa that it was a bold move to challenge him one-on-one in order to reduce collateral damage. Asa replied that nothing could interfere between the two of them there, and declared that she would be the one who won. Ivan noticed that she had cleverly positioned herself behind him from the very beginning, making him realize that he was already in trouble. Suddenly, Daikyo spoke and called out to Asa while addressing her as the Break Twin. It begged her to stop and not kill Ivan. Even Ivan and Shokyo fell silent when Daikyo spoke. Daikyo explained that just as Yin Yang seemed fond of Asa, they too were fond of their master. It said that being with that master was fun and that they liked him. It also added that they did not want their master to die and begged Asa to show him mercy. Shokyo immediately interrupted and shouted that he did not care if they were facing Break, before telling Daikyo that one should never beg for their life and should instead die honorably in battle. Because of that, Daikyo told its other half to be quiet and stop provoking Asa. Asa then informed them that based on what she had heard, Ivan was the one who killed her parents, before asking whether that was true. Daikyo answered that it was true and that they were the ones who cut down Mine and Nagisa, sending chills of rage through Asa. After that, Daikyo instructed her to go to Okinawa and informed her that her parents were there, shocking Asa even further. Because of that, Asa pointed out that she had heard they vanished from an airplane bound for Okinawa, then questioned that if they really made it there, were they still alive, and were they at her grandmother's house, to which Daikyo replied that it would not say. Not yet. It asked Asa to promise that she would not kill Ivan, and in exchange it would tell her everything it knew. That made Shokyo shout at its partner, while Asa began thinking about what she should do. Daikyo once again begged her to show mercy. Asa stood silently while thinking, then slowly lowered her hand while saying that it seemed she would have to ask Magitsui about her parents. However, Ivan's attention was immediately caught when she added that it meant there was no longer any reason to keep him alive. She declared that she had no mercy for anyone who threatened Yuru's life. Because of that, Ivan moved immediately while thinking to himself that the negotiations had completely broken down. He noticed that Asa was overflowing with killing intent and concluded that she would surely try to cut off his head. As they both moved to attack, he also realized that at that distance, Break would activate before he could get close enough to strike. He wondered whether he should throw Daikyo so it would hit Asa at the same moment she hit him, but quickly rejected the idea and told himself that even if they killed Asa first, Yin-Yang would become a stray and he would be trapped inside that barrier. He could not escape through his teleportation box either because he had already used it to move Akio away. He thought that he could throw Shokyo faster, and that if he succeeded in stabbing Asa, he could steal her life energy and leave her incapacitated. However, when he tried to raise his left arm, he became irritated and cursed Yuru because the arrow lodged in him was affecting his aim, and he knew he was guaranteed to miss. Asa's hand slowly began to open as she prepared to unleash Break, and when Ivan saw that, he simply accepted his fate and said that he was a dead man. At that moment, Daikyo suddenly called out to him and apologized. It seized control of his hand and forcibly twisted it, then made him slash his own neck, completely shocking Ivan. Both Ivan and Asa were stunned by what had just happened. Blood violently gushed from Ivan's neck because of it, while Asa wondered if that had been the work of Break, but noticed that her power had not even activated yet. She was bewildered when she realized that Ivan's wound was self-inflicted, and as he dropped to one knee, Shokyo stabbed itself into the ground. Daikyo asked Shokyo whether their plan would work, to which Shokyo explained that it was the first time he had ever attempted a life force transfer inside a barrier. He said that he took a gamble, but they had hit the jackpot. He shouted at the yin-yang demon that they would take all of its life force, and the ground he had stabbed, along with the wound on Ivan's neck created by Daikyo, began bubbling. The bulging of the ground grew more intense, and yin-yang suddenly let out a powerful roar, greatly shocking and confusing Asa. Outside the white space, the yin-yang demon began feeling heavier and started trembling in pain. Gabby immediately became concerned and asked what was wrong, while Wright questioned what was happening inside it. The bulging of both the ground and Ivan's neck intensified as the transfer continued, and before long, Ivan regained consciousness. In that brief instant, he managed to reach Asa directly and prepared to unleash a slash. Asa was alarmed and found herself unable to move, and Yin and Yang sensed her distress. Because of that, before Ivan could slash Asa, the yin-yang demon expelled her from the white space, sending her back to where Yuru and the others were. Yuru immediately asked whether she was alright, to which Asa replied yes while holding her neck. Gabby scolded her for being too reckless, while the people around them were shocked by her sudden appearance. Moments later, the yin-yang demon's body wobbled before it finally collapsed to the ground from extreme weakness. Asa immediately became worried, while Gabby asked why it was acting that way. Asa explained that it had spat her out to save her, and that Ivan was still inside. Yuru was shocked and commented that it had actually managed to detain Ivan, while Gabby asked whether that meant Ivan was now trapped inside Yin and Yang's barrier. On the verge of tears, Asa apologized to Yuru because she had failed to finish Ivan off, but Yuru told her not to worry and said that her safety was the first priority. Asa then asked what would happen to Yin-Yang. Gabby called Natsuki shortly afterward and informed her that they had captured Ivan and would be withdrawing for the time being. In the next scene, police officers arrived at the shopping district and were shocked by what they saw, prompting them to ask whether there had been a gas explosion there. One of the officers said that the tip they received was about a man with an arrow lodged in his shoulder, while another spoke into his walkie-talkie and commented that they had bigger problems now. The first officer looked around but said that he could not see anyone matching that description, while another noticed Yuru and pointed out that there was someone carrying a bow and arrows. His partner replied by asking whether it was not just a modern crossbow. On Yuru's side, Gabby became irritated when she saw police officers approaching them. Yuru noticed them as well, and Asa commented that, considering all the damage that had occurred, it was only natural for them to show up. Wright became confused about what police were, so Yuru explained that Ken had told him they were people who protected and served the public. One of the officers asked whether they were locals, while another politely requested if they could answer a few questions. They asked Yuru whether what he was carrying was a toy, whether he was cosplaying, and whether his arrows had arrowheads. After that, one of them asked if he could take a closer look while moving his hand toward his baton, something both Yuru and Asa noticed. Yuru quietly asked Asa what would happen if his arrows really did have arrowheads, so Asa replied that it could fall under a weapons violation. He then asked whether they would arrest him, to which Asa answered yes. He followed up by asking what would happen if he resisted, so Asa explained that he would be charged with resisting arrest. Yuru stared at the two officers expressionlessly because of that, and not long afterward, right punched one of them while left kicked the other to stop them. After that, Yuru, Asa, and Gabby began acting as though the two officers had suddenly collapsed for no reason and that they had no idea what happened. They commented that it was terrible and maybe the officers were sick, while the two policemen merely writhed in pain because they could not see the demons. Afterward, Yuru and the group started running away while pretending they were going to call an ambulance, leaving the officers behind. Wright then noticed something while he and Left were carrying Yin and Yang, and informed Asa that the two were still alive and kicking, so she should not worry, which surprised Asa and prompted her to ask if that was true. Left explained that their condition was similar to what humans called unconsciousness, which Asa understood, saying that it happened because Ivan had taken most of their life energy. She remembered the sight of Ivan slicing his own neck, as well as her own death before she awakened Break, sending chills down her spine at the memory. She called out to Yuru afterward, causing him to look at her curiously. Happily, she informed him that she had learned their parents were in Okinawa, which immediately brought light back into Yuru's eyes. While that was happening, we shifted to Ivan's situation inside the white space. There, while breathing heavily from pushing his body beyond its limits, he told Daikyo that they should have warned him before doing something like that to him, commenting that they had completely caught him off guard. Shokyo replied that there had been no time to explain and said that Ivan should be grateful for their quick thinking, all while continuing to call him monkey. Afterward, Ivan pulled the arrow out from the back of his shoulder while telling them not to gamble with his life, explaining that if he died, the two of them would become strays. He added that their next master might not even possess half of his skill with a sword, and more importantly, they were not exactly the easiest pair to get along with. Because of that, Shokyo shouted that he did not get along with anyone either while continuing to call Ivan monkey. He further added that they were the only ones willing to associate with an ape like him and that he should show some gratitude, repeatedly calling him monkey. Ivan simply agreed and said that he got the point and that he truly had no friends. After that, he told Daikyo that he had not realized it liked him that much, causing Daikyo to fall silent for a moment before denying it. That prompted both Ivan and Shokyo to think to themselves that it was lying. He brushed it off and said that first things first, they needed to update the people outside, and when he opened his phone, he was happy to see that it was still working. He tried calling someone, but there was no signal, which he had already expected, while Shokyo pointed out that they were obviously inside a barrier. Because of that, Ivan asked whether he was going to starve to death inside that completely empty space. Shokyo disagreed and said that he would not die because it would continue siphoning Yin-Yang's life energy and transfer it to him. It instructed him to cut his neck from time to time using Daikyo in order to recover, to which Ivan commented that it was like an IV drip from hell. Shokyo explained that if Yin-Yang woke up, they might spit them out without warning, and then he really would starve to death inside the barrier. Ivan tiredly replied by asking how much more obvious that could be and sarcastically added no kidding, before explaining that the last thing he had eaten was Mr. Misasagi's ankake shakisoba with no toppings, and that he wished his last meal had been something better. Daikyo then said that he could also die if someone tossed a poison gas bomb inside, prompting Ivan to ask whether they were trying to fumigate him and whether he was some kind of cockroach. Or, Daikyo added, they could throw him into the middle of the Pacific Ocean, to which Ivan replied that they should not illegally dump him and questioned why Daikyo kept describing such gruesome ways to die. Shokyo explained that they could not allow Yin-Yang to wake up, but on the other hand, if they took too much life energy and killed it, they would lose their only means of escape and die inside the barrier. It added that they needed to siphon just enough life energy to keep Yin-Yang unconscious, prompting Ivan to comment that there was nothing they could do except hope that someone outside would change the situation, no matter which side they belonged to. After that, Shokyo said that until then, He needed to conserve his strength and get some sleep, but Ivan replied that he was far too hungry to sleep. His stomach growled, and he commented that he really missed Mr. Misasagi's fried rice with no toppings now. Outside the white space, Yuru met up with Natsuki and Asuma, and there they were shocked to learn that Ivan was really trapped inside Yin-Yang. Rai confirmed that it was true, but explained that with Yin-Yang in that condition, they could neither eject Ivan nor enter to check whether he was still alive. Natsuki then asked whether that guy could not teleport, so Asa replied that it did not seem like he had even tried. Yozakura added that if he had not attempted to flee even when confronted with Break, then perhaps he had not prepared a teleportation box for himself. Natsuki informed them that when Haruo called earlier, he told her that Akio had vanished before his eyes. Yozakura replied that that was probably it, and reasoned that Ivan most likely used his box on Akio. Left then asked whether that meant Ivan was siphoning Yin-Yang's life energy using the same method he used to bring her down, to which Asa replied that she believed so. Then, Left added that he intended to hunker down while keeping Yin-Yang barely alive, while Yuru commented that if he stayed trapped in that pure white space for too long, he would go crazy, before asking whether Ivan was even human. Gabby questioned the idea that the monster was trapped, but they could not confirm whether he was alive or dead, while Natsuki asked if that was not terrifying. Asa then touched Yin-Yang and sadly said that she was sorry, and that all of this happened because she failed to kill Ivan. Gabby became irritated when she apologized again, while Natsuki asked her to listen. Yuru suddenly smacked Asa on the back, shocking her and making her clutch the spot he hit. He praised her and told her that she did a good job. He explained that even capturing Ivan was a huge victory and that there was no need for her to apologize, then told her to hold her head high. He also admitted that he did not want to fight Ivan one-on-one and that he was always relying on the Divine Guardians. He continued giving Asa heavy pats on the back while asking if it had been scary, then commenting that she had done well, while Asa struggled under the weight of his hand. Crying as she dropped to her knees, Asa asked whether he should not be hugging her instead, so Yuru bluntly replied that he was showing tough love. Asa immediately believed him, which made her even happier, and she declared that he was the best while thanking him. Babamaru commented that Yuru was an honest one. After that, Yuru commented that it was too late now, but he should have coated the arrows he shot at Ivan with a numbing agent or even dog crap, prompting Asuma to comment on how brutal that sounded and say that it was a rather dirty tactic. Yuru became confused and questioned why it was dirty. He asked what kind of idiot would face a bear head-on, alone, and without a weapon, so Asa said that he was the type of person who could never become a hero in Hagure's manga. Gabby became irritated and asked whether he was really scared of some pervert pretending to be a samurai, before saying give me a break and pointing out that Yuru should have stayed in his lane and let the great Gabby handle it from the very beginning. Yuru also became irritated and shouted that she only made the situation worse when she interfered in the hunting ground. They started arguing, so Left tried to calm them down, and while that was happening, Natsuki received a call. It was Dr. Sakurazawa, which immediately caught her attention. She quickly answered and said that it was good to hear from her. Dr. Sakurazawa asked where she was, so Natsuki informed her that she was still on site. She explained that her calls had not been going through earlier, so she had gotten worried, while Babamaru uncertainly commented that it seemed the manor was alright. Dr. Sakurazawa informed them that she was perfectly fine, before asking how their mission had gone. Natsuki explained that they had captured Nagatsuji, Daigo, and Ivan, which impressed Sakurazawa and made her praise them. However, Natsuki said that it was not worthy of praise because several tail teams had died. She explained that they had moved the bodies somewhere less visible, before asking her to tell Jin to collect them. But Sakurazawa said that was impossible and explained that Misasagi had taken Jin down. She also informed them that the manor had been completely wrecked, and we were shown the damage Misasagi left behind while the Kagomori people dealt with the aftermath. Several police officers, firefighters, and ambulances had also arrived at Kagomori Manor, and one of the rescuers was shown covering Gonzo's body. After that, Dr. Sakurazawa asked Natsuki to hand the phone to Asuma, which she immediately did. When Asuma listened to what she said, his eyes widened in complete shock at the news he heard, leaving him silent. Fuyuki was also deeply shocked by the news, and he immediately ordered Dara and the others with him to move. Haruo also shouted in alarm when he heard the news, catching Torti's attention while it continued restraining Daigo and sadomasochist. Haruo dropped to his knees in shock, while Bunbun tried to speak to him. Asa, Gabby, and everyone with them were also deeply shaken when they heard the news, and they could only react with pure shock. Because of that, Yuru could not believe it and asked whether Misasagi had really done all of that alone. After that, Misasagi was shown walking down the street. As he walked along the sidewalk, a car stopped beside him. It turned out to be Minase, and she asked whether he was heading home from work and if he wanted a ride. After they got into the car, Misasagi informed them that Daigo, Nagatsuji, and Ivan had all gone silent. Akio asked if that meant they could no longer return to the restaurant, to which Misasagi said that it was unavoidable. The mummy-looking demon with them became happy when the car started moving, so Misasagi told it not to sound too excited while calling it Yamashina. After that, Misasagi said that he had grown somewhat fond of that neighborhood and the restaurant, and commented that it was truly a shame. Minase softly laughed and said that they had nowhere to go again. While that was happening, we returned to Misasagi's Chinese food shop, where Fuyuki arrived. He apologized to Haruo for the wait, to which Haruo replied that he appreciated him being his backup. Fuyuki asked if he had heard what happened at the manor, and Haruo agreed. So Fuyuki understood the situation. After that, he asked whether the two stuck to the wall were Daigo and sadomasochist. He clarified whether he was right that the small one was the one that reflected attacks, which Haruo confirmed, before asking whether the things he was holding were pachinko balls. Fuyuki explained that he had borrowed them from a pachinko parlor in the shopping district. After that, he instructed Torti to keep doing what it was doing, which confused the demon. He forcefully threw the small balls in front of Torti, and because of the gravitational force it was producing, the balls flew with incredible speed and power, greatly alarming Sadist. Most of the balls flew straight into its body, and every hit created craters from the force of the impact, making Sadist scream in intense pain. Fuyuki explained that with the help of Torti's power, those balls became instant bullets. Sadist's body was severely destroyed by the non-stop rain of those balls, while Fuyuki told Torti that it could turn off the gravity now. Masochist tried to call Sadist and get a response, and not long after, the gravitational force holding them disappeared, causing them to fall to the ground. Daigo became worried as he continued trying to talk to Sadist, wake it up, and scold it, but Sadist still did not respond. Daigo became furious at Fuyuki and quickly tried to punch him in the face. He shouted that he would kill him and take Blacklist, but before his fist could even reach Fuyuki, Fuyuki had already kicked him in the neck. That shocked Daigo deeply, so Fuyuki asked why he was so surprised. He explained that Blacklist was an extremely valuable source of information that would be very dangerous in the wrong hands, so he pointed out that Gonzo Kagomori would never entrust it to a weak master. He removed his necktie and coat while adding that since Daigo was a friend of Misasagi, he would have preferred to kill him right away, but with Jin absent, another corpse would only be a hassle to clean up. He prepared to fight and seriously said that he would leave him alive enough to speak, then force him to spill everything he knew about Nishino village. While that was happening, we moved to Ito Medical School, where the Kagomori people had been taken for treatment. The demons of the people there gathered to share information. Uyemiya and its partner explained that the Kagomori Manor barrier prevented all demons and even their body parts from entering without permission, but the keystone had been blown up by an attack from outside. Dr. Sakurazawa asked if that meant it was not a demon's body part, but rather a physical object from their world, to which the two answered that they believed that was the case. Uyemiya said that Earth's consecutive attacks were strong and extremely fast, but Heaven only fired once, and there was a long gap before its next attack. Because of that, Dr. Sakurazawa said that Misasagi clearly used Heaven less often than Earth, which Uyemiya agreed with. She thought about it afterward and asked if that meant Heaven needed to prepare its attacks first. Uyemiya added that it always targeted the head, but it missed Hagure and only struck his right arm. Dr. Sakurazawa commented that even though it missed, a mere graze was enough to shred his hand to pieces. Uyemiya tearfully pointed out that Gonzo, Jin, Spear, and Shield were all struck in the head, while Hagure had been under a roof, which was why he was not hit. Because of that, Dr. Sakurazawa asked whether, instead of Misasagi guiding it, The demon itself was aiming using its own vision from the sky. Uemuya then asked whether they could handle it, while the other demons showed anger and eagerness to fight Misasagi. After that, a small, elderly bald man arrived and called out to Sakurazawa. He commented on the massive disaster at Kagomori, while they called him detective and thanked him for his help as always. The detective said that he had only passed by the area, and someone had truly done serious damage to them. Two lucky cat-looking demons then emerged from behind his legs while Sakurazawa informed them that he was a former resident of Nishino village, causing the detective to realize that he was the man Gani had mentioned not long ago. He sat down and commented that he still could not believe it, saying that of all people, he never expected Gani, or Gonzo as we know him, to be the one who died. He added that he always knew it would not be pretty when Gonzo's time came, but this was far too sudden. After that, he asked who would become the next head of the Kagomori clan, to which Sakurazawa replied that, in her personal opinion, it would be Hagure. The detective commented that he was a poor fit for the role, then questioned what a spoiled kid who had spent his entire life drawing manga could possibly accomplish. He pointed out that even if they assumed Asuma could manage the clean and public-facing businesses, Jin, the one responsible for handling all the dirty problems behind the scenes, was now gone. He explained that without an enforcer, the Kagomori clan would have a difficult time surviving moving forward, which Sakurazawa agreed with. The detective continued by explaining that his family had fled Higashi village alongside the Kagomori, but as much as he would like to maintain their partnership, it had reached its limit. His bodyguard placed a bag on the ground while he added that the time had come for them to distance themselves from one another. He informed them that he had collected the guns from the manor's security guards and instructed them not to let his people carry those things around so casually, to which Sakurazawa apologized but explained that the final decision was not hers to make. He added that as for the property damage, he had explained it away as a gas explosion and a sinkhole. Afterward, he said his goodbyes and asked them to pass along his regards to Hagure, to which Sakurazawa replied that she would. The gardener then asked what they should do with the guns, so Sakurazawa uncertainly answered that perhaps they should just dump them into the sea. While that was happening, we shifted to Asa's situation. While inside the car, Sakurazawa called Natsuki regarding the guns, and she decided that they should hold on to them for the time being. She explained that even if they returned to the manor right now, there was no barrier anymore and nowhere left to sleep. She added that they would be in danger if they were attacked again, so she intended to go into hiding with Asa for the time being and asked whether they could obtain some guns for self-defense. After that, she asked how Hagure was doing, to which they explained the current situation to her. While that was happening, Asa stared at a billboard advertising Hagure's famous manga. She began to feel sad and teary-eyed while thinking that everything that had happened was her fault. While that was happening, we shifted to the situation at Misasagi's Chinese restaurant. There, Haruo and his demons simply watched as Fuyuki beat Daigo down, every impact of his fists landing heavily on his opponent, echoing throughout the area. Daigo attempted to counter with a straight punch, but Fuyuki easily dodged it and responded with a punch of his own that landed squarely on Daigo's face. The sound of Fuyuki's fist striking Daigo echoed all around them, while Masochist continued trying to wake the unconscious sadist. Daigo could do nothing but endure Fuyuki's attacks, and the assault did not end there. Fuyuki grabbed Daigo by his braid and yanked him closer before driving his knee into his neck. Daigo dropped to his knees shortly afterward and grew noticeably weaker while staring at Fuyuki. Just as he was about to say wait, Fuyuki did not let him finish and delivered a powerful kick directly to his head, sending him crashing onto the floor. After that, the group gathered in the Kagomori junk shop to consolidate everything they had obtained. Nagatsuji looked at the unconscious Daigo, and before long he noticed all the people gathered around them. As worry set in, he thought that this was a trap and that these people intended to kill him. Right then showed him Sadomasochist and asked whether it was still trying to protect its master, pointing out that it had been crying the entire time. While Masochist continued sobbing because Sadist was unconscious, Haruo commented that it had turned into a complete crying mess after its partner was knocked out. Bunbun then told Masochist not to worry and explained that its partner was in critical condition but still alive. Masochist questioned whether that was true, and Sadist was shown twitching slightly, while Bunbun replied that it was alive, but only barely. Masochist thanked goodness and happily said that it could not live without sadist. Yuru then asked what happened when one half of a demon pair died and the other remained. Whisper replied that the remaining half would also die before long. It explained that life and death were human concepts, so it did not know whether that was the correct way to describe it, but they would die nonetheless. It added that when one half died, its partner rapidly lost life energy until it eventually met its own end as well. As a pair, their lives were intertwined. Yuru then remembered what the alien-looking demons had said, that whether demon or human, no one could survive on their own. After that, Embrace took Sadist and Masochist so that Fuyuki could examine their information. He read through Whisper and found that their current names were Masochist and Sadist. He explained that the history and records of this demon pair were completely blank, which made him realize that Daigo was their first master. He then read that their master's name was Hidekatsu Daigo, and when he saw the year of his birth, he paused in shock before continuing in a bewildered tone that he had been born in the 41st year of the Meiji era in Nishino village, greatly shocking Haruo. Haruo asked Natsuki what year that translated to, and she replied that it was 1908 AD. He pointed out that Daigo certainly did not look over 100 years old. Because of that information, Yuru and the Divine Guardian simultaneously realized that this was Minase's doing. Daigo weakly commented that it was interesting that they knew about Minase Ono, then added that it saved them some time. Fuyuki questioned him about whether there were others like him who had stopped aging and blended into modern society, to which Daigo agreed. Daigo then said that if they wanted to know how many of them there were, they would have to ask Minase, and informed them that she might even be creating more without his knowledge. Because of that, Nagatsuji shouted at him to stop and not blab everything to the enemy. Dara then asked whether there was any chance that Nagatsuji was also an old man on the inside, to which Daigo answered no and explained that he was not ageless, but simply an ordinary kid, prompting Nagatsuji to yell at him again and ask why he would tell them that. Daigo brushed it off and pointed out that his personal information was not worth much, so Nagatsuji shouted that that was exactly the problem with those Meiji fossils and instructed him to study up on modern-day compliance. After that, Fuyuki decided to begin extracting information about Nagatsuji's demon pair, which immediately shocked him. Nagatsuji quickly questioned whether he would really do that even though the parasites might infest him and blow him up the moment he touched them, causing Fuyuki to stop while his demons flinched. Because of that, Asa said that in that case, why not simply use Break to sever his contract with Bami, which was attached to his heart, adding that she could do it for free. That greatly frightened Nagatsuji and made him shout not to do it, explaining that forcibly removing it could cause a massive explosion. Nagatsuji then added that, by the way, his demons were extremely stubborn and explained that they would not return to relic form no matter how much he begged them, which irritated Dara and prompted him to call them abusive demons that refused to agree to a divorce. Nagatsuji added that they should not call them ridiculous names like Bami and abusive demons, and pointed out that the name of their pair was Judgment Day. He informed them that the one attached to his heart was Sodom and the one on his hand was Gomorrah, before instructing them to use their proper names. Gabi was impressed by the names Nagatsuji had given his demons, while Asa inwardly commented that it was because they shared the same naming sense. Dara brushed all of that aside and asked why he had made a contract with a demon pair as dangerous as those two. So Nagatsuji explained that it had not been intentional and that the pair had no history or background. He said that he had no idea what abilities they possessed until after the contract was made. After that, Dara followed up by asking whether that thing had originally been the master of Hitsuki Matasuki, a man named Yaga who had been investigating Nishino village. He then asked if he was correct that after Yaga died, Anamine Yama's demons turned his body into a meatball and he was reborn as a new kind of demon. Nagatsuji let out a sigh and was surprised that Dara had figured out that much, before agreeing with him and explaining that Judgment Day had originally been a man named Yaga who had been investigating Nishino village. After that, Asa asked about the seeds and whether she could remove the parasitic seeds with Break. Nagatsuji did not answer immediately and simply stared at her, prompting Asa to intimidate him by ordering him to answer truthfully or she would break his ears off his head. Yuru pointed out that, just so he knew, her aim was off sometimes. causing Nagatsuji to become extremely nervous and frightened as he shouted that they had won and that the seeds could indeed be removed. He explained that the detached seeds would not explode once removed. Daigo cursed because of that and could not believe that they would fail to seize the Higashi village twins even though they were right in front of them. Dara then asked why both villages were so obsessed with the twins, pointing out that even if they got their hands on them, there was no way they could force them to do what they wanted. Natsuki then said that she did not know whether their goal was world domination or something else, but Nishino village had already been destroyed. She told Daigo to stop picking fights with the people of Higashi village, but Daigo replied that Nishino village had not actually been destroyed, which immediately caught everyone's attention. He explained that it was true that Nishino village now lay beneath a reservoir. They had lost their sacred land, which was known for producing twins who sundered day and night. The villagers had been scattered, persecuted, and exiled to various places. They would never organize themselves again, or at least, that was how it appeared on the surface. However, according to him, they still remained beneath the reservoir, waiting for their chance at revenge inside an underwater barrier. The twins asked if they had heard him correctly about there being a barrier, to which Daigo replied that they had. He explained that Nishino village had hidden itself from the wider world in order to avoid its doom, just like Higashi village. He added that when the dam project arrived, the village was submerged while still enclosed within its barrier. To free Nishino village once more, they needed the power of the demons of the Shadow Realm. He explained that if they simply opened the barrier, the dam water would immediately flood into the village and wipe it out completely. He added that because they needed to use the powers of break and seal simultaneously to open the barrier, it would be nice to have a convenient pair that obeyed their every command. Yuru said that what they wanted was not break and seal that remained in the Shadow Realm, the land of the dead. What they wanted were transferable versions that would remain in their world, could be used permanently, and would be completely loyal to their master. He then asked if he was right that they were trying to use him, Asa, and Mineyama to create those powers. Dara became irritated and asked how badly they wanted to exploit those children, adding that they were awfully immature for people who were over 100 years old. Daigo replied that they underestimated the weight of a grudge, which the remaining bandit member with them agreed with, saying that he understood that feeling. He explained that he also held one hell of a grudge against those two, so they should not expect a painless death. He pointed out that those two had wiped out their leadership, then asked if they minded letting him take care of them. Natsuki told him to hold his horses. She explained that they still needed to question Daigo and Nagatsuji about Misasagi, so he should not rush things, while Nagatsuji quickly agreed with what she said. The bandit then said that in that case, he would take only Nagatsuji because he had a much bigger personal grudge against him, which made Nagatsuji extremely nervous. Natsuki explained that if they killed him, he would explode, so the bandit commented that he might just be bluffing, while Nagatsuji firmly insisted that he was telling the truth. Natsuki then commented that she wished they could test his claims somewhere wide and open, before asking whether they should take him out into the middle of the Pacific Ocean and throw him to the sharks, prompting Nagatsuji to cry out in fear and ask whether Higashi village was not supposed to be kind to its captives. Dara commented that the kid was a massive pain in the neck, before suddenly pulling a bag over Nagatsuji's head, which shocked him. Because of that, Nagatsuji started shouting that he knew it. They were planning to kill him, and that this was how they carried out executions. He added that he had already warned them what would happen if they killed him. He insisted that they had heard him, too, but Dara silenced him and put him to sleep. He blacked out, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself somewhere else. He clutched his aching head, and suddenly someone called out his name. It was Roe. He was greatly shocked as Roe welcomed him to the lost house of the Tadera clan. He began looking around, and before long he realized that if he exploded inside that place, nobody outside would be harmed. Roe clarified that he was not going to kill him that easily. Nevertheless, he added that Nagatsuji truly was a problem, so they were simply going to leave him there, which greatly shocked him. Roe explained that they had removed all weapons from the area, so there was no point resisting. They had left food, medicine, and other daily necessities for him and instructed him to help himself. As for drinking water, he could boil water from the river. The bathroom was a vault toilet, and when it became full, he would have to clean it himself. Roe also said that he was free to use the firewood, and if it ran out, he could gather branches from wherever he liked. After explaining all of that, Roe said his goodbyes and told him that he would check in on him once in a blue moon, prompting Nagatsuji to try to stop him. However, Roe ignored him and explained that the place was a lost house and that first-timers had no chance of escaping it. Still, he told him not to worry, because the place would simply return him to his starting point whenever he wandered too far, so he should just eat properly and behave himself. Roe then truly left and entered the house while Nagatsuji continued calling after him. When Nagatsuji followed Roe inside, the only thing he found was an empty space. He became deeply alarmed by that and could not believe they had left him there to rot all alone. In the next scene, we shifted to the city, where people could be heard talking about the Kagomori Manor. One man told his companion that there had been a massive gas explosion and a sinkhole at the same time, which alarmed him. He asked whether he had seen the aerial footage, and if so, what he thought that theme park statue thing was that appeared there. The other wondered if it was an anime character, while another pointed out that it was pre-mommy, and yet another was completely blown away by the sight of a giant mommy standing there. One man said that he lived nearby and had heard many loud booms in the middle of the night, which made his companion say wow and comment that it must have been more than just a gas explosion, while another remarked that there had apparently been multiple explosions and commented that it was no wonder the place had been destroyed so badly. One person suggested that they should go check it out, but another replied that they would not be able to get in easily. It was deep inside a wealthy neighborhood where the Kagomori relatives and staff lived, so security there was extremely tight. One man commented that maybe old sewer pipes had sprung a leak and created an underground cavern, prompting another to say that sounded terrifying, while a third shouted that Japan's infrastructure was on its last legs. Another man said that he had heard it was some kind of underground experiment, causing someone else to ask what the government was hiding. When they looked up the pre-mommy manga, one of them was shocked to learn that pre-mommy was going on hiatus, while another could not believe it and commented that they had only just reached the good part. Another man explained that the destroyed house apparently belonged to Hikaru Hagure, causing his friend to ask worriedly if he had been hurt, while another questioned who would build a theme park based on their own creation at their own house and commented that it was so cringe, while another exclaimed that Hikaru Hagure had money to burn. After that, we moved to a burger shop, where Hana met up with Mineyama. She told her that she had lied to her, to which Mineyama merely stared back. Hana pointed out that she had said her demon pair could turn corpses into meatballs, but she never mentioned that it could create new pairs as well. Mineyama explained that she had not told any lies and had merely omitted a detail, to which Hana replied that it was fair enough and that she had been careless not to press her harder on the matter. Mineyama then asked what they were scheming, so Hana told her not to be so uptight. She informed her that they had captured Nagatsuji and Ivan, and that Daigo had been disposed of. Mineyama tried to argue that Ivan would never be captured, but Hana quickly cut her off and said that he had been, then asked her to try calling them because she would not get through. Mineyama did so, but sure enough, her call went unanswered. Hana explained that they had isolated them in places they could not possibly escape from on their own. She told her that Nagatsuji was locked up in what was called a lost house, and that there was no need to worry about him eavesdropping on them. She also pointed out that the man capable of detonating her demons was gone now, prompting Mineyama to pet her demon in relief. After eating, Hana said that she had someone waiting outside and invited her to come along. They entered a tunnel where they met up with Asa, Gabi, and Yuru. Hana then returned Mineyama's demon pair to her while she remained shocked upon seeing them. Asa said that it was nice to meet her, while Yuru introduced themselves as the Higashi village twins. After that, Asa raised her hand and opened it while telling Mineyama that she owed them one before activating break. Afterward, they returned to Kagomori Manor, where destruction greeted them. Every part of the place they called home had been shattered, scattered, and destroyed. They spotted Hagure resting and called out to him. Hagure said that it was good to see both of them, to which Gabi immediately replied, while Natsuki asked whether he should really be up and about. Asa became worried when she saw Hagure's arm, but he simply smiled at her to reassure her that he was alright. He welcomed Asa home while showing her the belongings left behind by Jin and Gonzo. She asked whether there had been any sign of Jin, To which Hagure replied that who knew where he had gone and added that he wished he would come home already. Sadness was evident on Asa's face as she stared at Jin's broken phone and glasses, and Gabby noticed it. They visited the remains of Gonzo and the others who had died to pay their respects. Hagure explained that with the manor in its current state, a funeral was the least of their worries, so he had made do with a quick cremation for now. Once things settled down, they would hold a proper service for all of the victims. Gabby asked exactly when that would be and pointed out that the manor was still in ruins. Hagure replied that until they restored the barrier, they could not allow unvetted contractors to enter the area, and that the real cleanup had only just begun. Asa and Natsuki offered prayers for the dead, while Gabby stood behind them leaning against the doorway. After praying, Asa began to tremble from sadness, so Natsuki and Hagure comforted her. Not long after, Asuma arrived carrying a box and saw Gabby, then Asa. He welcomed Asa home, dark circles from exhaustion and crying visible beneath the cheerful yet unsettling expression he usually wore, while Asa showed the same sadness on her own face. Gabby asked what was in the box, so Asuma explained that it was a ceremonial tea set and that it had miraculously survived the rubble. He added that the timing was perfect and said that he would make tea for all of them. While that was happening, we shifted to another part of the Kagomori Manor, where the Heave-Ho demons were trying to carry a massive rock that was enormous compared to their size. Someone stepped in to help them, catching their attention, and it turned out to be Yuru together with the Divine Guardians. He explained that they had come to lend a hand. The Heave-Ho demons and their master were delighted by the gesture. Hana even operated a forklift to help move lumber and various materials, while Dara worked alongside Yuru carrying sacks onto a truck. The alien-looking demons also arrived together with their pugmaster to help out. They assisted some elderly female staff members by helping them scrub the deck and carry water, while the old women played with their master. Meanwhile, Wright used his immense strength to lift an entire truck and dump the countless sacks it was carrying into a pile, leaving the men there completely amazed. After that, Asa and Yuru went into a room. Upon entering, Asa explained that it was Gonzo and Jin's study, and that it had remained intact. Yuru was amazed by what he saw and commented that it was packed full of books. Asa explained that all of them were related to demons, including folklore from various regions of Japan, historical documents, and even collections of tabloids and urban legends. She said that besides demons that were currently manifested or enshrined, the two of them had also researched historical documents in order to compile stories about demons that might have been left behind in relic form, which impressed Yuru. She added that in some cases, they personally visited locations, gathered more information from locals, and rescued relics that were at risk of being forgotten by humanity. That was also how they found Gabriel, deep within the mountains. Gabby, who was waiting outside the room, commented that if their master and Ginny had not found them, they would have disappeared from the world entirely, to which Gabriel seemed to respond with an agreeing chomp. Asa began searching for something, and when she found the Okinawa section of the shelves, she commented that she wondered what the demons in their mother's birthplace were like, which Yuru agreed with. Natsuki then arrived and asked Gabby whether Yuru and Asa were there, before informing them that Asuma said the tea was ready. Outside, Asuma had arranged an outdoor tea ceremony and prepared tea for Fuyuki and Hagure. The moment they took a sip, they immediately felt a sense of calm because the tea was so delicious and soothing, prompting Asuma to smile at their reactions. He even invited some of their staff to join them for tea, causing one of them to happily ask whether that was really all right. Asuma also invited Dara and Hana, prompting Dara to ask whether they were sure. When they arrived at the mat, Dara told Asuma that he was unfamiliar with tea ceremony etiquette, to which Asuma replied that it was not a problem. He told him to sit wherever he liked and simply enjoy himself, while Hana thanked him for the tea. Yuru, Asa, and Gabby also arrived, drawing everyone's attention. Asuma invited them to have some tea as well, and Yuru agreed before encouraging Asa to get some too, which she agreed to. Asuma asked Gabby whether she wanted any, but she declined and said that she did not like bitter things, prompting Asuma to comment on how blunt she was. Haruo pointed out that they would need more teacups, so Asuma replied that bowls, coffee cups, or anything else would do. They could simply excavate some from beneath the debris. Some of the staff shyly asked while handing over mismatched drinking vessels whether those were really acceptable, to which Asuma repeatedly agreed while taking them and saying that as long as they enjoyed the tea, it was fine. The moment they drank it, they immediately felt relieved and at ease because it tasted so good. A few of them even began crying, which caught Yuru's attention. As the sounds of sniffles and suppressed sobs filled the air, Asa also began to frown and look sad. All of them looked around at the destruction Misasagi had left behind at Kagomori Manor. The area became filled with silence, sadness, and reflection as they did so. An elderly woman then arrived and commented on how lavish their outdoor tea ceremony was, considering they were surrounded by piles of rubble. She asked whether she could also have a cup, and it was revealed that she was accompanied by two small bodyguard-like figures. Asuma welcomed her and addressed her as Miss Kanae, while Haruo was surprised and called her Granny. When Miss Kanae saw right and left, she commented that they must be Yuru of Higashi Village and his divine guardians, before saying that it was nice to meet them. Yuru asked who she was, so Asa informed him that she was considered the grandmother of the Kuroya siblings. She introduced herself as Kanae Kuroya and asked that they all get along. She also introduced her demon pair, Kagemusha, prompting the two divine guardians to bow respectfully. Hagure invited Kanae to sit down, while Asuma cheerfully said that he would prepare some tea for her. However, before joining them, she suddenly knelt and said that before she partook, there was something she needed to do first. She groveled on the ground while her demons knelt as well and sincerely apologized, greatly shocking Hagure and Asuma. She explained that everything that had happened was the result of her grandchild's betrayal. She added that she felt the deepest guilt over the deaths of Gonzo and the manor staff, as well as the injury to Hagure's dominant arm. The Kuroya siblings also knelt and bowed in apology, while Miss Kanae added that they had made an irreversible mistake and that no amount of apology would ever be enough. Hagure became uncomfortable with the situation and awkwardly told them that they could raise their heads now. After that, Kanae said that she intended to spend the short remainder of her old and failing life serving the Kagomori clan. Shortly afterward, Kanae sat down with them and, while drinking her tea, asked what the Kagomori planned to do next. Asuma explained that first, they needed to consolidate their real estate assets. Since those properties were their primary source of income, he did not want to let go of most of them, but he added that Gonzo had expanded their operations too far, and he could not keep watch over everything on his own. He continued by saying that Jin would surely be furious if he arbitrarily got rid of his bar, so he intended to leave it alone. However, he was considering selling several pieces of land and property to lighten their burden. They also needed to prepare severance payments for the staff. Yuru commented that it sounded like a discussion they had no place participating in, so he decided to return to cleanup duty, which Dara agreed with. As he walked away, Gabby watched him. She suddenly called out to Yuru, causing him to turn around. She invited him to have a little talk and clarified that she meant in private, giving him a serious look, which made him return the same serious gaze. Yuru immediately pulled out a weapon while right and left also became intrigued, causing Gabby to shout that she did not mean that kind of private conversation. They moved somewhere they could not be overheard, and there Gabby pointed out that Asa was blaming herself again, which Yuru agreed with, saying that he knew. Gabby explained that both Hagure and Asuma had told her welcome home, but she never responded. She pointed out that Asa, who was always mindful of her manners, had not even said "I'm home," before asking Yuru whether he understood what that meant. Yuru then asked whether she thought Asa felt like she shouldn't come back there anymore, before calling her an idiot. Gabby explained that they were constantly together, but no matter how much Asa trusted her or how many things she shared with her, there were still things she could not say to her, things that only Yuru, her real family, could hear. Because of that, Gabby told Yuru that when the time came, he should hold Asa tightly and not leave her all alone, which made Yuru stare at her seriously. Yuru suddenly commented that he hated Gabby's guts, which irritated her, but he added that he was glad Asa had a friend like her. After that, he started walking away while waving his hand, and Gabby responded with an irritated glare. While that was happening, it turned out that the alien-looking demons had been eavesdropping from behind the bushes, and they started crying because of what they had heard. The female demon asked why Nishino village was putting those children through such suffering, while the male demon felt the weight of Asa's feelings when he thought about everything she had been going through. Before long, Asa found Yuru and approached him while looking for him. She asked whether he was by himself, while Yuru thought that perhaps he should properly talk with Asa this time as he asked what she wanted. Asa then said that she needed to talk to him about something in a way that no one, not even Gabby, would overhear, which immediately caught his attention. Because of that, the two demons quickly silenced themselves so they would not get caught. While that was happening, we were shown a conversation between two people. One of them pointed out that there were rumors going around that the Kagomori who had appeared in the news earlier were mobsters. If that was true, the other asked whether Hikaru Hagure had pulled some strings to get his manga serialized, prompting the man to comment that it would explain how the series became such a strangely massive multimedia franchise. The man who had shared the rumor clarified that it was all gossip and told them to take it with a grain of salt. Another added that he had heard the Kagomori owned an industrial waste disposal plant in Tokyo, and that there were times when the crusher there ran for only 10 minutes at night, give or take, which greatly shocked the others and made one of them ask whether that was really true and what exactly they were disposing of. After that, we returned to a point in the past before Dara took Nagatsuji to the Lost House, when they were still inside the industrial waste disposal plant. Haruo asked what they were going to do with Nagatsuji and said that he did not want to take that ticking time bomb back to the Kagomori. Dara replied that he had an idea and that they would take care of Nagatsuji themselves. Because of that, Haruo said that was great news and that Dara was literally a lifesaver, while the bandit clicked his tongue in irritation. Fuyuki then asked what they were going to do about Daigo and whether they should forcibly remove his demons. Just as Asa was about to volunteer, Daigo spoke up and told them to wait. He commented that there was no need to forcibly break his contract. He called over Sadomasochist and instructed them to return to relic form. Masochist looked at him while everyone else waited to see what would happen. Daigo explained to Masochist that if it remained in relic form, Sadist should recover eventually, and instructed it that once Sadist was fully healed, they should find a new master and live a happy life. Masochist looked at him for a moment before quickly and happily agreeing. It returned to relic form, taking the appearance of a tree stump with a straw doll tied to it. The bandit picked it up and asked whether Dara did not have a demon pair, then said that he should consider it his, but Dara disgustedly replied no thanks. The bandit told him not to hold back, but Dara insisted that he did not want it. Daigo then urged them to kill him if they were finished with him. Dara questioned that and asked whether he could actually die, so Daigo clarified that he was unaging, not immortal, and would die from serious injuries just like anyone else. Jijimaru commented on how candid he was, while Natsuki asked what his angle was. Daigo replied that death was all that awaited people who could no longer work, and told them to just get it over with. After that, we returned to the present and were shown a couple hiking up a mountain. While walking up the rocky path, they encountered a man. It turned out to be Daigo, who looked extremely weak. He passed by them while they greeted him good afternoon, but he ignored them and continued staggering forward. The woman commented that he looked terribly pale, while the man asked if he was alright. Daigo approached the edge of a cliff and, while appearing dizzy, began taking off his belongings and shoes. His body gradually leaned toward the edge, and when the woman looked back at him again, she became deeply alarmed when she saw him fall. She screamed at the top of her lungs at what she had witnessed, and it was revealed that Bowlegs had controlled Daigo and turned him into a mindless puppet before making him jump. The woman repeatedly shouted that the man had fallen, which immediately alarmed her companion and left him confused. She pointed out that the man had thrown himself off, but the man did not believe it at first and questioned whether it had been a suicide, before asking whether they should call a rescue team or the police. After that, Bowlegs flew back to its master. At a park, it was shown that the bandit was hanging around there together with Dara. When his demons finished their task, Pigeon Toes informed him that Operation Unidentifiable Hiker Suicide was complete, prompting the bandit to praise them. Dara was disgusted by the idea and pointed out that at least they had not caused any trouble for Gravedigger. He admitted that he knew hiding bodies involved a lot of work, so if you made it look like a suicide, a kind soul would clean it all up for you, before adding bless them. Dara then commented that if he ever disobeyed Higashi Village, Would this bandit also make it look like he committed suicide? To which the bandit replied no way and said that he would be allowed to die normally. The bandit remembered something because Dara mentioned Higashi village and asked what they planned to do about Azumi, whom Ivan had taken. Dara explained that she wanted to go home to her father, but she had learned too much about the outside world, and he doubted they could completely silence a child her age. Because of that, the bandit said that they would probably have to bring her father down from the mountain and take care of both of them, prompting Dara to ask if he could do that for him. The bandit explained that looking after villagers who left to work elsewhere was part of the bandit's job, then said that he would help Azumi and her father assimilate into that side of the world. He sighed and added that Higashi village was in such disarray by that point that it probably could not sustain its population anymore, while Dara said that there was no choice but to gradually shut the village down. The bandit added that Yuru and Asa were their last hope, while Dara thought to himself that it was no longer his concern. After that, he said goodbye to the bandit and told him that he would stay in touch regarding Azumi. Not long afterward, he arrived back at their apartment and announced his return. He told Azumi that he had arranged for her to see her father, which greatly excited both the little girl and the Zashiki Warashi. Azumi happily shouted that she would get to see her father, and the two demons cheered along with her, while Ken happily commented that it was good news for her. After that, Roe said that they had also found a lead on a new place to live, and that he and Ken would be moving soon, prompting Dara to call Ken lucky because it would just be him and his father. Ken told Hannah that he owed her for taking care of him after he showed up uninvited, but Hannah told him not to say things like that. Dara then asked where Yuru, Right, and Left were, so Ken explained that they had gone out that morning for archery practice, prompting Dara to comment that they were certainly taking their time. After that, Hannah's phone rang, and when she looked at it, it turned out to be a call from the Kuroya lady, Natsuki. Dara was dumbfounded when he realized that Hannah had given her number to those people, but Hannah said that they might have jobs for her. She answered the call using her alias, whereupon Natsuki sounded worried and asked whether Asa was there with them. Natsuki explained that Asa had been missing since dawn and was neither at Kagamori Manor nor at the Kuroya residence. Hannah tried to calm her down and said that she thought Asa had been under constant watch, before informing her that Yuru was out as well. On Ken's side, he noticed an arrow with a note tied to it. He opened it and read it, then shockingly tried to show it to Hannah, Dara, and Roe. Yuru had left a note saying that he would not be back for a while, but that they should not worry, which left the three adults frozen in shock, while Natsuki continued trying to get a response from them.